each day without the constant weight of anxiety pressing on your chest. Life can sometimes feel like a chaotic whirlwind, spinning us in directions we never anticipated. We set out with hopes and dreams, but along the way, obstacles, doubts, and unexpected challenges arise. These difficulties can make us feel as if we've lost control, as if our lives are being steered by forces beyond our grasp. It's easy to get overwhelmed, to feel powerless, and to wonder if we'll ever regain a sense of balance and purpose. But what if I told you that within you lies the power to take back control? What if you could navigate life's storms with calmness and clarity, no matter how rough the seas? Imagine waking up each day with a sense of purpose, confidence, and inner peace. Imagine facing challenges not with fear, but with the strength to turn them into opportunities for growth. This isn't a distant dream, it's a reality you can achieve. Throughout history, some of the most resilient and composed individuals have relied on a philosophy that empowers people to live fully, regardless of their circumstances. It's a philosophy that teaches us to embrace challenges, to remain calm under pressure, and to find joy in the simplest of moments. This philosophy is Stoicism, an ancient wisdom that is as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. At its core, Stoicism is about mastering the art of living. It's about understanding that while we may not have control over the events that happen to us, we do have control over how we respond to them. This simple yet profound shift in perspective can transform your life. Instead of being tossed around by the whims of fate, you become the captain of your ship, steering it with purpose and intention. Stoicism is not about suppressing emotions or becoming detached from life. On the contrary, it's about embracing life fully, with all its ups and downs, while maintaining a steady and composed mind. It's about recognizing that our thoughts and attitudes shape our reality. When we learn to manage our thoughts and emotions, we regain control over our lives, no matter what challenges we face. Think about the last time you felt stressed or overwhelmed. Maybe it was a demanding job, a difficult relationship, or an unexpected crisis. In those moments, it's easy to feel like everything is spiraling out of control. But imagine if, instead of being swept away by anxiety, you could approach the situation with a calm and clear mind. Imagine if you could see challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to grow stronger and wiser. This is the power that Stoicism offers. Building confidence is another cornerstone of this philosophy. True confidence doesn't come from external achievements or the approval of others. It comes from within, from a deep understanding of your own worth and capabilities. When you build confidence through Stoic practices, you become unshakable. No longer are you at the mercy of others' opinions or the fear of failure. You stand firm, knowing that you have the strength to face whatever comes your way. Stoicism also teaches us the importance of focusing on what truly matters. In a world filled with distractions and noise, it's easy to lose sight of our true priorities. We chase after success, recognition, and material possessions, often at the cost of our peace and happiness. But what if you could strip away the unnecessary and focus on what really brings you joy and fulfillment? What if you could find contentment not in the things you have, but in the person you are becoming? This philosophy also offers profound insights into relationships. It teaches us how to connect deeply with others while maintaining our independence and self-respect. It shows us how to build strong, meaningful connections without losing ourselves in the process. Imagine having relationships that are not based on neediness or control, but on mutual respect, understanding, and shared growth. Stoicism provides the tools to achieve this, but perhaps one of the most powerful aspects of Stoicism is its ability to help us turn setbacks into opportunities. Life is full of challenges, and no one is immune to them. But how we respond to these challenges makes all the difference. Stoicism teaches us that every obstacle is an opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. It's not about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them head-on with courage and grace. In a world that often feels out of control, Stoicism offers a path to regaining that control, not by changing the world around us, but by changing our inner world. It's about developing the mindset and habits that allow us to live with purpose, confidence, and joy, no matter what life throws our way. As you embark on this journey, you will discover the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and how it can be applied to your daily life. You will learn practical techniques to manage stress, build confidence, and find joy in the present moment. You will uncover the secrets to creating strong relationships, overcoming challenges, and living with a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. This journey is not about perfection, it's about progress. It's about taking small, intentional steps each day to regain control of your life and to live with greater purpose and clarity. It's about learning to trust the process, to let go of what you cannot control, and to focus on what truly matters. As you explore the teachings and practices of Stoicism, you will begin to see your life in a new light. You will realize that you have the power to change your circumstances by changing your mindset. You will understand that true control comes not from dominating the external world, but from mastering your inner world. This journey will challenge you, inspire you, and transform you. It will help you rediscover your inner strength and resilience. It will teach you how to find joy and peace in the midst of life's chaos. And most importantly, it will show you how to live a life that is true to who you are, a life that is guided by wisdom, courage, and compassion. As you move forward, remember that the power to change your life is within you. The principles and practices you will learn here are not just theoretical, they are practical tools that you can start using today to create the life you want. They are timeless truths that have helped countless individuals throughout history to live with greater purpose and control, and they can help you too. So, take a deep breath, open your mind, and get ready to embark on a journey that will empower you to regain control of your life. The path ahead may not always be easy, but it is a path worth taking. With each step, you will move closer to the life you desire, one of calm, confidence, and true fulfillment. The time to start is now. Stress is an inevitable part of life. It creeps in when we least expect it, unsettling our peace and threatening our well-being. But what if there was a way to face stress with calmness and clarity? What if, instead of feeling overwhelmed, you could maintain your composure no matter what life throws at you? This is where Stoicism offers its timeless wisdom, a set of powerful techniques that can help you manage stress and stay composed, even in the most challenging situations. One of the most fundamental techniques in Stoicism is the practice of distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. This simple yet profound distinction can drastically reduce stress. When you understand that certain things are beyond your control, like other people's actions, the weather, or even the past, you can stop wasting energy on them. Instead, you can focus on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and responses. This shift in focus allows you to channel your energy into productive areas, helping you stay calm and composed. Another technique is the practice of mindfulness, which is deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, without judgment. By focusing on the here and now, you prevent your mind from spiraling into anxiety about the future or regret about the past. This practice encourages you to take life one moment at a time, reducing the overwhelming nature of stress. It also helps you appreciate the present, which can often be a source of peace and joy. Stoicism also teaches the importance of cultivating an attitude of gratitude. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you can shift your mindset from one of scarcity to one of abundance. This doesn't mean ignoring life's difficulties, but rather balancing them with an appreciation for the good things. Gratitude has a powerful effect on stress. It reminds you of the positives in your life, offering a counterbalance to the negatives. This simple shift can make a significant difference in how you handle stress. Another key Stoic technique is the practice of negative visualization. This may sound counterintuitive, but imagining the worst-case scenario can actually reduce stress. By considering what could go wrong, you prepare yourself mentally for potential challenges. This practice doesn't mean dwelling on negative outcomes, but rather becoming comfortable with the possibility that things may not go as planned. When you accept this, you can face the future with less fear and more resilience. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of self-discipline in managing stress. By cultivating self-discipline, you can maintain control over your actions and reactions, even in stressful situations. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions, but rather regulating them in a way that keeps you centered. Self-discipline involves developing habits that support your well-being, such as regular exercise, healthy eating, and sufficient sleep. These habits create a strong foundation, enabling you to handle stress more effectively. Another powerful Stoic practice is the use of rational thinking to challenge irrational fears. Often, stress is fueled by fears that are exaggerated or unfounded. By examining these fears logically, you can deflate them and reduce their impact on your mind. This involves questioning the validity of your fears, asking yourself whether they are based on facts or assumptions. Rational thinking helps you break free from the grip of anxiety, allowing you to approach problems with a clear and calm mind. Stoicism also teaches the importance of accepting impermanence. Everything in life is temporary: our successes, our failures, our joys, and our sorrows. By embracing the transient nature of life, you can reduce your attachment to outcomes and the stress that comes with them. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent, but rather understanding that change is a natural part of life. When you accept impermanence, you can face challenges with a sense of calm and detachment, knowing that they too shall pass. Another technique is the practice of perspective-taking. This involves stepping back and looking at your situation from a broader perspective. Often, stress magnifies problems, making them seem bigger than they are. By gaining perspective, you can see your challenges in context, which can make them appear more manageable. This technique helps you avoid getting lost in the details and allows you to focus on what truly matters. Stoicism also encourages the development of resilience through the practice of voluntary discomfort. By deliberately exposing yourself to small hardships, you can build your tolerance for stress. This might involve fasting, taking cold showers, or practicing physical endurance. These practices remind you that you are capable of handling discomfort, which in turn makes real-life stresses less intimidating. Resilience is a muscle that can be strengthened with practice, and voluntary discomfort is one way to do that. Another key Stoic principle is the practice of detachment. This doesn't mean being emotionally distant, but rather maintaining a healthy separation between your emotions and your sense of self. When you detach from your emotions, you can observe them without being overwhelmed by them. This allows you to respond to stress with calmness and clarity rather than reacting impulsively. Detachment helps you maintain your composure even in the face of intense emotions. Stoicism also teaches the value of inner dialogue. The way you talk to yourself can have a significant impact on how you handle stress. By cultivating a positive and supportive inner dialogue, you can encourage yourself in difficult times. This involves replacing negative self-talk with affirmations of your strengths and abilities. Your inner voice can be a powerful ally in managing stress, providing you with the encouragement you need to to stay composed. Another powerful technique is the practice of setting realistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations can lead to disappointment and stress. By setting goals that are achievable, you reduce the likelihood of feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism encourages you to focus on effort rather than outcome, knowing that you can control your actions but not the results. This shift in focus allows you to approach challenges with a sense of calm, knowing that you've done your best. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of community and connection. While Stoicism teaches self-reliance, it also recognizes the value of supportive relationships. Surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people can help you manage stress more effectively. They can offer perspective, encouragement, and practical help in times of need. Building strong relationships is a key part of staying composed under stress. Another technique is the practice of regular reflection. Stoicism encourages you to take time each day to reflect on your actions and thoughts. This practice allows you to learn from your experiences and make adjustments where necessary. Reflection helps you maintain a sense of balance and perspective, which is crucial in managing stress. By regularly evaluating your life, you can stay aligned with your values and goals, reducing the stress that comes from feeling off track. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on the present moment. Stress often arises from worrying about the future or regretting the past. By bringing your attention back to the present, you can reduce the power of these stresses. This doesn't mean ignoring the future or the past, but rather not letting them dominate your thoughts. Focusing on the present helps you stay grounded and calm, no matter what challenges you face. Another Stoic technique is the practice of self-compassion. Stress can often lead to self-criticism, which only compounds the problem. By treating yourself with kindness and understanding, you can reduce the stress associated with perfectionism and failure. Self-compassion involves recognizing that everyone makes mistakes and that you are no exception. This mindset allows you to move forward with a sense of peace, rather than being weighed down by guilt or regret. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of simplifying your life. Complexity and clutter can contribute to stress by overwhelming your senses and mind. By simplifying your environment and routines, you create space for calm and clarity. This might involve decluttering your home, reducing your commitments, or simplifying your goals. A simpler life is often a less stressful one, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Another technique is the practice of focusing on what you can give rather than what you can get. Stress often arises from a focus on what we lack or what we want to achieve. By shifting your focus to how you can contribute to others, you can reduce the pressure on yourself. This doesn't mean neglecting your own needs, but rather finding fulfillment in helping others. This shift in focus can lead to a sense of purpose and reduce the stress associated with self-centered goals. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing your limitations. No one is capable of doing everything, and accepting this fact can reduce a lot of unnecessary stress. By recognizing your limits, you can set more realistic goals and avoid burnout. This acceptance allows you to focus on what you can do, rather than stressing about what you can't. Embracing your limitations is not about giving up, but about working within your capabilities to achieve your best. Another powerful Stoic technique is the practice of daily affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that reinforce your strengths and abilities. By starting your day with affirmations, you can set a positive tone that carries through even in stressful situations. These affirmations remind you of your inner strength and resilience, helping you maintain composure throughout the day. They are a simple yet effective tool for managing stress. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of purposeful action. When faced with stress, it's easy to feel paralyzed by indecision. By focusing on taking purposeful action, you can break free from this paralysis. Stoicism teaches that it's better to take small, meaningful steps than to remain stuck in inaction. This approach reduces the stress associated with feeling overwhelmed and helps you move forward with confidence. Another technique is the practice of embracing uncertainty. Life is full of uncertainties, and trying to control them all is a major source of stress. By accepting that uncertainty is a natural part of life, you can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to predict or control the future. This doesn't mean being passive, but rather being flexible and open to whatever comes your way. Embracing uncertainty allows you to stay composed in the face of the unknown. Stoicism also teaches the importance of maintaining a sense of humor. Laughter is a powerful antidote to stress. By finding humor in life's challenges, you can lighten your load and maintain a positive outlook. Stoicism encourages you to take life seriously, but not too seriously. A sense of humor helps you keep things in perspective and reduces the stress that comes from taking things too personally. Another technique is the practice of regular breathing exercises. Stress often leads to shallow, rapid breathing, which can exacerbate anxiety. By practicing deep, mindful breathing, you can calm your nervous system and reduce stress. Breathing exercises are a simple and effective way to bring your body and mind back to a state of calm. They can be practiced anywhere, anytime, making them a valuable tool for managing stress. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of accepting reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. Stress often comes from a disconnect between our expectations and reality. By accepting things as they are, you can reduce the stress that comes from trying to force things to be different. This acceptance doesn't mean giving up on change, but rather working with the reality you have, not the one you wish for. This approach helps you stay grounded and composed. Finally, Stoicism teaches the value of living in alignment with your values. When your actions are aligned with your values, you experience a sense of integrity and inner peace. This alignment reduces the stress that comes from internal conflict or feeling out of sync with yourself. By living according to your principles, you can face life's challenges with a sense of purpose and calm. This inner alignment is the foundation of true composure and resilience. Confidence is not something that simply appears overnight. It is cultivated, grown, and nurtured through consistent practice and reflection. As you begin to explore how Stoicism can help you manage stress and maintain composure, you'll find that confidence naturally begins to build within you. This confidence, however, is not the superficial kind that depends on external validation or fleeting achievements. Instead, it is a deep, enduring confidence rooted in self-awareness, resilience, and inner peace. One of the key ways to develop this kind of confidence is by embracing the Stoic concept of self-mastery. Self-mastery involves understanding and controlling your impulses, emotions, and desires. When you have control over your internal world, external circumstances lose their power to dictate your confidence. You become anchored in your own sense of self, rather than being swayed by the opinions or actions of others. This mastery of self is a foundational element in cultivating unbreakable confidence. Another critical aspect of building confidence through Stoicism is the practice of self-discipline. Self-discipline is about committing to your values and goals, even when the path is difficult. It's about making choices that align with your long-term well-being, rather than giving in to short-term temptations. By exercising self-discipline, you reinforce your belief in your ability to achieve what you set out to do. This steady, consistent effort builds confidence over time as you see the results of your disciplined actions. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. When you view difficulties as chances to improve yourself rather than as threats, your confidence naturally increases. This mindset shift allows you to approach challenges with a sense of curiosity and determination, rather than fear and avoidance. Each challenge you overcome becomes a building block in your confidence, reinforcing your belief in your ability to handle whatever life throws at you. Another powerful Stoic practice for building confidence is the acceptance of imperfection. In a world that often pressures us to be perfect, Stoicism reminds us that perfection is neither possible nor necessary. Instead, what matters is striving to do your best in every situation. When you accept that mistakes and setbacks are a natural part of life, you free yourself from the fear of failure. This acceptance allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that your worth is not diminished by your imperfections. The practice of gratitude is another essential component of Stoic confidence. When you regularly reflect on what you are grateful for, you shift your focus from what you lack to what you have. This shift in perspective fosters a sense of abundance and contentment, which in turn boosts your confidence. Gratitude reminds you of your strengths, your support systems, and your past successes, reinforcing your belief in your ability to face future challenges with confidence. Stoicism also encourages the cultivation of inner strength through solitude and reflection. Spending time alone, away from the distractions of the world, allows you to connect with your inner self. This practice helps you develop a deeper understanding of your thoughts, emotions, and motivations. When you are in tune with yourself, you become less reliant on external validation and more confident in your own judgment and abilities. Solitude becomes a source of strength and confidence rather than loneliness. Another important Stoic practice is the intentional cultivation of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, and it is closely linked to confidence. When you know that you can recover from setbacks, you are more willing to take risks and pursue your goals with determination. Stoicism teaches that resilience is built through repeated exposure to challenges and by practicing endurance. Each time you rise after a fall, your confidence in your ability to overcome difficulties grows stronger. Stoicism also highlights the importance of living in accordance with your values. When your actions align with your core principles, you develop a deep sense of integrity and self-respect. This alignment creates a solid foundation for confidence because you know that you are living authentically. You are not swayed by the expectations or judgments of others, but instead you stand firm in your convictions. This sense of inner alignment fosters a confidence that is both steady and enduring. Another way to build confidence through Stoicism is by practicing mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment and aware of your thoughts and feelings without judgment. By practicing mindfulness, you gain greater control over your reactions to external events. This awareness allows you to respond to challenges with calmness and clarity, rather than being overwhelmed by anxiety or fear. The more you practice mindfulness, the more confident you become in your ability to handle whatever arises. Stoicism also teaches the value of humility in building confidence. True confidence is not about being the best or always being right. It's about understanding your limitations and being open to learning from others. Humility allows you to approach life with a sense of curiosity and a willingness to grow. This openness to growth and learning strengthens your confidence because it is based on a realistic understanding of yourself. Humility and confidence are not opposites, but rather complementary qualities that together create a balanced and resilient self. Another Stoic practice that fosters confidence is the deliberate cultivation of courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act despite it. When you practice courage, you strengthen your confidence by proving to yourself that you can face your fears. Each courageous act, no matter how small, builds your belief in your ability to overcome obstacles. Over time, this repeated practice of courage creates a reservoir of confidence that you can draw upon in times of need. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of detaching from the need for external validation. Confidence that relies on the approval of others is fragile and easily shaken. By cultivating a sense of self-worth that is independent of others' opinions, you build a more stable and enduring confidence. This inner confidence is rooted in your own assessment of your actions and character, rather than in the shifting opinions of others. Detachment from external validation allows you to move through life with a sense of calm and self-assurance. Another powerful Stoic practice is the regular examination of your thoughts and beliefs. Confidence is often undermined by irrational or unhelpful thoughts. By examining your beliefs through the lens of reason and logic, you can identify and challenge those that do not serve you. This practice of self-examination helps you replace negative or limiting beliefs with more empowering ones, thereby strengthening your confidence. When your thoughts are aligned with reality, your confidence becomes more grounded and resilient. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing discomfort as a path to growth. Confidence grows when you push yourself beyond your comfort zone and take on new challenges. By willingly embracing discomfort, you build the resilience and strength needed to face life's uncertainties with confidence. This practice helps you develop a mindset that views challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to grow and expand your abilities. Each time you step out of your comfort zone, you reinforce your belief in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Another key Stoic principle is the cultivation of inner peace. Confidence flourishes in a mind that is calm and centered. By practicing techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, or reflection, you can quiet the mental noise that often undermines confidence. Inner peace allows you to approach life's challenges with a sense of clarity and focus, which in turn bolsters your confidence. When you are at peace with yourself, you are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or doubts, allowing your confidence to shine through. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of patience in building confidence. Confidence is not built overnight. It is the result of consistent effort and perseverance over time. By practicing patience, you allow yourself the time needed to grow and develop your skills. This patience helps you maintain confidence even when progress is slow or obstacles are many. Patience is a key ingredient in the cultivation of unbreakable confidence because it allows you to trust the process and stay committed to your goals. Another Stoic practice that fosters confidence is the regular setting and achieving of goals. Confidence grows when you experience success, even in small measures. By setting realistic and achievable goals, you create opportunities for success that build your confidence over time. Each accomplishment, no matter how small, reinforces your belief in your abilities and encourages you to take on larger challenges with greater confidence. Goal setting is a practical way to cultivate confidence through action and achievement. Stoicism also teaches the importance of accepting uncertainty as a part of life. Confidence often wavers in the face of the unknown, but Stoicism encourages you to embrace uncertainty rather than fear it. By accepting that not everything is within your control, you can focus on preparing for the unexpected rather than worrying about it. This acceptance of uncertainty helps you remain confident, even in situations where the outcome is unclear. It allows you to move forward with courage and assurance, knowing that you are prepared to face whatever comes your way. Another powerful Stoic practice for building confidence is the cultivation of a positive inner dialogue. The way you talk to yourself can have a significant impact on your confidence. By cultivating a supportive and encouraging inner voice, you reinforce your belief in your abilities and strengths. This practice involves replacing negative self-talk with affirmations of your worth and potential. A positive inner dialogue is a powerful tool for building and sustaining confidence, especially in challenging situations. Stoicism also highlights the importance of focusing on what you can give rather than what you can get. Confidence often falters when we are overly focused on our own needs and desires. By shifting your focus to how you can contribute to others, you create a sense of purpose and fulfillment that boosts your confidence. This outward focus helps you move beyond self-doubt and insecurity as you become more engaged in making a positive impact. Giving to others fosters a sense of connection and empowerment that strengthens your confidence. Another Stoic technique for building confidence is the practice of embracing change. Change is a constant in life, and confidence often falters when faced with the unknown. However, Stoicism teaches that change is an opportunity for growth and renewal. By embracing change and adapting to new circumstances, you build confidence in your ability to navigate life's uncertainties. This adaptability is a key component of Stoic confidence, as it allows you to remain steady and composed, even in the face of unexpected challenges. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of maintaining perspective in building confidence. It's easy to lose confidence when you become overly focused on a single setback or challenge. By stepping back and viewing your situation in the broader context of your life, you can avoid becoming overwhelmed. This practice helps you see that no single event defines you, and that you are capable of overcoming challenges and moving forward. Maintaining perspective allows you to keep your confidence intact, even in difficult times. Another powerful Stoic practice for building confidence is the regular reflection on your successes. Confidence grows when you take the time to acknowledge and celebrate your achievements. By reflecting on your past successes, you reinforce your belief in your ability to succeed in the future. This practice helps you maintain a positive outlook and a strong sense of self-worth, which are essential components of confidence. Regular reflection on your accomplishments keeps your confidence rooted in reality and helps you stay motivated. Stoicism also teaches the value of simplicity in building confidence. Complexity and clutter can contribute to feelings of overwhelm and insecurity. By simplifying your environment, routines, and goals, you create space for clarity and focus. This simplicity allows you to concentrate on what truly matters, which in turn boosts your confidence. A simpler life is often a more confident life because it is free from unnecessary distractions and stresses. Another key Stoic practice is the cultivation of self-reliance. Confidence that is dependent on external support or validation is fragile and easily shaken. By developing the skills, knowledge, and resilience needed to handle life's challenges on your own, you build a more stable and enduring confidence. Self-reliance is about trusting in your own abilities and judgments, rather than relying on others for guidance or approval. This inner confidence allows you to move through life with a sense of security and assurance. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing your unique strengths and talents. Confidence grows when you recognize and value what makes you unique. By embracing your individuality, you build a sense of self-worth that is independent of comparisons to others. This self-acceptance allows you to approach life with a sense of confidence and authenticity. When you are confident in your own uniqueness, you are less likely to be swayed by external opinions or doubts, allowing your true self to shine through. Finally, Stoicism emphasizes the value of living with purpose in building confidence. Confidence is not just about believing in your abilities. It's also about having a clear sense of direction and meaning in your life. By aligning your actions with your purpose, you create a sense of fulfillment and motivation that strengthens your confidence. This purpose-driven approach to life gives you the confidence to pursue your goals with determination and resilience, knowing that you are making a meaningful impact. As you build unbreakable confidence through the principles of Stoicism, something else begins to unfold, a deeper, more profound sense of joy in your everyday life. But this joy is not the fleeting happiness that comes from external pleasures or temporary successes. It is a stable, enduring joy that arises from within, independent of circumstances. How do you cultivate such joy? The answer lies in embracing the Stoic approach to life, which reveals the secret to finding true contentment and fulfillment in the simplicity of each day. One of the core teachings of Stoicism is the practice of gratitude. When you focus on what you have rather than what you lack, you open yourself to a deep sense of appreciation for the present moment. This shift in perspective allows you to see the beauty and value in the ordinary aspects of life, things that are often overlooked in the pursuit of more. By practicing gratitude daily, you begin to find joy in the simplest things, from a quiet morning to a shared meal, and this joy becomes a constant companion in your life. Another powerful Stoic practice for finding joy is the acceptance of what is. Life is full of unexpected challenges and changes, many of which are beyond our control. Instead of resisting these changes, Stoicism teaches us to accept them as a natural part of life. This acceptance doesn't mean resignation. Rather, it means embracing life as it is, with all its imperfections. When you stop fighting against the flow of life and start flowing with it, you discover a profound peace and joy that comes from living in harmony with reality. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of focusing on the present moment. Joy is often lost when we dwell on the past or worry about the future. By bringing your attention back to the here and now, you open yourself to the richness of the present. This practice helps you savor the moments that make up your life, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Whether it's the warmth of the sun on your face or the laughter of a loved one, these moments become sources of joy when you fully experience them without distraction. Another key Stoic principle for finding joy is the practice of self-sufficiency. Stoicism teaches that true joy comes from within, not from external sources. By cultivating inner resources such as wisdom, courage, and self-discipline, you build a wellspring of joy that is not dependent on external circumstances. This inner joy is resilient and enduring because it is rooted in your character and values, not in the changing tides of fortune. When you learn to rely on yourself for your happiness, you become less vulnerable to the ups and downs of life. Stoicism also teaches the value of simplicity in finding joy. In a world that often encourages excess and complexity, Stoicism reminds us that less is often more. By simplifying your life, whether it's decluttering your environment, reducing your commitments, or focusing on what truly matters, you create space for joy to flourish. Simplicity allows you to appreciate the essential things in life, free from the distractions and noise that often obscure them. This focus on simplicity leads to a clearer, more joyful experience of life. Another powerful Stoic practice is the cultivation of a positive mindset. While Stoicism is often associated with accepting the harsh realities of life, it also teaches the importance of maintaining a positive outlook. This doesn't mean ignoring difficulties, but rather choosing to focus on the good in every situation. By practicing optimism, you train your mind to see opportunities where others see obstacles, to find light in the darkest moments. This shift in perspective transforms your experience of life, making joy a natural byproduct of your daily thoughts and actions. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of aligning your actions with your values. When you live in accordance with your principles, you experience a deep sense of integrity and fulfillment. This alignment creates a foundation for joy because you know that you are living authentically and true to yourself. The joy that comes from this sense of purpose and alignment is not fleeting or superficial. It is a deep, abiding joy that sustains you through life's challenges. Another Stoic approach to finding joy is the practice of contentment. Contentment is the art of being satisfied with what you have and where you are, rather than constantly striving for more. Stoicism teaches that contentment is not about settling for less, but about recognizing the abundance in your current circumstances. When you cultivate contentment, you free yourself from the endless pursuit of external validation and begin to find joy in the present moment. This contentment leads to a more peaceful and joyful existence, where you appreciate what you have without constantly longing for more. Stoicism also teaches the value of community and connection in finding joy. While Stoicism encourages self-reliance, it also recognizes the importance of relationships in creating a meaningful life. By fostering deep, genuine connections with others, you create a network of support and love that enhances your experience of joy. These relationships provide a sense of belonging and purpose, reminding you that you are part of something larger than yourself. The joy that comes from these connections is one of the most enduring and fulfilling aspects of life. Another powerful Stoic practice for finding joy is the cultivation of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in each moment, without judgment or distraction. This practice allows you to experience life more fully and to find joy in the simple act of being. When you are mindful, you become more aware of the beauty and wonder in the world around you, from the sound of the wind in the trees to the taste of a home-cooked meal. This heightened awareness brings a deep sense of joy and appreciation for the richness of life. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of embracing impermanence in finding joy. Everything in life is temporary: our experiences, our relationships, our very existence. By accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to appreciate each moment for what it is, rather than taking it for granted. This acceptance of impermanence deepens your appreciation for the present and allows you to find joy in the fleeting beauty of life. When you embrace the impermanence of all things, you live more fully and joyfully, knowing that each moment is precious and unique. Another Stoic principle for finding joy is the practice of self-compassion. Stoicism teaches that you should be kind and gentle with yourself, recognizing that you are a human being with limitations and flaws. By practicing self-compassion, you free yourself from the harsh self-criticism that often robs you of joy. Instead, you learn to treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer a friend. This self-compassion creates a nurturing inner environment where joy can flourish, even in the face of challenges. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing your role in the larger cosmos. When you see yourself as part of a greater whole, you find meaning and purpose in your actions. This sense of connectedness to the universe brings a deep sense of joy, as you realize that your life has significance beyond your individual concerns. By embracing your place in the cosmos, you tap into a source of joy that is vast and enduring, far beyond the fleeting pleasures of everyday life. Another powerful Stoic practice for finding joy is the cultivation of resilience. Life is full of challenges, but Stoicism teaches that you can find joy even in adversity. By developing resilience, you learn to bounce back from setbacks and to see difficulties as opportunities for growth. This resilience gives you the strength to face life's challenges with a sense of optimism and hope, knowing that you have the inner resources to overcome whatever comes your way. The joy that comes from resilience is deep and lasting, as it is rooted in your ability to thrive despite difficulties. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of living with intention. When you approach each day with a clear sense of purpose and direction, you create a life that is rich with meaning. This intentionality brings joy, as you know that your actions are contributing to something greater than yourself. By setting goals and pursuing them with determination, you create a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that adds to your overall joy in life. This sense of purpose-driven living is a key component of Stoic joy. Another Stoic practice that fosters joy is the deliberate cultivation of inner peace. Inner peace is the foundation of true joy, as it allows you to remain calm and centered, even in the midst of life's storms. By practicing techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, or quiet reflection, you can cultivate a sense of inner tranquility that is not easily disturbed by external events. This inner peace creates a stable environment where joy can flourish, free from the turmoil of stress and anxiety. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Rather than viewing difficulties as obstacles to your happiness, Stoicism encourages you to see them as stepping stones to greater wisdom and strength. This mindset shift allows you to find joy in the process of overcoming challenges, rather than waiting for life to be perfect. Each challenge you face and overcome becomes a source of joy, as it contributes to your growth and development as a person. Another powerful Stoic practice for finding joy is the cultivation of a balanced life. Balance is key to maintaining a sense of well-being and joy. Stoicism teaches that you should strive to create harmony between your various responsibilities, relationships, and personal needs. By finding this balance, you create a life that is both fulfilling and sustainable. This balance allows you to experience joy in all areas of your life without being overwhelmed by any one aspect. A balanced life is a joyful life because it allows you to enjoy the full spectrum of human experience. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of letting go of what you cannot control. Much of the stress and unhappiness in life comes from trying to control things that are beyond our power. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and responses, you free yourself from the burden of trying to manage the uncontrollable. This shift in focus allows you to find joy in the things that are within your power, rather than being frustrated by what you cannot change. Letting go of control is a powerful way to cultivate joy and peace in your life. Another Stoic approach to finding joy is the practice of seeing the good in every situation. Stoicism teaches that every experience, no matter how difficult, has something valuable to offer. By training your mind to look for the silver lining in every cloud, you develop a resilient sense of optimism. This optimism allows you to find joy even in challenging circumstances, as you focus on the positive aspects of each experience. This practice of seeing the good in everything transforms your outlook on life and makes joy a constant companion. Stoicism also teaches the value of appreciating the small things in life. Joy is often found in the little moments: the smile of a loved one, the warmth of a cup of tea, the beauty of a sunset. By cultivating an appreciation for these small pleasures, you create a rich tapestry of joy in your everyday life. This focus on the small things helps you stay grounded and connected to the present moment, where true joy resides. The more you appreciate the small things, the more joy you will find in each day. Another powerful Stoic practice for finding joy is the cultivation of a sense of wonder. Stoicism teaches that the world is full of beauty and mystery, waiting to be discovered. By approaching life with a sense of curiosity and wonder, you open yourself to the joy of discovery. Whether it's exploring a new place, learning something new, or simply marveling at the natural world, this sense of wonder brings a deep and abiding joy. This childlike curiosity keeps your spirit alive and engaged, making every day an opportunity for joy. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of living in harmony with nature. Nature is a source of immense beauty and tranquility, and Stoicism teaches that by aligning yourself with the natural world, you can find peace and joy. whether it's spending time outdoors, appreciating the changing seasons, or simply being mindful of your connection to the earth. This harmony with nature fosters a deep sense of joy and contentment. Living in tune with nature reminds you of your place in the world and helps you find joy in the simplicity of life. Another key Stoic principle for finding joy is the practice of detachment. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means letting go of the need to control outcomes and being open to whatever life brings. By detaching from expectations and desires, you free yourself from the constant striving that often leads to frustration and disappointment. This detachment allows you to find joy in the present moment, without being weighed down by what could have been or what might be. It's about enjoying life as it is, rather than how you wish it were. Stoicism also teaches the importance of cultivating a sense of gratitude for the challenges in life. While it may seem counterintuitive, Stoicism encourages you to be grateful for the difficulties you face, as they provide opportunities for growth and self-improvement. By viewing challenges as gifts that help you develop resilience and strength, you can find joy even in the midst of adversity. This gratitude for challenges transforms your experience of life, making it richer and more meaningful. Another Stoic practice that fosters joy is the cultivation of patience. Patience is the ability to endure difficulties with grace and calmness. By practicing patience, you learn to appreciate the process of growth and change rather than rushing to the end result. This patience allows you to find joy in the journey rather than being solely focused on the destination. When you are patient, you open yourself to the richness of each moment, finding joy in the slow unfolding of life's events. Stoicism also teaches the value of self-reflection in finding joy. By regularly reflecting on your actions, thoughts, and experiences, you gain a deeper understanding of yourself and your life. This self-awareness allows you to make conscious choices that align with your values and bring you joy. Self-reflection helps you identify what truly matters to you, so you can focus on the things that bring you the most fulfillment. This practice of reflection deepens your experience of joy as you become more attuned to what brings you happiness. Finally, Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living with a sense of purpose in finding joy. Purpose gives your life meaning and direction, guiding your actions and decisions. When you live with purpose, you create a life that is rich with fulfillment and joy. This purpose-driven approach to life helps you navigate challenges with a sense of determination and hope, knowing that you are working towards something greater than yourself. The joy that comes from living with purpose is deep and lasting, as it is rooted in a sense of meaning and contribution. As you discover the joy that Stoicism can bring to your everyday life, the next step is to ensure that this sense of peace and contentment carries through each day. One of the most effective ways to cultivate and maintain inner peace and focus is through the practice of morning rituals. These rituals, rooted in Stoic wisdom, set the tone for your entire day, grounding you in calmness and clarity before the world's demands begin to pull you in different directions. By establishing a morning routine that nurtures your mind and spirit, you create a solid foundation for whatever challenges and opportunities may come your way. The first step in creating a peaceful and focused morning routine is to rise early and embrace the quiet of the morning. The early hours offer a unique stillness, a moment of calm before the rush of the day begins. By waking up early, you give yourself the gift of time to think, to breathe, and to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for the day ahead. This quiet time in the morning allows you to start your day with intention, rather than being rushed or reactive. It's a chance to align yourself with your values and set the tone for how you want to approach the day. Another essential morning practice is the act of mindful breathing. Breathing is something we do unconsciously, but by bringing awareness to your breath first thing in the morning, you can ground yourself in the present moment. This simple practice helps to calm your mind and body, reducing any residual stress or anxiety from the previous day. Mindful breathing also enhances your focus, allowing you to approach the day with clarity and purpose. By starting your morning with a few moments of deep, conscious breathing, you center yourself and create a sense of inner peace that carries through the day. Stoic reflection is another powerful morning ritual that fosters peace and focus. Each morning, take a few minutes to reflect on the day ahead. Consider the challenges you might face and how you intend to respond to them. This practice helps you anticipate obstacles and prepare mentally for whatever may come. It also reinforces your commitment to living according to your values, reminding you of what truly matters. Morning reflection grounds you in your principles and gives you a clear sense of direction, helping you navigate the day with calmness and confidence. A key aspect of a Stoic morning routine is the practice of gratitude. Before diving into the day's tasks, take a moment to reflect on what you are grateful for. This could be anything from the roof over your head to the opportunities you have today. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, fostering a sense of contentment and peace. It also sets a positive tone for the day, making you more resilient to stress and challenges. By beginning your day with gratitude, you create a mindset of abundance and joy that supports your well-being throughout the day. Another important morning ritual is setting your intentions for the day. This involves identifying the key tasks or goals you want to accomplish and the mindset you want to maintain. Setting intentions gives you a clear focus for the day, helping you to prioritize what's important and stay aligned with your values. This practice reduces the likelihood of being distracted by trivial matters or getting lost in the chaos of the day. By starting your morning with a clear sense of purpose, you empower yourself to move through the day with determination and focus. Stoicism also teaches the value of physical exercise as part of a morning routine. Engaging in some form of physical activity, whether it's stretching, walking, or a full workout, helps to awaken your body and mind. Exercise increases your energy levels, improves your mood, and enhances your ability to focus. It also reinforces the Stoic principle of caring for your body as an essential part of your well-being. By incorporating physical exercise into your morning, you start your day feeling strong, energized, and ready to take on whatever comes your way. Another powerful morning ritual is the practice of journaling. Writing down your thoughts, goals, and reflections in the morning can be a therapeutic way to clear your mind and organize your day. Journaling allows you to process any lingering emotions from the previous day, set intentions for the new day, and reflect on your progress. It also provides a space to express gratitude, explore your thoughts, and reinforce your commitment to living according to your values. This practice helps you to start your day with a clear mind and a focused heart, ready to engage with the world from a place of inner peace. Stoicism also encourages the practice of silence in the morning. In a world filled with noise and constant stimulation, starting your day with a few moments of silence can be incredibly grounding. Silence allows you to connect with your inner self, to listen to your thoughts without distraction, and to find clarity amidst the noise of life. This practice helps you cultivate a sense of calm and focus that can carry you through the day. By embracing silence each morning, you create a peaceful space within yourself that becomes a source of strength and resilience. Another essential component of a Stoic morning routine is the practice of intentionality. This means being deliberate about how you spend your morning, choosing activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit. Whether it's reading, meditating, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, Being intentional about your morning rituals helps you start the day with purpose and clarity. This intentionality carries over into the rest of your day, helping you stay focused on what truly matters and avoid getting caught up in distractions or unnecessary stress. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing simplicity in your morning routine. Rather than cramming your morning with too many tasks or activities, focus on a few key rituals that bring you peace and clarity. Simplicity helps to reduce overwhelm and allows you to be fully present in each moment. By simplifying your morning routine, you create a sense of calm and ease that sets a positive tone for the rest of the day. This simplicity allows you to focus on the essentials and approach your day with a clear and peaceful mind. Another powerful morning practice is the cultivation of resilience. Each morning, remind yourself that challenges are a natural part of life and that you have the strength to face them. This mindset helps you approach the day with confidence and determination, knowing that you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them with courage and grace. By starting your day with a focus on resilience, you build the mental and emotional strength needed to navigate life's challenges with peace and focus. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of cultivating a positive mindset in the morning. How you start your day often determines how the rest of your day will unfold. By consciously choosing to focus on positive thoughts and attitudes, you set yourself up for success. This doesn't mean ignoring challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to approach them with optimism and hope. A positive mindset helps you stay motivated, focused, and resilient throughout the day. By starting your morning with a positive outlook, you create a foundation of peace and joy that supports your well-being. Another key Stoic practice for a peaceful and focused morning is the habit of detachment. This involves letting go of any lingering worries or concerns from the previous day and approaching the new day with a fresh perspective. Detachment helps you avoid carrying unnecessary baggage into your morning, allowing you to start the day with a clear mind and open heart. This practice of letting go creates space for new opportunities and experiences, helping you to approach the day with a sense of curiosity and possibility. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing uncertainty as part of your morning routine. Life is unpredictable, and each day brings its own set of challenges and surprises. By accepting that you cannot control everything, you free yourself from the anxiety and stress that often accompany uncertainty. This acceptance allows you to approach the day with a sense of calm and resilience, knowing that you are prepared to handle whatever comes your way. Embracing uncertainty helps you stay focused on the present moment, rather than worrying about the future or dwelling on the past. Another powerful morning ritual is the practice of self-compassion. Starting your day with kindness and understanding toward yourself sets a positive tone for the rest of the day. Self-compassion involves acknowledging your efforts, forgiving your mistakes, and treating yourself with the same care and respect that you would offer to others. This practice helps you build a strong, supportive relationship with yourself, which in turn fosters inner peace and focus. By beginning your morning with self-compassion, you create a nurturing environment for your growth and well-being. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of clarity in your morning routine. Taking time in the morning to clarify your goals, priorities, and intentions helps you approach the day with focus and direction. Clarity allows you to cut through the noise and distractions, helping you stay aligned with your values and purpose. This practice of clarity is not just about what you want to achieve, but also about how you want to feel and who you want to be throughout the day. By starting your morning with a clear sense of purpose, you empower yourself to live with intention and peace. Another key Stoic practice for a peaceful and focused morning is the cultivation of humility. Humility involves recognizing your limitations and being open to learning and growth. This mindset helps you approach the day with a sense of curiosity and openness rather than pride or ego. Humility allows you to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to your self-esteem. By starting your day with humility, you create a foundation of peace and resilience that helps you navigate life's ups and downs with grace. Stoicism also teaches the value of gratitude for the simple things in life. Each morning, take a moment to appreciate the small blessings that often go unnoticed: the warmth of your bed, the quiet of the morning, the taste of your first sip of coffee. This practice of appreciating the small things helps you cultivate a sense of contentment and peace that carries through the day. Gratitude for the simple things also reminds you that joy and fulfillment are not found in grand achievements, but in the everyday moments that make up your life. Another powerful morning ritual is the practice of visualization. Visualization involves imagining yourself successfully navigating the challenges of the day and achieving your goals. This practice helps you build confidence and focus as you mentally prepare yourself for the tasks ahead. Visualization also reinforces your commitment to your values and intentions, helping you stay aligned with your purpose throughout the day. By starting your morning with visualization, you set yourself up for success, both mentally and emotionally. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of consistency in your morning routine. Consistency creates a sense of stability and structure in your life, which fosters inner peace and focus. By committing to your morning rituals each day, you build habits that support your well-being and help you stay grounded no matter what challenges arise. Consistency also reinforces your discipline and self-mastery, which are key components of a peaceful and focused mind. By making your morning routine a consistent practice, you create a foundation for a balanced and fulfilling life. Another key Stoic practice for a peaceful and focused morning is the cultivation of patience. Patience involves allowing yourself the time and space to wake up and ease into the day, rather than rushing through your morning. This practice helps you start your day with a sense of calm and relaxation, which carries through into your work and interactions. Patience also allows you to approach the day with a sense of grace and acceptance, knowing that everything will unfold in its own time. By starting your morning with patience, you create a peaceful and focused mindset that supports your well-being. Stoicism also teaches the value of introspection as part of your morning routine. Introspection involves looking inward and examining your thoughts, emotions, and motivations. This practice helps you gain a deeper understanding of yourself and your needs, which in turn fosters inner peace and clarity. Introspection also allows you to identify any negative patterns or beliefs that may be holding you back, giving you the opportunity to address them before they affect your day. By starting your morning with introspection, you create a foundation of self-awareness and focus that supports your growth and well-being. Another powerful morning ritual is the practice of setting boundaries. Boundaries involve deciding what you will and will not allow into your morning, whether it's limiting your exposure to news, social media, or other distractions. By setting clear boundaries, you protect your peace and focus, ensuring that your morning is spent in a way that supports your well-being. Boundaries also help you stay aligned with your values and priorities, rather than being pulled in different directions by external demands. By starting your morning with clear boundaries, you create a sense of control and empowerment that carries through the day. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of embracing stillness in the morning. Stillness involves taking a moment to simply be, without doing or thinking. This practice helps you connect with your inner self and find peace amidst the busyness of life. Stillness also allows you to clear your mind and prepare yourself mentally for the day ahead. By starting your morning with a moment of stillness, you create a sense of calm and focus that supports your well-being throughout the day. Another key Stoic practice for a peaceful and focused morning is the cultivation of resilience through adversity. Each morning, remind yourself that challenges are a natural part of life and that you have the strength to overcome them. This mindset helps you approach the day with confidence and determination, knowing that you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them with courage and grace. By starting your day with a focus on resilience, you build the mental and emotional strength needed to navigate life's challenges with peace and focus. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing simplicity in your morning routine. Rather than cramming your morning with too many tasks or activities, focus on a few key rituals that bring you peace and clarity. Simplicity helps to reduce overwhelm and allows you to be fully present in each moment. By simplifying your morning routine, you create a sense of calm and ease that sets a positive tone for the rest of the day. This simplicity allows you to focus on the essentials and approach your day with a clear and peaceful mind. Another powerful morning practice is the cultivation of a sense of purpose. Purpose gives your life meaning and direction, guiding your actions and decisions. When you start your morning with a clear sense of purpose, you create a day that is rich with fulfillment and joy. This purpose-driven approach to life helps you navigate challenges with a sense of determination and hope, knowing that you are working towards something greater than yourself. The joy that comes from living with purpose is deep and lasting, as it is rooted in a sense of meaning and contribution. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing the present moment as part of your morning routine. The present moment is where life happens, and by focusing on it, you free yourself from the regrets of the past and the anxieties of the future. Embracing the present moment helps you start your day with a sense of peace and clarity, fully engaged in the here and now. This focus on the present also enhances your ability to stay mindful and focused throughout the day, allowing you to approach each task with full attention and intention. Finally, Stoicism emphasizes the importance of ending your morning routine with a moment of gratitude. Gratitude helps you focus on the positive aspects of your life, fostering a sense of contentment and peace. By ending your morning with gratitude, you create a positive and optimistic mindset that carries through the day. This practice also reinforces your connection to the present moment, helping you appreciate the beauty and blessings in your life. By starting your day with gratitude, you set the stage for a day filled with peace, focus, and joy. As you cultivate inner peace and focus through your morning rituals, you might find yourself more in tune with the flow of life. However, in a world that constantly pushes us to achieve more, faster, it's easy to fall into the trap of forcing success, believing that we must control every outcome and rush every process. Yet, Stoicism teaches us a different approach, one that encourages us to trust the process of life, to let go of the need for immediate results, and to find peace in the journey rather than the destination. This mindset shift can transform how we experience success, bringing more fulfillment and less stress. At the heart of Stoic philosophy is the idea that we should focus on what we can control and let go of the rest. This principle is especially important when it comes to our pursuit of success. Often, we become so fixated on achieving specific outcomes that we forget that many factors are beyond our control. By trying to force success, we set ourselves up for frustration and disappointment when things don't go as planned. Instead, Stoicism teaches us to focus on our efforts and intentions, trusting that the right results will come in their own time. This approach allows us to work diligently without being attached to the outcome, which ultimately leads to a more peaceful and fulfilling experience. Another key aspect of trusting the process is learning to embrace patience. In a fast-paced world, patience can feel like a luxury we can't afford. But Stoicism reminds us that true success often requires time and persistence. By cultivating patience, we allow ourselves to grow and develop at a natural pace, without the stress of rushing or forcing progress. Patience helps us to stay grounded and focused on the present, rather than constantly worrying about the future. It also teaches us to appreciate the journey, recognizing that each step along the way has value, even if it doesn't immediately lead to the results we desire. Stoicism also encourages us to let go of our attachment to specific outcomes. When we become too attached to a particular result, we close ourselves off to other possibilities and opportunities that may be just as valuable, if not more so. By trusting the process, we open ourselves up to the idea that life may have different, sometimes better plans for us than we initially imagined. This openness allows us to navigate life's twists and turns with more flexibility and grace, knowing that every experience is part of a larger journey toward growth and understanding. Another powerful Stoic lesson in trusting the process is the acceptance of uncertainty. Life is inherently unpredictable, and no matter how much we plan or prepare, there will always be elements that are beyond our control. Instead of resisting this uncertainty, Stoicism teaches us to embrace it as a natural part of life. By accepting that we cannot predict or control every outcome, we free ourselves from the anxiety and stress that often accompany the pursuit of success. This acceptance allows us to move forward with confidence and calm, trusting that we will be able to handle whatever comes our way. Stoicism also highlights the importance of finding contentment in the present moment. Often, we become so focused on future success that we overlook the value of the present. We convince ourselves that we will be happy once we achieve a certain goal, only to find that the goalposts keep moving. By learning to find contentment in the here and now, we can experience a deeper, more lasting sense of fulfillment. This doesn't mean giving up on our ambitions, but rather appreciating each step of the journey and recognizing that success is not a destination, but a way of being. Another crucial element of trusting the process is understanding that setbacks and failures are an inevitable part of life. Stoicism teaches that these challenges are not obstacles to success, but rather essential components of the journey. Each setback provides an opportunity to learn, grow, and strengthen our resilience. By embracing challenges rather than resisting them, we develop the inner strength needed to persevere in the face of adversity. This mindset shift allows us to see setbacks not as failures, but as stepping stones on the path to success. Stoicism also encourages us to practice detachment from external validation. In our quest for success, it's easy to become overly concerned with how others perceive us. We may feel pressured to meet societal expectations or seek approval from those around us. However, Stoicism teaches that true success comes from within, from living in alignment with our values and principles, regardless of external recognition. By detaching from the need for validation, we can focus on what truly matters to us, trusting that our efforts will lead to a meaningful and fulfilling life. Another powerful Stoic principle is the idea that success is not defined by the outcome, but by the effort and integrity we bring to our actions. When we focus on doing our best in every situation, rather than obsessing over the end result, we create a sense of accomplishment and pride that is independent of external circumstances. This approach helps us to find satisfaction in the process itself, knowing that we have given our all, regardless of the outcome. By shifting our focus from results to effort, we free ourselves from the pressure of perfection and allow ourselves to experience true success. Stoicism also teaches the value of humility in the pursuit of success. Humility reminds us that we do not have all the answers and that there is always more to learn. By approaching life with a sense of curiosity and openness, we remain receptive to new ideas and experiences that can help us grow. This humility allows us to see the process of life as an ongoing journey of discovery, rather than a race to a specific finish line. It helps us to stay grounded, focused on the present moment, and open to the wisdom that each experience has to offer. Another key aspect of trusting the process is the cultivation of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and continue moving forward, even when the path is difficult. Stoicism teaches that resilience is not about avoiding challenges, but about embracing them as opportunities for growth. By developing resilience, we build the inner strength needed to persevere in the face of setbacks, trusting that each challenge we overcome brings us closer to our goals. This resilience is a vital component of success, as it allows us to maintain our focus and determination even when the journey is tough. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. When we are clear about our values and make decisions based on them, we create a sense of integrity and authenticity that guides us through life's uncertainties. This alignment gives us the confidence to trust the process, knowing that we are living in accordance with our principles. It also helps us to stay focused on what truly matters, rather than being swayed by external pressures or distractions. By living in alignment with our values, we create a foundation of trust in ourselves and the process of life. Another powerful Stoic practice is the cultivation of self-discipline. Self-discipline is the ability to stay committed to our goals and values, even when the path is challenging. By practicing self-discipline, we develop the consistency and perseverance needed to see our efforts through to completion. This discipline helps us to stay focused on the process, rather than becoming distracted by the pursuit of immediate gratification. It also reinforces our trust in the process, as we learn to rely on our own inner strength and determination to achieve our goals. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing impermanence. Everything in life is temporary, and this includes both our successes and our failures. By accepting the impermanence of all things, we free ourselves from the fear of loss and the pressure to hold on to specific outcomes. This acceptance allows us to approach life with a sense of detachment and openness, trusting that each experience, whether positive or negative, is part of a larger process of growth and transformation. By embracing impermanence, we learn to find peace and fulfillment in the present moment, rather than constantly striving for a future that may never come. Another key Stoic principle is the idea that we should focus on the process, not the prize. When we become too focused on the end goal, we may overlook the valuable lessons and experiences that come from the journey itself. By shifting our focus to the process, we allow ourselves to fully engage with each step of the journey, finding joy and satisfaction in the act of doing, rather than in the final outcome. This shift in focus helps us to trust the process, knowing that each moment is an opportunity for growth and learning. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing uncertainty as a natural part of life. Life is full of unknowns, and no matter how much we plan or prepare, there will always be elements that are beyond our control. By accepting this uncertainty, we free ourselves from the anxiety and stress that often accompany the pursuit of success. This acceptance allows us to move forward with confidence and calm, trusting that we will be able to handle whatever comes our way. Embracing uncertainty helps us to stay focused on the present moment, rather than worrying about the future or dwelling on the past. Another powerful Stoic lesson is the idea that success is a journey, not a destination. Success is not a single event or achievement, but a continuous process of growth and development. By viewing success as a journey, we allow ourselves to find fulfillment in the everyday moments of life, rather than waiting for some future event to bring us happiness. This perspective helps us to trust the process, knowing that each step along the way is an integral part of our journey towards success. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of gratitude in the pursuit of success. By cultivating a sense of gratitude for what we have, we create a mindset of abundance and contentment. This gratitude helps us to find joy and fulfillment in the present moment, rather than constantly striving for more. It also reinforces our trust in the process, as we learn to appreciate the progress we have made, rather than focusing on what we have yet to achieve. Gratitude allows us to approach life with a sense of peace and satisfaction, knowing that we are already successful in many ways. Another key aspect of trusting the process is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, without judgment or distraction. By practicing mindfulness, we can fully engage with the process of life, rather than becoming lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past. This presence allows us to find peace and fulfillment in the here and now, rather than waiting for some future event to bring us happiness. Mindfulness helps us to trust the process, knowing that each moment is an opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Rather than viewing difficulties as obstacles to success, Stoicism encourages us to see them as essential components of the journey. Each challenge we face provides an opportunity to learn, grow, and strengthen our resilience. By embracing challenges rather than resisting them, we develop the inner strength needed to persevere in the face of adversity. This mindset shift allows us to see setbacks not as failures, but as stepping stones on the path to success. Another powerful Stoic practice is the cultivation of inner peace. Inner peace is the foundation of true success, as it allows us to remain calm and centered, even in the midst of life's storms. By practicing techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, or quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of inner tranquility that is not easily disturbed by external events. This inner peace creates a stable environment where trust in the process can flourish, free from the turmoil of stress and anxiety. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of consistency in the pursuit of success. Consistency creates a sense of stability and structure in our lives, which fosters trust in the process. By committing to our goals and values each day, we build habits that support our well-being and help us stay grounded no matter what challenges arise. Consistency also reinforces our discipline and self-mastery, which are key components of trusting the process. By making our efforts a consistent practice, we create a foundation for a balanced and fulfilling life. Another key Stoic practice is the cultivation of resilience through adversity. Each time we face and overcome a challenge, we build our inner strength and deepen our trust in the process. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them with courage and grace. By embracing adversity, we learn to see it as a natural part of the journey, rather than something to be feared. This resilience helps us to trust the process, knowing that each challenge is an opportunity for growth and transformation. Stoicism also teaches the value of living with intention. When we approach each day with a clear sense of purpose and direction, we create a life that is rich with meaning. This intentionality helps us to trust the process, knowing that our actions are contributing to something greater than ourselves. By setting goals and pursuing them with determination, we create a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that adds to our overall trust in the process of life. Another powerful Stoic practice is the cultivation of humility. Humility involves recognizing our limitations and being open to learning and growth. This mindset helps us to approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness rather than pride or ego. Humility allows us to see the process of life as an ongoing journey of discovery rather than a race to a specific finish line. It helps us to stay grounded, focused on the present moment, and open to the wisdom that each experience has to offer. Stoicism also teaches the importance of letting go of what we cannot control. Much of the stress and unhappiness in life comes from trying to control things that are beyond our power. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to manage the uncontrollable. This shift in focus allows us to trust the process, knowing that we are doing our best with what is within our power. Letting go of control is a powerful way to cultivate trust in the process and find peace and fulfillment in our lives. Another key Stoic principle is the idea that success is not defined by the outcome, but by the effort and integrity we bring to our actions. When we focus on doing our best in every situation, rather than obsessing over the end result, we create a sense of accomplishment and pride that is independent of external circumstances. This approach helps us to find satisfaction in the process itself, knowing that we have given our all, regardless of the outcome. By shifting our focus from results to effort, we free ourselves from the pressure of perfection and allow ourselves to experience true success. Finally, Stoicism emphasizes the importance of embracing the journey, not just the destination. Success is not a single event or achievement, but a continuous process of growth and development. By viewing success as a journey, we allow ourselves to find fulfillment in the everyday moments of life, rather than waiting for some future event to bring us happiness. This perspective helps us to trust the process, knowing that each step along the way is an integral part of our journey toward success. As you learn to trust the process and let go of the need to force outcomes, you may find a newfound sense of freedom and peace. But even as you embrace this flow, there are inner obstacles that can disrupt your journey. Negative thought patterns that creep in and undermine your confidence, cloud your judgment, and steal your joy. These thoughts can be subtle, but their impact is profound. To truly live in harmony with Stoic principles, it's essential to identify and break these patterns. Doing so will free you from the mental traps that hold you back, allowing you to approach life with clarity, resilience, and peace of mind. One of the most insidious negative thought patterns is catastrophizing. This is when your mind leaps to the worst possible outcome in any situation. When faced with uncertainty or challenges, it's easy to imagine everything going wrong. However, Stoicism teaches that we should not waste energy worrying about things that haven't happened and may never happen. Instead, focus on what is within your control. By challenging catastrophic thoughts with rational analysis, you can reduce their power over you and maintain a balanced perspective. Another common negative thought pattern is self-doubt. This manifests as an inner voice that constantly questions your abilities and worth. It can make you hesitate to take action, fearing that you're not good enough or that you'll fail. Stoicism encourages us to counter self-doubt by recognizing our inherent value and focusing on the effort rather than the outcome. Remind yourself that your worth is not determined by external achievements, but by the integrity and sincerity of your actions. By doing this, you can quiet the voice of self-doubt and move forward with confidence. Perfectionism is another negative thought pattern that can be particularly paralyzing. It drives the belief that anything less than perfect is a failure, leading to procrastination, stress, and a constant sense of inadequacy. Stoicism, however, teaches that perfection is an illusion. What matters is striving to do your best in every situation, recognizing that mistakes are opportunities to learn. By embracing imperfection, you can break free from the unrealistic standards that perfectionism imposes and focus on progress rather than perfection. Another negative thought pattern is overgeneralization, where you take a single negative event and apply it broadly, believing that one failure means you'll fail in everything. This kind of thinking can lead to a sense of hopelessness and despair. Stoicism teaches us to see each event in isolation and to avoid letting one setback define our entire experience. By viewing challenges as isolated incidents rather than as defining moments, you can maintain a more balanced and realistic perspective, allowing you to continue pursuing your goals without being bogged down by past failures. Blaming others for your circumstances is another thought pattern that can be destructive. It shifts responsibility away from yourself and places it on external factors, which can lead to feelings of helplessness and resentment. Stoicism emphasizes personal responsibility and the understanding that while you may not control everything that happens to you, you do control how you respond. By taking ownership of your reactions and decisions, you empower yourself to create positive change in your life, breaking free from the cycle of blame and negativity. Another thought pattern to overcome is the habit of dwelling on the past. This involves replaying past mistakes or regrets over and over in your mind, which prevents you from moving forward. Stoicism teaches that the past is beyond your control, and thus it is unproductive to dwell on it. Instead, focus on the present and the future, where you have the power to make changes. By letting go of the past and embracing the present moment, you free yourself from the weight of regret and open up to new possibilities. Similarly, worrying about the future is a negative thought pattern that can create unnecessary anxiety. This type of thinking often involves imagining all the things that could go wrong, leading to fear and inaction. Stoicism encourages us to prepare for the future, but to live in the present. By focusing on what you can do today to improve your future, you can reduce anxiety and cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. Remember, the future is shaped by the actions you take in the present, so focus on making each moment count. Another negative thought pattern is the tendency to compare yourself to others. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, and resentment. Stoicism teaches that each person's journey is unique, and comparing yourself to others is both unfair and unproductive. Instead, focus on your own progress and growth. By shifting your attention away from others and toward your own development, you can build self-confidence and satisfaction in your achievements, no matter how they measure up to others. People-pleasing is another thought pattern that can undermine your well-being. It involves constantly seeking the approval of others, often at the expense of your own needs and values. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others' opinions, and that trying to please everyone is an impossible task. Instead, focus on living in alignment with your values and principles, knowing that true fulfillment comes from within. By breaking the habit of people-pleasing, you can reclaim your autonomy and live a life that is true to yourself. Another harmful thought pattern is the belief that you are a victim of circumstance. This mindset leads to feelings of powerlessness and resignation, as though you have no control over your life. Stoicism teaches that while you may not control all external events, you always have control over your internal responses. By recognizing your ability to choose your reactions, you can break free from the victim mentality and take charge of your life. This shift in perspective allows you to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than as insurmountable obstacles. Lastly, The habit of negative self-talk is a thought pattern that can deeply affect your self-esteem and overall well-being. This involves constantly criticizing yourself, focusing on your perceived flaws and failures. Stoicism encourages us to practice self-compassion and to treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer to a friend. By replacing negative self-talk with positive affirmations and constructive thoughts, you can build a healthier relationship with yourself and cultivate a more positive mindset. Breaking these negative thought patterns is not an easy task, but it is essential for personal growth and happiness. It requires mindfulness, self-awareness, and a commitment to change. Stoicism provides the tools and strategies needed to identify and overcome these patterns, helping you to develop a more resilient and positive mindset. By applying these Stoic principles, you can free yourself from the mental traps that hold you back and open up to a life of greater peace, clarity, and fulfillment. One of the first steps in overcoming negative thought patterns is to recognize when they arise. This requires being mindful of your thoughts and noticing when they take a negative turn. Stoicism teaches that you are not your thoughts, you are the observer of your thoughts. By creating this distance between yourself and your negative thoughts, you can begin to challenge and change them. This awareness is the first step toward breaking free from the cycle of negativity. Once you've identified a negative thought pattern, the next step is to question its validity. Stoicism encourages us to use reason and logic to evaluate our thoughts. Ask yourself whether the thought is based on facts or assumptions, and whether it is helping or harming you. By critically examining your thoughts, you can begin to see them for what they are, often exaggerated or irrational, and replace them with more balanced and constructive thoughts. Another effective strategy for overcoming negative thought patterns is to practice reframing. This involves looking at a situation from a different perspective, one that is more positive or realistic. For example, if you're facing a challenge, instead of thinking, "I can't do this," try reframing it as, "This is an opportunity to learn and grow." Reframing helps you to shift your mindset from one of defeat to one of possibility, which is essential for overcoming negativity and building resilience. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on what you can control. Many negative thought patterns arise from worrying about things that are beyond your control. By shifting your focus to what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort, you can reduce feelings of helplessness and frustration. This focus on controllable factors empowers you to take positive steps forward rather than getting stuck in a cycle of negative thinking. Another powerful tool in overcoming negative thought patterns is the practice of gratitude. When you focus on what you're thankful for, it's harder to dwell on negative thoughts. Gratitude shifts your attention away from what's wrong in your life to what's right, fostering a more positive outlook. By incorporating gratitude into your daily routine, you can gradually rewire your brain to focus more on the positives and less on the negatives, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of self-compassion in breaking negative thought patterns. It's important to remember that everyone makes mistakes and has flaws. This is part of being human. When you treat yourself with kindness and understanding, you create a supportive inner environment where positive change can occur. Self-compassion allows you to forgive yourself for past mistakes and to move forward with greater confidence and self-respect. Another key aspect of overcoming negative thought patterns is the practice of acceptance. Stoicism teaches that we should accept things as they are, rather than as we wish they were. This doesn't mean giving up or resigning yourself to a situation, but rather acknowledging reality and focusing on what you can do to improve it. Acceptance frees you from the frustration and disappointment that often accompany negative thoughts. allowing you to approach life with a more balanced and realistic perspective. Stoicism also encourages the practice of detachment from negative emotions. This involves recognizing that while you may experience negative emotions, you do not have to be controlled by them. By observing your emotions without judgment, you can create a sense of distance between yourself and your feelings, making it easier to manage them. This detachment helps you to stay grounded and focused, even in the face of negative thoughts and emotions. Another important strategy for overcoming negative thought patterns is to surround yourself with positive influences. The people you spend time with and the environments you frequent can have a significant impact on your mindset. By surrounding yourself with supportive, positive individuals, you create an environment that nurtures positive thinking and helps you break free from negativity. This support network can provide encouragement, perspective, and inspiration as you work to overcome negative thought patterns. Stoicism also teaches the importance of living in the present moment as a way to overcome negative thought patterns. Negative thoughts often arise when we dwell on the past or worry about the future. By focusing on the present, you can reduce the impact of these thoughts and cultivate a sense of peace and clarity. Mindfulness practices, such as meditation or deep breathing, can help you stay grounded in the present and more aware of your thoughts, making it easier to manage them. Another effective approach to breaking negative thought patterns is to set realistic goals. Unrealistic expectations can lead to disappointment and negative thinking when things don't go as planned. By setting achievable goals, you create opportunities for success and positive reinforcement, which can help counteract negativity. This practice also encourages a focus on progress rather than perfection, helping you to maintain a positive mindset even in the face of challenges. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of perspective in overcoming negative thought patterns. When you're caught in a negative thought spiral, it can be helpful to take a step back and look at the situation from a broader perspective. Ask yourself how significant this issue will be in a week, a month, or a year. This perspective helps to put things in context, reducing the intensity of negative thoughts and allowing you to approach the situation with a calmer, more rational mindset. Another powerful strategy for overcoming negative thought patterns is the practice of self-affirmation. This involves regularly reminding yourself of your strengths, achievements, and positive qualities. By focusing on what you do well, you can counteract the negative thoughts that often undermine your confidence and self-esteem. Self-affirmation helps to build a stronger, more positive self-image, which in turn supports a healthier mindset. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of resilience in overcoming negative thought patterns. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and keep moving forward, even when faced with challenges. By cultivating resilience, you develop the mental and emotional strength needed to overcome negativity and maintain a positive outlook. Resilience allows you to see challenges as opportunities for growth, rather than as obstacles to your happiness. This mindset is key to breaking free from negative thought patterns and living a more fulfilling life. As you work to dismantle the negative thought patterns that cloud your mind and sabotage your peace, you may begin to see a path toward a more resilient and calm existence. This is where the teachings of Epictetus, one of Stoicism's most revered philosophers, can be your guide. Epictetus believed that true freedom and unshakable calm come from within, not from external circumstances. By adopting his mindset, you can learn to navigate life's storms with a steady heart and a clear mind, acting as if nothing can shake you, no matter what comes your way. The foundation of Epictetus's philosophy is the idea that we are disturbed not by events themselves, but by the views we take of them. This means that it's not what happens to us that causes distress, but how we interpret those events. When you truly internalize this concept, you realize that your power lies in your responses, not in controlling external circumstances. This understanding allows you to approach life with a sense of calm, knowing that you can maintain your inner peace regardless of what happens around you. By practicing this mindset, you begin to see challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to exercise your inner strength. Epictetus also emphasized the importance of understanding what is within your control and what is not. Many of the anxieties and frustrations we experience stem from trying to control things that are ultimately beyond our reach: other people's opinions, the outcome of events, or even the past. By focusing only on what you can control, your own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, you can free yourself from unnecessary worry and stress. This shift in focus helps you cultivate a sense of unshakable calm, because you no longer waste energy on things you cannot change. Another key teaching of Epictetus is the practice of acceptance. Life is unpredictable, and despite our best efforts, things will not always go as planned. By accepting the reality of life's uncertainties, you can reduce the emotional impact of unexpected events. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation or passivity. Rather, it means recognizing what you cannot change and choosing to respond with grace and resilience. This attitude allows you to remain steady and composed, even in the face of adversity, acting as if nothing can shake you. Epictetus also taught the importance of detachment from external outcomes. Often, our peace of mind is disturbed because we are too attached to specific results, whether it's success, recognition, or the approval of others. By practicing detachment, you can maintain your focus on the process and the effort, rather than being consumed by the need for a particular outcome. This detachment frees you from the fear of failure and allows you to act with calm confidence, knowing that your worth is not determined by external circumstances. Another powerful principle from Epictetus is the concept of self-discipline. To cultivate an unshakable calm, it's essential to develop the ability to regulate your emotions and reactions. Self-discipline involves making choices that align with your values and long-term goals, even when it's difficult. By practicing self-discipline, you strengthen your inner resolve and build the mental fortitude needed to stay calm in challenging situations. This inner strength becomes a source of confidence, enabling you to act as if nothing can shake you. Epictetus also highlighted the importance of resilience in maintaining a calm mindset. Life will inevitably present challenges and setbacks, but it's how you respond to these difficulties that defines your character. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and continue moving forward, even when the path is difficult. By cultivating resilience, you develop the capacity to remain calm and composed, even in the face of hardship. This resilience is a cornerstone of an unshakable mindset, allowing you to face life's challenges with unwavering strength. Another key aspect of Epictetus's teachings is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment and aware of your thoughts and feelings without judgment. By practicing mindfulness, you can observe your reactions to events and choose how to respond, rather than being swept away by your emotions. This mindful approach helps you maintain a sense of calm and clarity, even in stressful situations. By acting with mindfulness, you create a buffer between yourself and the external world, allowing you to remain unshaken by life's turbulence. Epictetus also emphasized the importance of perspective in maintaining calm. Often, we become overwhelmed by problems because we view them as larger and more threatening than they actually are. By stepping back and looking at the bigger picture, you can put your challenges into context and see them for what they truly are: temporary and manageable. This shift in perspective helps you maintain your composure and act with calm deliberation, even in the face of difficulties. By cultivating a broader perspective, you can navigate life with a sense of unshakable calm. Another essential teaching from Epictetus is the idea that true freedom comes from within. External circumstances may be beyond your control, but your inner state is always within your power. By focusing on your thoughts, attitudes, and reactions, you can create a sense of inner freedom that is not dependent on external conditions. This inner freedom allows you to remain calm and composed, even in the midst of chaos. By embracing this freedom, you can act as if nothing can shake you, knowing that your peace of mind is under your control. Epictetus also taught the value of humility in cultivating an unshakable mindset. Humility involves recognizing your limitations and being open to learning and growth. By approaching life with humility, you reduce the pressure to be perfect and allow yourself to respond to challenges with a calm and open mind. This humility helps you stay grounded and focused, rather than being overwhelmed by the need to prove yourself or meet unrealistic expectations. By embracing humility, you can maintain your composure and act with calm confidence in any situation. Another key teaching of Epictetus is the importance of focusing on your own actions rather than the actions of others. Often, our peace of mind is disturbed because we are too concerned with what others are doing or thinking. By focusing on your own behavior and staying true to your values, you can maintain a sense of calm and integrity, regardless of how others behave. This focus on self-responsibility helps you cultivate an unshakable mindset, allowing you to act with calm assurance in any situation. Epictetus also emphasized the practice of gratitude as a way to maintain calm and perspective. Gratitude involves recognizing and appreciating the good in your life, even amidst challenges. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you can cultivate a sense of contentment and peace. This gratitude helps you stay grounded and calm, even in difficult times, as it reminds you of the positive aspects of your life. By practicing gratitude, you can act with a sense of unshakable calm, knowing that you have much to be thankful for. Another powerful principle from Epictetus is the practice of self-compassion. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with kindness and understanding, especially in moments of difficulty or failure. By practicing self-compassion, you create a supportive inner environment that allows you to maintain calm and resilience, even in the face of setbacks. This self-compassion helps you recover more quickly from challenges and continue moving forward with a sense of calm and determination. By embracing self-compassion, you can act as if nothing can shake you, knowing that you are worthy of care and understanding. Epictetus also taught the importance of patience in maintaining calm. Life's challenges often require time and persistence to overcome, and impatience can lead to frustration and stress. By cultivating patience, you allow yourself the time needed to navigate difficulties with grace and composure. This patience helps you stay calm and focused, even when progress is slow or obstacles are many. By practicing patience, you can act with a sense of unshakable calm, trusting that everything will unfold in its own time. Another key teaching of Epictetus is the idea of living in alignment with your values. When your actions reflect your true principles, you create a sense of integrity and inner peace. This alignment allows you to navigate life's challenges with confidence, knowing that you are staying true to yourself. By focusing on your values and letting them guide your decisions, you can maintain a sense of calm and purpose, even in difficult situations. This alignment with your values is a powerful source of strength, enabling you to act as if nothing can shake you. Epictetus also emphasized the importance of simplicity in cultivating calm. Often, our lives become complicated by unnecessary distractions and desires, leading to stress and anxiety. By simplifying your life, focusing on what truly matters and letting go of the rest, you can create a sense of peace and clarity. This simplicity helps you stay grounded and calm, allowing you to navigate life with ease. By embracing simplicity, you can act with a sense of unshakable calm, free from the burdens of unnecessary complexity. Another key principle from Epictetus is the practice of resilience. Resilience involves the ability to recover from setbacks and continue moving forward, even in the face of adversity. By cultivating resilience, you develop the inner strength needed to remain calm and composed, no matter what challenges arise. This resilience helps you maintain a sense of unshakable calm, knowing that you have the ability to overcome any obstacle. By practicing resilience, you can face life's challenges with a steady heart and a clear mind. Epictetus also taught the value of inner peace as the foundation for calm. Inner peace comes from accepting yourself and your life as they are, without constant striving for more. By cultivating inner peace, you create a stable foundation that allows you to remain calm, even in the face of external turmoil. This inner peace helps you stay centered and focused, allowing you to act with calm confidence in any situation. By embracing inner peace, you can act as if nothing can shake you, knowing that your true strength comes from within. Another important teaching from Epictetus is the practice of detachment from material possessions. Often, our sense of security and calm is tied to external things, wealth, status, or physical comforts. By practicing detachment, you can free yourself from the fear of loss and maintain a sense of calm regardless of your circumstances. This detachment helps you stay focused on what truly matters, your values, relationships, and inner peace, allowing you to navigate life with a sense of unshakable calm. Epictetus also emphasized the importance of cultivating a positive mindset. While life is full of challenges, it is also full of opportunities for growth and learning. By focusing on the positive aspects of life and viewing challenges as opportunities, you can maintain a sense of optimism and calm. This positive mindset helps you stay resilient and focused, even in difficult times, allowing you to act with calm confidence. By embracing a positive outlook, you can act as if nothing can shake you, knowing that every experience has value. Another key teaching of Epictetus is the importance of mindfulness in maintaining calm. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, without judgment or distraction. By practicing mindfulness, you can observe your thoughts and emotions without being overwhelmed by them, allowing you to maintain a sense of calm and clarity. This mindfulness helps you stay grounded and focused, even in the face of stress or anxiety, allowing you to act with a sense of unshakable calm. Epictetus also taught the value of humility in cultivating calm. Humility involves recognizing that you do not have all the answers, and that there is always more to learn. By approaching life with humility, you reduce the pressure to be perfect and allow yourself to respond to challenges with a calm and open mind. This humility helps you stay grounded and focused, rather than being overwhelmed by the need to prove yourself or meet unrealistic expectations. By embracing humility, you can maintain your composure and act with calm confidence in any situation. Another important teaching from Epictetus is the practice of self-reflection. Self-reflection involves regularly examining your thoughts, actions, and attitudes to ensure they align with your values. By practicing self-reflection, you can identify areas where you may be falling short and make adjustments as needed. This practice helps you stay true to yourself and maintain a sense of integrity, which is essential for cultivating calm. By embracing self-reflection, You can act as if nothing can shake you, knowing that you are constantly striving to improve and grow. Epictetus also emphasized the importance of community in maintaining calm. While Stoicism teaches self-reliance, it also recognizes the value of supportive relationships. By surrounding yourself with positive, like-minded individuals, you create a network of support that can help you stay grounded and calm, even in difficult times. This community provides encouragement, perspective, and inspiration, allowing you to navigate life with a sense of unshakable calm. Another key teaching of Epictetus is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude involves recognizing and appreciating the good in your life, even amidst challenges. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you can cultivate a sense of contentment and peace. This gratitude helps you stay grounded and calm, even in difficult times, as it reminds you of the positive aspects of your life. By practicing gratitude, you can act with a sense of unshakable calm, knowing that you have much to be thankful for. Finally, Epictetus taught the importance of living in alignment with your values. When your actions reflect your true principles, you create a sense of integrity and inner peace. This alignment allows you to navigate life's challenges with confidence, knowing that you are staying true to yourself. By focusing on your values and letting them guide your decisions, you can maintain a sense of calm and purpose, even in difficult situations. This alignment with your values is a powerful source of strength, enabling you to act as if nothing can shake you. As you embrace the unshakable calm that Stoic philosophy fosters, your focus naturally extends to the relationships that shape your life. Building and maintaining strong, meaningful relationships requires more than just shared interests or experiences. It requires a foundation rooted in mutual respect, understanding, and consistent effort. Stoicism offers a unique approach to nurturing these connections, ensuring they are resilient, deep, and truly fulfilling. One essential Stoic principle in relationships is the understanding that you cannot control others, only your responses to them. By accepting this, you release the need to change or manage the behavior of those you care about, leading to less frustration and more harmony. This shift in focus allows you to respond with patience and compassion, even in difficult moments, which strengthens the relationship over time. Stoicism encourages the practice of voluntary discomfort, which can be applied to relationships by stepping outside of your comfort zone to understand others better. By willingly engaging in challenging conversations or facing uncomfortable truths, you deepen your connections. This willingness to confront discomfort shows a commitment to growth and improvement, making the relationship stronger and more resilient. Another key Stoic practice is cultivating gratitude, not just for life's material comforts, but for the people in your life as well. Regularly expressing genuine appreciation for your loved ones fosters a positive atmosphere in your relationships. This practice nurtures a sense of belonging and affirmation, ensuring that the bond you share is reinforced by mutual acknowledgement of each other's value. Stoicism teaches the importance of focusing on your own virtues rather than judging the flaws of others. In relationships, this means striving to be the best version of yourself and leading by example rather than criticizing or trying to change the other person. This approach encourages mutual growth and respect, as both parties feel inspired to improve themselves without feeling judged or pressured. Another Stoic principle vital to relationships is the practice of mindful communication. This involves being fully present during conversations, listening actively, and speaking with intention. Mindful communication reduces misunderstandings and builds trust, as it shows that you value and respect the other person's perspective. This level of attention and care strengthens the emotional bond between you, fostering a deeper connection. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of accepting the impermanence of life. In relationships, this means appreciating each moment with your loved ones, knowing that circumstances can change at any time. By living with this awareness, you become more present and attentive, making the most of your time together and deepening the connection through shared experiences and memories. Another Stoic approach to relationships is practicing detachment from specific outcomes. This doesn't mean you don't care about your relationships, but rather that you don't cling to unrealistic expectations or force a relationship to fit a certain mold. By letting go of rigid expectations, you allow the relationship to develop naturally, leading to a more authentic and fulfilling connection. Stoicism also teaches the value of resilience in relationships. Challenges and conflicts are inevitable, but it's your ability to withstand and grow from these difficulties that determine the strength of your relationship. Resilience allows you to bounce back from disagreements or setbacks, maintaining a strong and steady bond with your loved ones, even through tough times. The Stoic practice of self-discipline plays a crucial role in relationships. It involves controlling your impulses, such as the urge to react emotionally during conflicts. By exercising self-discipline, you can approach disagreements with a calm and rational mindset, which helps to resolve issues more effectively and prevents damage to the relationship. This level-headedness builds a foundation of trust and respect. Another Stoic principle that enhances relationships is the focus on actions rather than words. Stoicism teaches that what you do is far more important than what you say. In relationships, this means demonstrating your care and commitment through consistent, meaningful actions. By showing up for your loved ones, keeping promises, and being reliable, you build a relationship based on trust and mutual respect. Stoicism also encourages the practice of humility, which is essential for healthy relationships. Humility allows you to acknowledge your mistakes and be open to learning from others. In relationships, this means admitting when you're wrong and being willing to grow together. This openness fosters a sense of equality and mutual respect, strengthening the bond between you and your loved ones. Another Stoic approach to relationships is the practice of non-attachment to material possessions or external validation. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from within, not from external sources. By focusing on the internal virtues of kindness, patience, and understanding, you build relationships that are rich in emotional and spiritual connection, rather than being driven by superficial needs or expectations. The Stoic concept of living in accordance with nature can be applied to relationships by recognizing and accepting the natural flow of life. This means understanding that relationships, like all things, evolve over time. By embracing change and growth within your relationships, you allow them to develop organically, leading to deeper and more meaningful connections that are aligned with your true nature. Stoicism also teaches the importance of practicing forgiveness, not just as an occasional act, but as a way of life. In relationships, holding on to grudges or past hurts only creates barriers to connection. By choosing to forgive, you free both yourself and the other person from the weight of past mistakes, allowing the relationship to move forward with renewed trust and understanding. Another key Stoic principle in relationships is the practice of perspective-taking. This involves considering situations from the other person's point of view, which helps to foster empathy and understanding. By regularly putting yourself in the shoes of your loved ones, you gain a deeper appreciation for their experiences and challenges, which strengthens the emotional bond and reduces conflict. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of setting healthy boundaries in relationships. Boundaries are essential for maintaining balance and ensuring that both parties' needs are respected. By clearly defining and communicating your boundaries, you create a relationship dynamic that is supportive and respectful, allowing both individuals to feel secure and valued. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is another tool for nurturing relationships. Regularly examining your own thoughts, actions, and motives helps you to identify areas where you can improve. In relationships, self-reflection allows you to take responsibility for your behavior and make positive changes that enhance the connection. This ongoing self-improvement contributes to the health and longevity of the relationship. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within, not from external circumstances. In relationships, this means not relying on others to fulfill all your emotional needs. By cultivating inner peace and self-sufficiency, you bring a sense of wholeness to your relationships, allowing them to thrive without the pressure of unrealistic expectations. This balance fosters a healthy, mutually supportive connection. Another Stoic approach to relationships is the practice of proactive kindness. Stoicism encourages you to be kind, not only when it's easy, but especially when it's challenging. In relationships, this means going out of your way to show care and support, even when you're tired or stressed. Proactive kindness builds goodwill and strengthens the bond between you and your loved ones, creating a relationship rich in love and compassion. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of community, recognizing that we are all interconnected. In relationships, this means seeing your connections as part of a larger network of support and mutual aid. By fostering a sense of community within your relationships, you create a support system that benefits everyone involved, enhancing the sense of belonging and shared purpose. Another important Stoic principle for relationships is the practice of patience. Relationships require time and effort to grow and deepen. Patience allows you to navigate the inevitable ups and downs with grace and understanding. By approaching your relationships with patience, you create an environment where both parties can grow and evolve together, building a strong and lasting connection. Stoicism teaches the importance of integrity, which is crucial for building trust in relationships. Integrity involves aligning your actions with your values and being consistent in your behavior. In relationships, this means being honest, keeping your promises, and standing by your principles. By living with integrity, you build a foundation of trust and respect that strengthens the bond between you and your loved ones. Another Stoic principle that enhances relationships is the practice of letting go of what you cannot control. In relationships, this means accepting that you cannot change others or dictate their behavior. By focusing on your own actions and responses, you reduce unnecessary stress and conflict, creating a more peaceful and harmonious relationship dynamic. The Stoic concept of amor fati, or love of fate, can be applied to relationships by embracing and loving the relationship as it is, with all its imperfections. Rather than wishing for a different reality, Stoicism teaches you to find joy and fulfillment in what is. By practicing amor fati in your relationships, you cultivate a deep appreciation for the connection you share, even with its challenges and flaws. Stoicism also teaches the value of resilience, not just as an individual trait, but as a relational strength. Resilience in relationships means the ability to withstand challenges and bounce back stronger together. By cultivating resilience, you and your loved ones can face difficulties with a united front, knowing that your connection is strong enough to weather any storm. Another important Stoic principle for relationships is the practice of presence. In a world full of distractions, being fully present with your loved ones is a powerful way to strengthen your connection. Presence means giving your full attention during conversations, engaging with the other person's emotions, and being mindful of the time you spend together. This focus on presence deepens the emotional bond and creates a richer, more meaningful relationship. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of embracing change in relationships. Just as life is in constant flux, so too are relationships. By accepting and adapting to changes, whether they are gradual shifts in dynamics or significant life events, you allow the relationship to evolve naturally. This adaptability strengthens the connection as both parties grow and change together, creating a relationship that is resilient, dynamic, and deeply fulfilling. As you continue to cultivate strong, meaningful relationships through Stoic principles, you inevitably encounter setbacks, both within your connections and in life's broader journey. These challenges, rather than being roadblocks, are essential opportunities for growth, resilience, and self-discovery. Stoicism offers a unique perspective on how to turn these obstacles into pathways for improvement, teaching us that setbacks are not to be feared, but embraced as vital steps in our personal development. One of the most profound Stoic lessons for turning setbacks into opportunities is the concept of resilience. Resilience is not merely about bouncing back, but about growing stronger through adversity. When faced with a setback, resilience allows you to analyze the situation, learn from it, and emerge with greater strength. This ability to adapt and grow in the face of difficulties is the foundation of turning obstacles into opportunities, as each challenge becomes a stepping stone to a more resilient self. Another Stoic principle essential for overcoming setbacks is the practice of self-compassion. Often, setbacks can trigger harsh self-criticism, leading to feelings of inadequacy or failure. Stoicism teaches the importance of treating yourself with kindness and understanding, recognizing that everyone makes mistakes. By practicing self-compassion, you can turn setbacks into opportunities for learning and self-improvement, rather than spiraling into negative self-talk. The Stoic idea of viewing challenges as exercises for the mind is a powerful tool in transforming setbacks into opportunities. Just as physical muscles grow stronger through resistance, the mind becomes more resilient through mental challenges. When you encounter a setback, view it as an exercise designed to strengthen your mental fortitude. This mindset shifts your perception of obstacles from being negative experiences to being necessary workouts for your mental and emotional growth. Stoicism also teaches the importance of viewing setbacks as natural and inevitable parts of life. By accepting that difficulties are a normal aspect of the human experience, you reduce the shock and despair that often accompany setbacks. This acceptance allows you to approach challenges with a level head and a calm heart, seeing them not as disruptions, but as integral components of your journey. This perspective turns setbacks into opportunities to practice acceptance and develop inner peace. Another powerful Stoic approach to setbacks is the cultivation of patience. In the face of obstacles, it's easy to become frustrated and impatient, wanting immediate resolution or success. However, Stoicism teaches that patience is a virtue that allows you to endure difficulties with grace and composure. By practicing patience, you give yourself the time and space needed to navigate setbacks thoughtfully, turning them into opportunities for long-term growth rather than short-term frustration. The practice of mindfulness, a key aspect of Stoicism, is another effective way to transform setbacks into opportunities. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. When faced with a setback, mindfulness allows you to step back, assess the situation calmly, and choose your response deliberately. This approach helps you to avoid impulsive reactions that could worsen the situation, allowing you to turn the setback into a mindful opportunity for growth and learning. Stoicism also emphasizes the power of perspective in overcoming setbacks. By taking a step back and viewing the situation from a broader angle, you can often see challenges in a new light. This change in perspective can reveal opportunities for growth that were previously hidden. It allows you to understand that what seems like a major setback now might be a minor blip in the grand scheme of your life. This broader view helps you to remain calm and composed, transforming setbacks into opportunities for personal development. Another Stoic lesson in dealing with setbacks is the practice of focusing on your effort rather than the outcome. Often, setbacks feel devastating because they thwart our desired results. However, Stoicism teaches that the true measure of success lies in the effort you put forth, not the outcome itself. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and attitudes, you can find satisfaction and growth even when the results are not as expected. This shift in focus turns setbacks into opportunities to refine your efforts and improve your process. The Stoic practice of journaling is another powerful tool for transforming setbacks into opportunities. By writing about your challenges, you can gain clarity and perspective on the situation. Journaling allows you to process your emotions, reflect on your experiences, and identify patterns or lessons that can help you grow. This reflective practice turns setbacks into valuable learning experiences, providing insights that can guide you in future challenges. Stoicism also teaches the importance of flexibility in the face of setbacks. Rigidity in your plans and expectations can make setbacks feel like insurmountable failures. However, by embracing flexibility, you can adapt to changing circumstances and find new paths forward. This adaptability allows you to see setbacks not as dead ends, but as detours leading to potentially better opportunities. Flexibility turns obstacles into opportunities for innovation and creative problem-solving. The Stoic principle of living in accordance with nature can be applied to setbacks by recognizing that challenges are part of the natural order of life. By aligning yourself with this understanding, you can approach setbacks with acceptance and composure, knowing that they are necessary for growth. This alignment helps you to turn setbacks into opportunities to practice resilience and patience, as you learn to flow with life's natural rhythms rather than resist them. Another Stoic approach to setbacks is the practice of self-mastery. Setbacks often test your self-control and discipline. By viewing these challenges as opportunities to strengthen your self-mastery, you can turn difficulties into training grounds for personal growth. Each time you respond to a setback with calm and deliberate action, you reinforce your ability to remain composed and focused, even in the face of adversity. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of using setbacks as opportunities to deepen your understanding of your values and priorities. When faced with a challenge, it's a chance to reflect on what truly matters to you. Setbacks can clarify your goals and help you realign with your core values, ensuring that you are pursuing what is genuinely important. This process of reflection and realignment turns setbacks into opportunities for greater self-awareness and purposeful living. Another Stoic principle that helps in overcoming setbacks is the practice of gratitude. Even in the midst of challenges, there are always aspects of your life for which you can be grateful. By focusing on these positives, you can shift your mindset from one of scarcity to one of abundance. This gratitude helps you to maintain a positive outlook, even when faced with setbacks, turning obstacles into opportunities to appreciate the good in your life and strengthen your resilience. The Stoic concept of negative visualization, where you imagine the worst-case scenario, can also be a powerful tool in transforming setbacks into opportunities. By contemplating potential difficulties before they arise, you mentally prepare yourself for challenges, reducing their impact when they occur. This practice helps you to face setbacks with a sense of readiness and calm, turning them into opportunities to test and improve your resilience and problem-solving skills. Another key Stoic lesson in dealing with setbacks is the practice of humility. Setbacks often challenge your ego, making you feel vulnerable or inadequate. However, Stoicism teaches that humility is a strength, not a weakness. By embracing humility, you can view setbacks as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than as threats to your self-esteem. This humble approach allows you to approach challenges with an open mind, ready to absorb new lessons and insights. Stoicism also teaches the importance of perseverance in the face of setbacks. While setbacks can be discouraging, they also offer opportunities to test your determination and commitment to your goals. By continuing to move forward, even when progress is slow or difficult, you build resilience and inner strength. Perseverance transforms setbacks into opportunities to demonstrate your resolve and dedication, reinforcing your ability to overcome obstacles. Another powerful Stoic approach to setbacks is the practice of equanimity, or maintaining a balanced and composed state of mind regardless of external circumstances. When faced with setbacks, equanimity allows you to remain calm and centered, avoiding the emotional extremes of despair or frustration. This balanced mindset enables you to navigate challenges with clarity and purpose, turning obstacles into opportunities for thoughtful and deliberate action. The Stoic principle of accepting responsibility for your actions is another key to transforming setbacks into opportunities. Rather than blaming others or external circumstances for your difficulties, Stoicism encourages you to take ownership of your situation. This acceptance empowers you to make changes and improvements, turning setbacks into opportunities for personal growth and self-empowerment. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing uncertainty as a natural part of life. Setbacks often arise from unexpected changes or unforeseen events. By accepting that life is inherently uncertain, you can approach setbacks with a sense of curiosity and openness, ready to adapt and learn from new situations. This embrace of uncertainty turns setbacks into opportunities for exploration and discovery as you navigate the unknown with confidence. The Stoic practice of viewing setbacks as opportunities for service to others is another transformative approach. When faced with challenges, consider how your experiences and insights could benefit others who may be facing similar difficulties. By turning your setbacks into opportunities to help others, you create a positive impact beyond yourself, reinforcing the interconnectedness of all people and fostering a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Another Stoic lesson for overcoming setbacks is the practice of focusing on your character rather than external achievements. Setbacks often challenge your sense of accomplishment or success. However, Stoicism teaches that true success lies in the development of your character. By focusing on how you respond to setbacks, with integrity, courage, and wisdom, you turn obstacles into opportunities to strengthen your moral and ethical values. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of viewing setbacks as part of a larger, lifelong journey. Rather than seeing challenges as isolated events, view them as integral parts of your personal development. Each setback contributes to your growth, shaping you into a more resilient and capable individual. This long-term perspective helps you to remain patient and persistent, turning setbacks into opportunities for continuous learning and improvement. Another Stoic approach to setbacks is the practice of detaching from external validation. Setbacks often trigger feelings of failure or inadequacy, especially when they involve public or social aspects. However, Stoicism teaches that true self-worth comes from within, not from external approval. By detaching from the need for validation from others, you can turn setbacks into opportunities to focus on your own values and self-respect, rather than seeking approval from outside sources. Stoicism also teaches the value of using setbacks as opportunities to build inner peace. When faced with challenges, it's easy to become overwhelmed by stress or anxiety. However, Stoicism encourages you to cultivate inner calm through practices such as meditation, mindfulness, or deep breathing. This inner peace allows you to face setbacks with a clear and focused mind, turning obstacles into opportunities for spiritual and emotional growth. Finally, Stoicism emphasizes the importance of viewing setbacks as opportunities to practice gratitude. Even in the midst of challenges, there are always aspects of your life for which you can be grateful. By focusing on these positives, you can shift your mindset from one of scarcity to one of abundance. This gratitude helps you to maintain a positive outlook, even when faced with setbacks, turning obstacles into opportunities to appreciate the good in your life and strengthen your resilience. Having learned to turn setbacks into opportunities through the lens of Stoicism, you're now better prepared to face the myriad challenges life presents. Stoicism, with its profound teachings and practical wisdom, equips you to confront not just the predictable difficulties, but also the unexpected and often overwhelming challenges that life can throw your way. Whether it's dealing with loss, handling criticism, or navigating uncertainty, Stoicism offers tools to manage these situations with grace, resilience, and a sense of purpose. One of the most common challenges Stoicism prepares you to face is the loss of control. Life is filled with situations where your ability to influence outcomes is limited or non-existent. Whether it's a sudden change in circumstances, an unforeseen event, or the actions of others, these moments can lead to frustration and anxiety. Stoicism teaches you to focus on what you can control, your own thoughts, actions, and responses, and to let go of everything else. This mindset not only reduces stress, but also empowers you to face the uncontrollable with calm and clarity, turning what could be a source of anxiety into an opportunity for inner peace. Another significant challenge that Stoicism equips you to handle is the experience of grief and loss. Losing someone or something important to you can be one of the most devastating experiences in life. Stoicism doesn't dismiss the pain of loss, but encourages you to see it as a natural part of the human experience. By accepting the impermanence of life and focusing on the memories and lessons left behind, you can navigate grief with a sense of understanding and acceptance. This approach helps to transform the pain of loss into a deeper appreciation for the time and experiences you had, allowing you to find peace in the midst of sorrow. Stoicism also prepares you to face the challenge of criticism and judgment from others. In a world where opinions are freely given and often harsh, it can be difficult to remain unaffected by what others think or say about you. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining your inner compass, guided by your own values and principles rather than the opinions of others. By recognizing that you cannot control what others think, you can detach from their judgments and focus on living in alignment with your own standards. This detachment empowers you to face criticism with composure, seeing it as an opportunity to reaffirm your commitment to your values. Navigating uncertainty is another challenge that Stoicism helps you to confront with resilience. Life is inherently unpredictable, and uncertainty can lead to anxiety and fear. However, Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a fundamental aspect of existence, and that embracing it can lead to personal growth and discovery. By focusing on the present moment and accepting that the future is beyond your control, you can reduce the anxiety associated with uncertainty. This acceptance allows you to approach the unknown with curiosity and confidence, turning potential fear into a sense of adventure and possibility. The challenge of adversity, whether in the form of failure, rejection, or hardship, is another area where Stoicism provides invaluable guidance. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but how you respond to it determines its impact on your life. Stoicism encourages you to see adversity not as a punishment or misfortune, but as an opportunity to build character and resilience. By facing challenges head-on and learning from them, you develop the mental and emotional strength needed to thrive in the face of difficulty. This perspective transforms adversity into a powerful catalyst for growth and self-improvement. Another challenge that Stoicism prepares you to handle is the conflict between desires and reality. Often, we find ourselves longing for things that are beyond our reach, or striving for goals that may not align with our true nature. This conflict can lead to frustration, dissatisfaction, and a sense of failure. Stoicism teaches the importance of aligning your desires with what is within your control and focusing on what truly matters. By redirecting your energy towards goals that are attainable and meaningful, you can find contentment and purpose in your pursuits, even when reality doesn't match your initial expectations. The challenge of maintaining inner peace in a chaotic world is another area where Stoicism offers profound insights. In a world filled with noise, distractions, and constant demands on your attention, it can be difficult to stay grounded and centered. Stoicism teaches the importance of cultivating inner peace through practices such as meditation, reflection, and mindfulness. By regularly connecting with your inner self and focusing on your core values, you can create a sanctuary of calm within yourself that remains unaffected by external chaos. This inner peace allows you to navigate life's challenges with a sense of balance and clarity, turning even the most chaotic situations into opportunities for tranquility. Stoicism also prepares you to face the challenge of ethical dilemmas, where the right course of action is not always clear. Life often presents situations where you must choose between conflicting values or interests, and these decisions can be fraught with uncertainty and doubt. Stoicism provides a framework for making these difficult decisions by encouraging you to prioritize virtue and integrity above all else. By focusing on what is morally right rather than what is expedient or popular, you can navigate ethical challenges with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are staying true to your principles. The challenge of coping with physical and emotional pain is another area where Stoicism offers practical guidance. Pain, whether physical or emotional, is an unavoidable part of life, and Stoicism teaches that how you respond to pain is more important than the pain itself. By practicing acceptance and resilience, you can learn to endure pain with dignity and strength. Stoicism encourages you to focus on what you can do to alleviate or manage the pain, rather than being consumed by it. This approach helps you to maintain a sense of control and purpose, even in the face of suffering, turning pain into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Stoicism also equips you to handle the challenge of dealing with difficult people. In any area of life, you will encounter individuals whose behavior or attitudes may be challenging to deal with. Whether it's a colleague, family member, or stranger, Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining your composure and not allowing others to disturb your inner peace. By recognizing that you cannot control others' actions, but can control your response, you can approach difficult interactions with patience and understanding. This mindset allows you to navigate challenging relationships with grace and equanimity, turning potential conflicts into opportunities for practicing compassion and self-control. Another challenge that Stoicism prepares you to face is the fear of change. Change, whether expected or sudden, can be unsettling and disorienting. However, Stoicism teaches that change is the only constant in life, and embracing it is key to personal growth and adaptation. By viewing change as an inevitable and necessary part of life, you can reduce the fear and anxiety associated with it. Stoicism encourages you to adapt to new circumstances with flexibility and an open mind, seeing change as an opportunity for renewal and transformation rather than a threat. Stoicism also helps you to face the challenge of boredom and monotony. Life often involves routine tasks and periods of inactivity that can lead to feelings of boredom or restlessness. Stoicism teaches the importance of finding meaning and purpose in even the most mundane activities. By approaching each task with mindfulness and attention to detail, you can transform routine into a practice of discipline and focus. This perspective helps you to find satisfaction and fulfillment in everyday activities, turning boredom into an opportunity for cultivating patience and presence. The challenge of managing time effectively is another area where Stoicism offers valuable insights. Time is one of the most precious resources, yet it is often squandered on trivial pursuits or distractions. Stoicism teaches the importance of living with intention and making the most of each moment. By prioritizing your time according to your values and goals, you can ensure that you are using it wisely. This disciplined approach to time management helps you to focus on what truly matters, turning the challenge of time management into an opportunity for living a purposeful and fulfilling life. Stoicism also prepares you to handle the challenge of making difficult decisions. Life is filled with choices that can have significant consequences, and the pressure to make the right decision can be overwhelming. Stoicism provides a framework for decision-making by encouraging you to weigh your options carefully and consider the long-term implications of your choices. By focusing on what is virtuous and aligned with your values, you can approach difficult decisions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are making choices that reflect your true self. The challenge of dealing with failure is another area where Stoicism provides essential guidance. Failure is an inevitable part of life, and how you respond to it can determine your future success. Stoicism teaches that failure is not a reflection of your worth, but an opportunity to learn and grow. By analyzing your failures and extracting valuable lessons from them, you can turn setbacks into stepping stones for future achievements. This mindset helps you to view failure not as an end, but as a necessary part of the journey towards success. Stoicism also equips you to face the challenge of loneliness. Whether it's due to physical isolation or emotional disconnection, loneliness can be a painful experience. However, Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. By cultivating a strong sense of self and finding fulfillment in your own company, you can reduce the impact of loneliness. Stoicism encourages you to use periods of solitude as opportunities for reflection, self-discovery, and personal growth, turning what could be a negative experience into a positive and enriching one. Another challenge that Stoicism prepares you to handle is the fear of death. Death is the ultimate unknown, and the fear of it can cast a shadow over your life. Stoicism teaches that death is a natural part of existence and that accepting it can lead to a deeper appreciation of life. By reflecting on your mortality, you can prioritize what truly matters and live with greater intention and purpose. This acceptance of death as a part of life helps you to face it with courage and serenity, turning the fear of death into an opportunity to live more fully. Stoicism also helps you to face the challenge of managing emotions. Emotions can be powerful and overwhelming, leading to actions or decisions that you may later regret. Stoicism teaches the importance of mastering your emotions rather than being controlled by them. By practicing emotional regulation and mindfulness, you can respond to situations with clarity and composure. This mastery of emotions allows you to navigate challenges with a balanced and rational approach, turning emotional turmoil into an opportunity for self-control and wisdom. The challenge of balancing personal desires with societal expectations is another area where Stoicism offers valuable guidance. Society often imposes expectations and pressures that may conflict with your personal values or goals. Stoicism teaches the importance of staying true to yourself and living in accordance with your principles, even when it goes against societal norms. By focusing on what is truly important to you, rather than what others expect, you can find a balance that allows you to live authentically and purposefully. Stoicism also prepares you to face the challenge of dealing with injustice. Life is not always fair, and encountering injustice can lead to feelings of anger and frustration. Stoicism teaches the importance of responding to injustice with integrity and wisdom, rather than reacting impulsively. By focusing on what you can do to make a positive difference, rather than dwelling on the unfairness of the situation, you can turn the challenge of injustice into an opportunity for advocacy, change, and moral fortitude. Another challenge that Stoicism equips you to handle is the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is often seen as an external goal to be achieved, but Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from within. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, and self-discipline, you can find lasting contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. This internal approach to happiness helps you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a sense of fulfillment and peace. Stoicism also helps you to face the challenge of maintaining balance in life. The demands of work, family, and personal pursuits can often pull you in different directions, leading to stress and burnout. Stoicism teaches the importance of living in harmony with your values and prioritizing what truly matters. By finding a balance between different aspects of your life, you can create a sense of equilibrium that allows you to thrive. This balanced approach helps you to manage competing demands effectively, turning the challenge of balance into an opportunity for holistic well-being. The challenge of finding purpose is another area where Stoicism offers profound insights. Life can sometimes feel directionless, and finding a sense of purpose can be difficult. Stoicism teaches that purpose is not something you find, but something you create through your actions and choices. By living in accordance with your values and striving to make a positive impact on the world, you can cultivate a sense of purpose that gives meaning to your life. This proactive approach to purpose helps you to navigate the existential challenges of life with a sense of direction and fulfillment. Stoicism also prepares you to handle the challenge of dealing with the unknown. The future is always uncertain, and the fear of the unknown can be paralyzing. Stoicism teaches that the unknown is not something to be feared, but embraced as a natural part of life. By approaching the unknown with curiosity and openness, you can turn uncertainty into an opportunity for exploration and growth. This mindset helps you to face the future with confidence and resilience, turning the challenge of the unknown into a journey of discovery. Another challenge that Stoicism equips you to face is the pressure to conform. Society often pressures individuals to conform to certain norms or expectations, which can lead to a loss of individuality and authenticity. Stoicism teaches the importance of staying true to your values and principles, even when it goes against the grain. By embracing your unique identity and living authentically, you can resist the pressure to conform and create a life that is true to yourself. This approach helps you to maintain your integrity and independence, turning the challenge of conformity into an opportunity for self-expression and freedom. Finally, Stoicism prepares you to face the challenge of making peace with your past. Everyone has experiences or decisions in their past that they may regret or wish they could change. Stoicism teaches that the past is unchangeable and dwelling on it only prevents you from moving forward. By accepting your past and focusing on what you can do in the present, you can turn the challenge of regret into an opportunity for growth and self-improvement. This acceptance helps you to find peace with your past and empowers you to create a better future. As you navigate the complexities of life using Stoic principles, you inevitably encounter situations where others may attempt to manipulate you. Manipulation is often subtle and can be challenging to recognize before it causes harm. However, Stoicism offers a powerful framework for detecting and defending against such tactics, allowing you to maintain your integrity and protect your well-being. By cultivating a strong sense of self and applying Stoic wisdom, you can spot manipulation early and respond with clarity and confidence. One of the first ways Stoicism helps you detect manipulation is by encouraging you to understand your own motivations. When you are clear about what drives your actions, it becomes easier to recognize when someone else is trying to steer you in a direction that serves their interests rather than your own. This self-awareness acts as a safeguard, allowing you to differentiate between your true desires and those imposed upon you by others. Stoicism also teaches you to be cautious of flattery. Manipulators often use excessive praise to win your trust and lower your defenses. By practicing humility and recognizing your own strengths and weaknesses honestly, you can see through flattery and maintain a balanced view of yourself. This self-knowledge protects you from being swayed by insincere compliments, helping you to stay grounded and immune to manipulative praise. Another Stoic approach to spotting manipulation is through careful observation of patterns. Manipulation often involves repetitive behavior, where someone consistently tries to influence your decisions or emotions in specific ways. By paying attention to these patterns, you can identify manipulative tactics early on. Stoicism teaches the importance of reflection and self-examination, which can help you recognize when someone's behavior is not a one-time occurrence, but part of a larger strategy to control or influence you. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of independence of thought. Manipulators often try to sway your opinions or beliefs by presenting their ideas as the only logical or acceptable ones. Stoicism encourages you to think critically and independently, weighing evidence and considering multiple perspectives before forming your own conclusions. This independence of thought allows you to resist the pressure to conform to someone else's agenda, enabling you to stay true to your own beliefs and values. The Stoic practice of questioning assumptions is another powerful tool for spotting manipulation. Manipulators often rely on unexamined assumptions to push their agendas. By questioning the premises underlying their arguments or requests, you can uncover hidden motives or inconsistencies. Stoicism teaches you to approach every situation with a critical mind, challenging assumptions and seeking the truth. This habit of questioning helps you to see through manipulative tactics that depend on unchallenged beliefs. Another Stoic principle that helps defend against manipulation is the focus on internal rather than external goals. Manipulators often try to control you by appealing to external rewards, such as money, status, or approval. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from within, through the cultivation of virtue and wisdom. By prioritizing your internal goals over external ones, you become less vulnerable to manipulation that seeks to lure you with superficial incentives. Stoicism also encourages you to recognize and resist emotional manipulation. Emotions are powerful motivators, and manipulators often exploit them to influence your decisions. Whether it's by inducing guilt, fear, or a sense of obligation, emotional manipulation can cloud your judgment. Stoicism teaches you to maintain emotional equilibrium, allowing you to respond to situations with reason rather than being driven by your emotions. This emotional stability helps you to identify when your feelings are being manipulated and to respond accordingly. Another way Stoicism helps you spot manipulation is by fostering a deep understanding of human nature. Stoicism teaches that people often act out of self-interest, sometimes at the expense of others. By understanding this, you can be more alert to when someone's actions may be motivated by personal gain rather than mutual benefit. This awareness allows you to approach interactions with a healthy skepticism, protecting yourself from those who may seek to use you for their own purposes. Stoicism also highlights the importance of setting clear personal boundaries. Manipulators often try to blur or cross boundaries to gain control over your actions or decisions. By clearly defining and asserting your boundaries, you make it more difficult for others to manipulate you. Stoicism teaches that respecting your own limits is crucial to maintaining your autonomy and integrity, helping you to stand firm when someone attempts to push you beyond your comfort zone. The Stoic principle of self-reliance is another powerful defense against manipulation. Manipulators often prey on those who are dependent on others for validation, support, or decision-making. By cultivating self-reliance, you reduce your vulnerability to such tactics. Stoicism encourages you to develop the skills and confidence needed to make your own decisions and take responsibility for your actions. This self-reliance makes it harder for manipulators to gain a foothold in your life. Stoicism also teaches the importance of understanding and managing your desires. Manipulators often exploit your desires, whether for success, love, or approval, to influence your actions. By practicing self-discipline and keeping your desires in check, you reduce the power they have over you. Stoicism teaches that true freedom comes from mastering your desires, allowing you to recognize when someone is trying to use them against you and to resist their influence. Another Stoic insight is the practice of recognizing when someone is using urgency to pressure you into making decisions. Manipulators often create a false sense of urgency to push you into acting quickly without giving you time to think things through. Stoicism encourages you to remain calm and deliberate, taking the time to consider your options carefully. By resisting the pressure to act hastily, you protect yourself from being rushed into decisions that may not be in your best interest. The Stoic concept of amor fati, or loving one's fate, can also help you resist manipulation. When you accept life's events with equanimity, you become less susceptible to manipulation that tries to exploit your fears or anxieties about the future. Stoicism teaches that you cannot control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you respond. This acceptance of fate helps you to remain calm and centered, making it harder for others to manipulate your emotions. Stoicism also encourages you to be wary of those who try to isolate you from your support network. Manipulators often seek to control by cutting you off from friends, family, or colleagues who might offer alternative perspectives or support. By maintaining strong connections with those you trust, you can resist attempts to isolate you and gain a broader view of any situation. Stoicism teaches the value of community and the wisdom that comes from listening to others, helping you to stay grounded and informed. Another key Stoic practice is the cultivation of inner strength and resilience. Manipulators often target those they perceive as weak or easily swayed. By developing your inner strength through Stoic practices such as reflection, meditation, and self-discipline, you become less vulnerable to manipulation. This resilience allows you to stand firm in your beliefs and decisions, even in the face of pressure from others. Stoicism also teaches the importance of understanding the difference between influence and manipulation. While influence can be positive and mutually beneficial, manipulation is self-serving and often harmful. By recognizing the signs of manipulation, such as deception, coercion, or exploitation, you can differentiate it from healthy influence. This understanding helps you to navigate social interactions with greater awareness, ensuring that you are not unknowingly drawn into manipulative dynamics. Another Stoic principle that helps you spot manipulation is the practice of observing your own reactions. Manipulators often provoke strong emotional responses to cloud your judgment or push you into action. By paying attention to your reactions, whether it's anger, fear, or excitement, you can identify when someone is trying to manipulate your emotions. Stoicism teaches you to step back and analyze your feelings before acting, allowing you to see through manipulative tactics and make more rational decisions. Stoicism also encourages you to be cautious of those who use guilt as a tool for manipulation. Manipulators often try to make you feel responsible for their happiness or well-being, pressuring you into actions that serve their needs rather than your own. By recognizing when guilt is being used as a weapon, you can protect yourself from being manipulated into doing things you don't want to do. Stoicism teaches that you are responsible for your own actions, not for the emotions or well-being of others, helping you to resist guilt-based manipulation. Another Stoic strategy for spotting manipulation is the practice of seeking clarity in communication. Manipulators often use vague or ambiguous language to obscure their true intentions. Stoicism encourages clear, direct communication and the pursuit of truth. By asking for clarification and insisting on transparency, you can uncover hidden motives and protect yourself from being misled. This commitment to clear communication helps you to navigate social interactions with confidence and integrity. Stoicism also teaches you to be aware of those who play on your sympathies to manipulate you. Manipulators often present themselves as victims or in need of help, appealing to your compassion to gain control over your actions. While Stoicism values compassion, it also teaches the importance of discernment. By recognizing when someone is using your empathy against you, you can offer help without becoming entangled in manipulative dynamics. This balance between compassion and discernment protects you from being exploited. Another Stoic principle that aids in spotting manipulation is the focus on personal integrity. Manipulators often try to compromise your values or principles to achieve their ends. Stoicism teaches that maintaining your integrity is essential to living a virtuous life. By staying true to your principles, even when faced with pressure to compromise, you can resist manipulative tactics that seek to undermine your moral compass. This commitment to integrity serves as a strong defense against manipulation. Stoicism also encourages you to be aware of your own biases and how they can be exploited. Manipulators often use confirmation bias, appealing to what you already believe or want to believe, to influence your decisions. By recognizing your own biases and questioning them, you can guard against manipulation that plays on these tendencies. Stoicism teaches the importance of self-awareness and critical thinking, helping you to spot when your biases are being manipulated. Another Stoic insight is the practice of observing others' behavior over time. Manipulators often hide their true intentions behind a facade of friendliness or support. By observing how someone behaves consistently over time, you can identify discrepancies between their words and actions. Stoicism teaches the importance of patience and careful observation, allowing you to see through the masks that manipulators often wear. This long-term perspective helps you to build a more accurate understanding of others and protect yourself from manipulation. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of self-respect in defending against manipulation. Manipulators often target those with low self-esteem, exploiting their need for approval or validation. By cultivating self-respect and recognizing your own worth, you become less vulnerable to such tactics. Stoicism teaches that your value comes from within, based on your actions and virtues, rather than external validation. This self-respect acts as a shield against manipulation, helping you to stand firm in your decisions. Another key Stoic practice is the art of saying no. Manipulators often rely on your reluctance to refuse requests, using pressure or guilt to push you into compliance. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries and being assertive in protecting your own interests. By learning to say no confidently and without apology, you can resist manipulative attempts to control your time, resources, or actions. This assertiveness helps you to maintain your autonomy and prevent others from taking advantage of you. Stoicism also encourages you to trust your instincts. While it's important to approach situations with reason and logic, your intuition can often alert you to potential manipulation before it becomes obvious. Stoicism teaches the value of listening to your inner voice and being attuned to your feelings and reactions. By trusting your instincts, you can detect when something feels off or when someone's intentions are not as they seem. This intuitive awareness complements your rational analysis, helping you to spot manipulation early on. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-discipline in resisting manipulation. Manipulators often exploit your weaknesses or desires to influence your behavior. By practicing self-discipline and keeping your impulses in check, you reduce the power that these tactics have over you. Stoicism encourages you to cultivate strength of character, enabling you to resist temptations or pressures that could lead you astray. This self-discipline acts as a final line of defense against manipulation, ensuring that you remain in control of your actions and decisions. By applying these Stoic principles, you develop a comprehensive toolkit for spotting and defending against manipulation. Whether it's through self-awareness, emotional regulation, critical thinking, or maintaining your integrity, Stoicism empowers you to navigate complex social dynamics with confidence and clarity. These strategies not only protect you from harm, but also reinforce your commitment to living a life guided by virtue and wisdom, free from the influence of those who seek to manipulate or control you. As you become more adept at recognizing and defending against manipulation, you naturally begin to understand the power of presence and action in commanding respect. Respect is not something that can be demanded. It must be earned and inspired through the way you carry yourself, the decisions you make, and the consistency of your character. Stoicism offers timeless wisdom on how to cultivate an aura of respect without uttering a single word, focusing on the strength of your presence, the integrity of your actions, and the quiet confidence that comes from living a life aligned with your values. One of the foundational Stoic principles that command respect is the practice of self-control. When you maintain composure in stressful or challenging situations, others instinctively respect your ability to stay calm and collected. This control over your emotions and reactions signals that you are not easily swayed by external pressures, which in turn makes others see you as a person of strength and reliability. Your calmness under pressure becomes a silent declaration of your inner strength, earning the respect of those around you. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of leading by example. Actions speak louder than words, and when you consistently act with integrity and fairness, others take notice. By embodying the values you profess, you set a standard for behavior that others naturally want to follow. This consistency between your actions and your values is a powerful way to command respect, as it shows that you are someone who can be trusted and relied upon in all circumstances. Another way to command respect through Stoic principles is by practicing humility. True humility is not about diminishing yourself, but about recognizing your strengths and limitations with quiet confidence. When you approach situations with humility, You demonstrate that you are open to learning and growth, which others respect deeply. Humility also shows that you are not driven by ego or a need for validation, which makes your actions appear more genuine and grounded. The Stoic practice of mindfulness, or being fully present in the moment, also plays a crucial role in commanding respect. When you give your full attention to the people and situations around you, you demonstrate that you value the present and those who are part of it. This focused presence makes others feel heard and understood, which in turn fosters mutual respect. Your ability to be fully engaged without distraction signals that you are in control of your time and energy, further enhancing the respect others have for you. Stoicism teaches the importance of authenticity in earning respect. When you are true to yourself and your values, you create an aura of sincerity that others find compelling. People are naturally drawn to those who are genuine, as authenticity breeds trust and admiration. By refusing to compromise your principles or put on a facade, you show that you are someone who stands firm in their beliefs, which commands respect without the need for words. Another Stoic approach to commanding respect is through the practice of patience. In a world that often values quick results and instant gratification, the ability to wait, observe, and respond at the right time is a rare and respected trait. Patience allows you to act thoughtfully and with purpose, rather than reacting impulsively. This deliberate approach to life's challenges signals to others that you are in control of yourself and your circumstances, earning their respect through your measured and considered actions. Stoicism also emphasizes the power of silence. In many situations, saying less or nothing at all can be more powerful than speaking. When you choose your words carefully and speak only when necessary, others learn to value what you say more highly. Silence can also be a form of strength, showing that you are not easily provoked or swayed by the opinions of others. This restraint commands respect, as it demonstrates that you are confident in your thoughts and decisions without needing to seek approval or engage in unnecessary dialogue. The Stoic principle of resilience is another key factor in commanding respect. Life is full of challenges, and how you respond to adversity reveals your true character. By demonstrating resilience in the face of setbacks, you show others that you are not easily defeated and that you can handle difficulties with grace and determination. This resilience inspires respect, as people admire those who can maintain their composure and continue moving forward despite obstacles. Stoicism also teaches the importance of detachment from outcomes. When you are not overly attached to specific results, you can approach situations with a clear and unbiased mind. This detachment allows you to make decisions based on what is right, rather than what is expedient, which others respect deeply. By focusing on the process and maintaining your integrity regardless of the outcome, you show that you are driven by principles rather than by the desire for success or recognition, which naturally commands respect. Another way Stoicism helps you command respect is by encouraging self-discipline. The ability to control your impulses, desires, and reactions is a hallmark of Stoic practice. When others see that you have the discipline to maintain your focus, adhere to your values, and resist distractions, they are more likely to respect you. Self-discipline is a clear sign of inner strength and commitment, qualities that others find admirable and worthy of respect. The Stoic emphasis on gratitude also plays a role in commanding respect. By consistently expressing gratitude for the people, experiences, and opportunities in your life, you demonstrate a positive and appreciative attitude that others respect. Gratitude shows that you are aware of your blessings and do not take them for granted, which fosters a sense of respect from those around you. This attitude of gratitude, combined with humility, creates a presence that others find both inspiring and worthy of admiration. Another Stoic principle that commands respect is the practice of self-awareness. Understanding your strengths, weaknesses, and motivations allows you to navigate life with confidence and authenticity. When others see that you have a deep understanding of yourself and are not afraid to acknowledge your flaws, they respect you for your honesty and self-acceptance. Self-awareness also enables you to interact with others more effectively, as you are more attuned to your own behavior and its impact on those around you. Stoicism also encourages the cultivation of wisdom, which is a key factor in earning respect. Wisdom is not just about knowledge, but about the ability to apply that knowledge in practical and meaningful ways. When others see that you consistently make wise decisions, they naturally respect your judgment and seek your guidance. Wisdom, combined with humility and integrity, creates a powerful presence that commands respect without the need for words. The Stoic practice of maintaining equanimity in the face of challenges is another way to command respect. When you can remain calm and composed, regardless of the circumstances, others view you as a stable and reliable figure. This calmness in the face of adversity signals that you are not easily shaken or thrown off course, which inspires respect from those around you. Your ability to maintain your inner peace, even in difficult situations, sets you apart as someone who can be trusted and respected. Another important Stoic principle is the focus on purpose. When you live your life with a clear sense of purpose and direction, others are more likely to respect you. Purpose gives your actions meaning and significance, and when others see that you are guided by a strong sense of purpose, they respect your dedication and commitment. This focus on purpose also helps you to stay true to your values, which further enhances the respect you command. Stoicism teaches the importance of fairness and justice in commanding respect. When you consistently treat others with fairness and respect, regardless of their status or position, you earn their respect in return. Fairness shows that you value equality and integrity, which are qualities that others admire and respect. By being just and fair in your dealings, you create a reputation for honesty and reliability, which naturally commands respect. Another way to command respect through Stoic principles is by demonstrating courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in accordance with your values despite fear. When others see that you are willing to stand up for what you believe in, even in the face of opposition, they respect your bravery and conviction. Courage inspires others to be brave as well, and it sets a powerful example that commands respect without the need for words. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of consistency in commanding respect. When you are consistent in your actions, values, and behavior, others know that they can rely on you. Consistency builds trust, which is a key component of respect. When others see that you are dependable and that your actions align with your words, they are more likely to respect you. This consistency in character and behavior creates a strong foundation for earning and maintaining respect. Another Stoic principle that helps you command respect is the practice of moderation. Stoicism teaches the value of balance and avoiding extremes in all areas of life. When you live in moderation, others see that you have control over your desires and impulses, which earns their respect. Moderation shows that you are thoughtful and deliberate in your actions, and that you prioritize long-term well-being over short-term gratification. This balanced approach to life commands respect, as it reflects wisdom and self-control. Stoicism also teaches the importance of accepting responsibility for your actions. When you take ownership of your decisions and their consequences, others respect you for your accountability. Accepting responsibility shows that you are willing to learn from your mistakes and that you do not shy away from the challenges of life. This accountability is a sign of maturity and integrity, which naturally commands respect from those around you. The Stoic emphasis on learning from failure is another way to command respect. Failure is a part of life, but how you respond to it determines how others view you. By embracing failure as an opportunity for growth and learning, you show resilience and a commitment to self-improvement. This willingness to learn from mistakes and continue striving forward earns the respect of others, as it demonstrates strength of character and a dedication to personal development. Stoicism also encourages the practice of generosity, which can command respect in powerful ways. When you give of your time, resources, or knowledge without expecting anything in return, others respect your selflessness and willingness to help. Generosity shows that you value the well-being of others and are willing to contribute to the greater good. This altruistic behavior inspires respect, as it reflects a genuine concern for others and a commitment to making a positive impact. Another Stoic principle that commands respect is the practice of discretion. Stoicism teaches the importance of knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. By exercising discretion and choosing your words carefully, you show wisdom and thoughtfulness. Discretion also involves respecting the privacy and dignity of others, which earns their trust and respect. When others see that you can be trusted with sensitive information and that you do not speak carelessly, they are more likely to respect you. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of perseverance in commanding respect. Life is full of challenges, and the ability to persist in the face of adversity is a quality that others respect deeply. Perseverance shows that you are committed to your goals and that you do not give up easily. This determination and resilience inspire others to respect your tenacity and strength, as it demonstrates a steadfast commitment to your values and purpose. Another way Stoicism helps you command respect is by teaching you to focus on the present moment. When you are fully engaged in the here and now, others see that you are attentive and mindful. This presence in the moment shows that you value the people and experiences around you, which earns their respect. By living in the present, you also demonstrate that you are not distracted by past regrets or future anxieties, which further enhances the respect you command. Stoicism also teaches the importance of maintaining a positive attitude, even in difficult circumstances. Optimism and resilience in the face of challenges inspire others to respect your outlook on life. By choosing to focus on the positives and finding opportunities for growth in every situation, you demonstrate a strong and hopeful spirit. This positivity, combined with the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and integrity, creates a presence that others find admirable and worthy of respect. Another Stoic principle that helps command respect is the practice of self-sufficiency. Stoicism encourages you to rely on yourself and your inner resources rather than seeking validation or support from others. When others see that you are capable of handling your own challenges and responsibilities, they respect your independence and strength. Self-sufficiency shows that you are not dependent on external factors for your happiness or success, which naturally commands respect from those around you. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of aligning your actions with your principles. When you live in accordance with your values, others see that you are a person of integrity and conviction. This alignment between your beliefs and your behavior creates a powerful presence that commands respect without the need for words. By consistently living your values, you earn the trust and admiration of those around you, as they see that you are someone who can be relied upon to do what is right, regardless of the circumstances. As you delve deeper into the art of commanding respect through presence and action, a new challenge emerges: the relentless concern about what others think of you. This concern can be a significant obstacle to your growth and confidence, often leading to overthinking, self-doubt, and anxiety. Stoicism, with its emphasis on inner strength and self-reliance, offers a powerful antidote to this mental trap. By cultivating Stoic confidence, you can free yourself from the weight of others' opinions and learn to navigate life with a sense of inner peace and unwavering self-assurance. One of the core teachings of Stoicism that helps you overcome the fear of others' opinions is the understanding that you cannot control what others think or say. Stoicism teaches that the only things within your control are your thoughts, actions, and attitudes. By focusing on what you can control and letting go of the rest, you free yourself from the anxiety that comes with trying to manage others' perceptions. This shift in focus allows you to live authentically without the constant worry of how you are being judged. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of self-acceptance in building confidence. When you accept yourself fully, flaws and all, you become less concerned with how others perceive you. This self-acceptance is rooted in the Stoic belief that your worth is determined by your character and actions, not by external validation. By embracing who you are and recognizing your intrinsic value, you can cultivate a deep sense of confidence that is immune to the opinions of others. Another Stoic principle that helps you stop overthinking others' opinions is the practice of focusing on your own values. When you live according to your values, you create a solid foundation for your self-esteem. Others' opinions may fluctuate, but your values remain constant, providing you with a reliable source of confidence. By prioritizing your values over external approval, you can navigate life with a sense of purpose and integrity, free from the need for validation from others. Stoicism also teaches the importance of living in the present moment. Overthinking often stems from dwelling on past interactions or worrying about future judgments. By focusing on the present, you can quiet the mental chatter that feeds into overthinking. The present moment is where your true power lies, and by anchoring yourself in it, you can let go of concerns about what others think. This practice of mindfulness helps you to stay centered and confident, regardless of external opinions. Another way Stoicism helps you overcome the fear of judgment is by encouraging you to detach from outcomes. Often, overthinking is driven by the desire for a specific outcome, such as approval or praise. Stoicism teaches that while you can control your efforts, the outcomes are often beyond your control. By detaching from the need for specific results, you can focus on doing your best in each moment without the pressure of meeting others' expectations. This detachment allows you to approach life with a sense of freedom and confidence, knowing that your worth is not tied to any particular outcome. Stoicism also emphasizes the power of rational thinking in combating overthinking. When you find yourself obsessing over what others think, it can be helpful to step back and examine your thoughts logically. Are these fears based on reality, or are they exaggerated by your mind? By applying reason and logic, you can challenge irrational thoughts and replace them with more balanced and constructive ones. This rational approach helps you to regain control over your mind, reducing the power that others' opinions have over you. Another Stoic practice that builds confidence is the cultivation of self-discipline. By developing discipline in your thoughts and actions, you gain greater control over your mind. This control helps you to resist the urge to overthink and second-guess yourself based on others' opinions. Self-discipline also reinforces your sense of self-reliance, as you learn to trust your judgment and decisions without needing external validation. This inner strength forms the foundation of true confidence, enabling you to move through life with assurance and poise. Stoicism also teaches the value of embracing your imperfections. No one is perfect, and trying to meet unrealistic standards set by others only leads to frustration and insecurity. By accepting your imperfections as part of your humanity, you can free yourself from the need to seek approval. This acceptance allows you to focus on growth and improvement rather than on achieving an unattainable ideal. When you embrace your flaws and continue to strive for excellence, you cultivate a sense of confidence that is grounded in reality, not in the opinions of others. Another Stoic principle that helps you stop overthinking is the recognition of your own mortality. Life is short, and wasting time worrying about what others think is a disservice to yourself. Stoicism encourages you to live each day with intention and purpose, knowing that your time is limited. By keeping this perspective in mind, you can prioritize what truly matters, your values, your goals, and your happiness, over the fleeting opinions of others. This awareness of mortality helps you to focus on what is meaningful, reducing the power that others' judgments hold over you. Stoicism also teaches the importance of resilience in the face of criticism. Not everyone will agree with you or support your choices, and that's okay. Stoicism encourages you to view criticism as an opportunity for growth rather than as a personal attack. By approaching criticism with an open mind and a willingness to learn, you can use it to improve yourself without letting it undermine your confidence. This resilience allows you to maintain your self-assurance even when faced with negative feedback. Another Stoic practice that builds confidence is the cultivation of inner peace. When you are at peace with yourself, external opinions lose their power to disturb you. Stoicism teaches that inner peace comes from aligning your actions with your values and living with integrity. By staying true to yourself, you create a sense of harmony within that is unaffected by others' judgments. This inner peace forms the bedrock of your confidence, allowing you to move through life with a sense of calm and assurance. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of setting healthy boundaries. Overthinking often occurs when you allow others' opinions to intrude on your sense of self. By setting clear boundaries, you can protect your mental and emotional space from unwanted influences. Stoicism teaches that you have the right to determine what you allow into your life and mind. By asserting your boundaries, you reinforce your sense of self-worth and reduce the impact that others' opinions have on you. Another way Stoicism helps you overcome the fear of judgment is by encouraging you to focus on your own growth. When you are committed to continuous self-improvement, you become less concerned with how others perceive you. Stoicism teaches that the pursuit of wisdom and virtue is a lifelong journey, and that your growth is more important than external validation. By focusing on your progress and development, you can cultivate a sense of confidence that is based on your achievements and efforts, not on others' approval. Stoicism also teaches the value of solitude in building confidence. Spending time alone allows you to connect with your inner self and reflect on your values, goals, and desires. This solitude helps you to clarify what is truly important to you, independent of others' opinions. By becoming comfortable with solitude, you strengthen your sense of self-reliance and independence, which in turn builds your confidence. This practice helps you to trust your own judgment and decisions, reducing the need for external validation. Another Stoic principle that aids in overcoming overthinking is the focus on action over thought. Overthinking often paralyzes you, preventing you from taking action. Stoicism teaches that action is the antidote to fear and doubt. By taking decisive steps toward your goals, you break the cycle of overthinking and build confidence through experience. Each action, no matter how small, reinforces your belief in your abilities and diminishes the power that others' opinions have over you. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of gratitude in building confidence. By focusing on what you are grateful for, you shift your attention away from what others think and toward the positive aspects of your life. Gratitude helps you to appreciate your strengths, achievements, and the support of those who genuinely care about you. This focus on gratitude fosters a sense of contentment and self-assurance, making it easier to let go of concerns about others' opinions. Another Stoic practice that builds confidence is the acceptance of change. Life is constantly changing, and so are people's opinions. Stoicism teaches that trying to please everyone is a futile effort, as opinions are always shifting. By accepting the impermanence of others' judgments, you can free yourself from the need to seek approval. This acceptance allows you to focus on what truly matters, your own growth and fulfillment, without being swayed by the ever-changing opinions of others. Stoicism also encourages the practice of detachment from ego. Much of the fear of others' opinions is rooted in ego, the desire to be seen in a certain light or to maintain a particular image. Stoicism teaches that the ego is an illusion and that true confidence comes from detaching from it. By letting go of the need to protect your ego, you can live more authentically and with less concern for how others perceive you. This detachment fosters a deep sense of inner confidence that is independent of external validation. Another Stoic principle that helps you stop overthinking is the practice of self-compassion. Overthinking is often fueled by self-criticism and the fear of making mistakes. Stoicism teaches that mistakes are a natural part of the human experience and that self-compassion is essential for growth. By treating yourself with kindness and understanding, you can reduce the negative impact of others' opinions and focus on your own progress. This self-compassion builds a foundation of confidence, allowing you to move forward without the burden of self-doubt. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on what truly matters. When you are clear about your priorities and values, others' opinions naturally become less significant. Stoicism encourages you to live with purpose and intention, aligning your actions with what is most important to you. By keeping your focus on your goals and values, you can disregard the noise of others' judgments and stay true to your path. This clarity of purpose builds confidence and reduces the tendency to overthink. Another way Stoicism helps you overcome the fear of judgment is by encouraging you to embrace your uniqueness. Everyone has their own path in life, and comparing yourself to others or seeking their approval only diminishes your individuality. Stoicism teaches that your unique qualities and experiences are what make you valuable. By embracing your individuality and living authentically, you can cultivate a sense of confidence that is not dependent on others' opinions. This embrace of your uniqueness empowers you to live boldly and with self-assurance. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for your own happiness. When you rely on others' approval for your sense of well-being, you give away your power. Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from within and is the result of living in accordance with your values. By taking responsibility for your own happiness, you free yourself from the need for external validation. This self-reliance fosters a deep sense of confidence, allowing you to live independently of others' opinions. Another Stoic principle that helps you stop overthinking is the practice of embracing uncertainty. Much of the fear of others' opinions comes from the uncertainty of how you will be perceived. Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a natural part of life, and that embracing it can lead to growth and freedom. By accepting that you cannot control how others see you, you can let go of the need to please everyone and focus on living authentically. This acceptance of uncertainty reduces the power that others' opinions have over you and builds confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Stoicism also teaches the value of simplicity in building confidence. Overthinking often arises from trying to juggle too many concerns or expectations. Stoicism encourages you to simplify your life by focusing on what truly matters and letting go of unnecessary distractions. By simplifying your priorities and actions, you can reduce the mental clutter that feeds into overthinking. This simplicity allows you to live with greater clarity and confidence, free from the burden of others' opinions. Another Stoic practice that builds confidence is the cultivation of inner calm. When you are calm and centered, external opinions lose their power to disturb you. Stoicism teaches that inner calm comes from living in alignment with your values and maintaining a balanced perspective. By cultivating this inner calm through practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and reflection, you can build a strong sense of confidence that is unaffected by others' judgments. This calmness allows you to navigate life with poise and self-assurance, regardless of what others may think. Stoicism also encourages you to focus on your own journey rather than comparing yourself to others. Comparison is often the root of overthinking, as it leads to feelings of inadequacy or envy. Stoicism teaches that everyone has their own path, and that comparing yourself to others is a distraction from your own growth. By focusing on your own journey and progress, you can cultivate a sense of confidence that is based on your achievements and efforts, not on how you measure up to others. This focus on your own path reduces the need for external validation and fosters a deep sense of self-assurance. Finally, Stoicism teaches the importance of living with purpose. When you have a clear sense of purpose, others' opinions naturally become less important. Stoicism encourages you to define your purpose based on your values and to live each day with intention. By staying true to your purpose, you can navigate life with confidence and clarity, free from the burden of overthinking what others think. This sense of purpose provides a solid foundation for your self-esteem, allowing you to live authentically and with unwavering confidence. As you've become more adept at letting go of the fear of others' opinions and cultivating inner confidence, you're now ready to confront another essential aspect of Stoic wisdom: knowing when to walk away from situations, relationships, or habits that no longer serve your growth. The ability to detach from these elements is crucial for living a life aligned with your true values and purpose. It requires a blend of courage, self-awareness, and trust in the natural flow of life. Stoicism offers clear guidance on how to recognize when it's time to move on and how to do so with grace and intention. One of the most important Stoic lessons for walking away is understanding that attachment often stems from fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of change, or fear of loss. Stoicism teaches that fear is not something to be avoided, but confronted and understood. When you face your fears directly, you can see that many of them are unfounded or exaggerated. By acknowledging and overcoming these fears, you empower yourself to walk away from situations that no longer serve you, opening the door to new possibilities that better align with your goals and values. Another key Stoic principle is the recognition of your own worth. Often, people stay in situations or relationships that diminish their self-esteem or sense of purpose because they do not fully recognize their own value. Stoicism encourages you to reflect on your intrinsic worth, independent of external validation or circumstances. When you understand and embrace your true value, it becomes easier to walk away from anything that undermines it. This realization allows you to prioritize your well-being and make decisions that support your growth, even if it means leaving behind what is familiar. Stoicism also teaches the importance of differentiating between what is within your control and what is not. Many times we hold on to situations because we believe we can change them or because we feel responsible for outcomes beyond our control. Stoic wisdom helps you recognize that your energy is best spent on what you can influence, your own thoughts, actions, and reactions. By accepting that you cannot control other people or external circumstances, you free yourself to walk away from situations that are not conducive to your growth. This clarity empowers you to focus on what truly matters. The concept of amor fati, or loving one's fate, is another Stoic lesson that can help you walk away from what no longer serves you. This principle teaches you to embrace all aspects of life, including the challenges and difficulties. By adopting an attitude of acceptance and seeing every experience as a necessary part of your journey, you can more easily let go of situations that have run their course. This doesn't mean passively accepting harmful circumstances, but rather recognizing when it's time to move on, and doing so with the understanding that every ending leads to a new beginning. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of inner peace. When you find yourself in a situation that disrupts your peace of mind, it may be a sign that it's time to walk away. Inner peace is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, and maintaining it often requires making difficult decisions about what and whom you allow into your life. By prioritizing your peace of mind, you can make choices that support your emotional and mental well-being, even if it means leaving behind relationships or environments that are no longer healthy or fulfilling. Another Stoic insight is the recognition of the transient nature of life. Everything in life is temporary, including relationships, jobs, and personal circumstances. Stoicism teaches that clinging to the past or fearing the future only causes suffering. By embracing the impermanence of life, you can learn to let go of what no longer serves you without attachment or regret. This understanding allows you to move forward with a sense of freedom and openness, ready to embrace new opportunities that align with your evolving self. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is crucial in the process of detaching from unhelpful situations. Regularly reflecting on your life, your goals, and your relationships helps you identify areas that no longer contribute to your growth. This practice allows you to evaluate whether your current circumstances are in line with your values and aspirations. When you notice a misalignment, Stoicism encourages you to take action, whether it's making adjustments or walking away entirely. This ongoing self-assessment ensures that you remain true to yourself and your path. Stoicism also teaches the importance of living in the present moment. Often, we hold on to situations that no longer serve us because we are either stuck in the past or anxious about the future. Stoicism encourages you to focus on the here and now, where you have the power to make decisions and take action. By living in the present, you can more clearly see when a situation has outlived its purpose and it's time to move on. This focus on the present allows you to make choices that are grounded in reality, rather than in fear or nostalgia. Another Stoic lesson that supports walking away is the understanding that true strength comes from within. External circumstances, no matter how challenging, do not define you. Stoicism teaches that your true power lies in your ability to choose your response to any situation. When you realize that you are not bound by your external environment, you can walk away from situations that no longer serve you with confidence. This inner strength allows you to trust yourself and your decisions, even when they involve leaving behind what is familiar or comfortable. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of detachment from external validation. Often, we stay in unhelpful situations because we seek approval or fear judgment from others. Stoicism teaches that your worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by your own integrity and actions. By letting go of the need for external validation, you can make decisions that are true to yourself without being influenced by the expectations or pressures of others. This detachment empowers you to walk away from what no longer serves you with confidence and self-respect. The Stoic principle of resilience is another valuable lesson in the process of letting go. Walking away from a situation or relationship that no longer serves you can be difficult and may involve a period of discomfort or uncertainty. However, Stoicism teaches that resilience is built through facing and overcoming challenges. By trusting in your ability to adapt and thrive, you can walk away from unhelpful situations, knowing that you have the strength to navigate whatever comes next. This resilience allows you to embrace change with a sense of empowerment and optimism. Another important Stoic lesson is the recognition that holding on to what no longer serves you can prevent you from experiencing new opportunities. By staying in a situation out of fear or habit, you close yourself off to the possibility of something better. Stoicism encourages you to trust that by letting go of what is not serving you, you create space for new and more fulfilling experiences to enter your life. This mindset shift allows you to walk away with a sense of hope and anticipation for the future. Stoicism also teaches the value of setting and maintaining boundaries. Healthy boundaries are essential for protecting your well-being and ensuring that your relationships and environments are supportive of your growth. When a situation or relationship continually violates your boundaries, it may be time to walk away. Stoicism encourages you to prioritize your own needs and to have the courage to enforce boundaries, even if it means leaving behind what is no longer serving you. This practice reinforces your self-worth and empowers you to create a life that aligns with your values. The Stoic practice of accepting reality as it is, rather than how you wish it to be, is another crucial lesson in walking away. Sometimes we stay in situations because we hope they will change or because we are attached to an idealized version of reality. Stoicism teaches that accepting things as they are allows you to make clearer, more rational decisions. By seeing a situation for what it truly is, rather than what you want it to be, you can recognize when it's time to move on. This acceptance frees you from wishful thinking and enables you to take action that is aligned with your best interests. Another Stoic principle that supports detachment is the understanding that your time and energy are precious resources. Staying in a situation that no longer serves you is a waste of these resources. Stoicism teaches that you should be mindful of how you spend your time and energy, focusing on what truly matters to you. By recognizing the value of your resources, you can make the decision to walk away from anything that drains them without contributing to your growth or happiness. This awareness helps you to live more intentionally and purposefully. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of forgiveness in the process of letting go. Holding on to resentment, anger, or regret can keep you tied to situations or relationships that no longer serve you. Stoicism encourages you to practice forgiveness, both for yourself and others, as a way to release these negative emotions and move on. By forgiving, you free yourself from the emotional baggage that may be holding you back. This practice allows you to walk away with a sense of peace and closure, ready to embrace new opportunities with an open heart. Another Stoic insight is the understanding that walking away is not a failure, but an act of wisdom. Recognizing when something is no longer serving you and having the courage to leave it behind is a sign of strength and self-awareness. Stoicism teaches that life is a journey of continuous growth and learning, and that sometimes this requires letting go of what no longer aligns with your path. By viewing walking away as a positive and necessary step in your growth, you can make the decision with confidence and clarity. Stoicism also teaches the value of self-reliance in the process of detachment. Often, we stay in unhelpful situations because we fear that we cannot succeed on our own. Stoicism encourages you to trust in your own abilities and to cultivate self-reliance. By believing in yourself and your capacity to create a fulfilling life, you can walk away from situations that no longer serve you without fear. This self-reliance empowers you to take control of your life and make decisions that are aligned with your true self. Another Stoic principle that aids in walking away is the practice of focusing on your own growth and development. When you prioritize your own growth, you become less willing to tolerate situations or relationships that hold you back. Stoicism teaches that personal development is a lifelong journey, and that it requires making choices that support your progress. By focusing on your growth, you can more easily recognize when it's time to move on from what no longer serves you. This commitment to self-improvement helps you to live a life that is aligned with your highest potential. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of emotional detachment in the process of letting go. Emotional attachment to a situation or relationship can cloud your judgment and make it difficult to see when it's time to move on. Stoicism teaches that while emotions are a natural part of the human experience, they should not dictate your decisions. By practicing emotional detachment, you can assess a situation more objectively and make choices that are in your best interest. This detachment allows you to walk away from what no longer serves you with a clear mind and a sense of purpose. Another Stoic lesson that supports walking away is the understanding that change is an inevitable part of life. Clinging to what no longer serves you is a way of resisting change, which only leads to suffering. Stoicism teaches that by embracing change and viewing it as a natural part of the human experience, you can more easily let go of what is no longer beneficial. This acceptance of change allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that every ending is also a new beginning. Stoicism also encourages you to surround yourself with people and environments that support your growth. If a relationship or situation no longer contributes positively to your life, it may be time to walk away. Stoicism teaches that you have the power to choose who and what you allow into your life, and that these choices should be made with intention. By surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create a supportive environment that nurtures your growth and well-being. This empowerment allows you to make decisions that are aligned with your values and goals. Another Stoic principle that aids in detachment is the practice of focusing on the present moment. Often, we hold on to situations that no longer serve us because we are attached to the past or fearful of the future. Stoicism teaches that the present moment is the only time that truly exists, and that living in the present allows you to make the best decisions for your well-being. By focusing on the present, you can release the past and let go of worries about the future, making it easier to walk away from what no longer serves you. This focus on the present empowers you to live with intention and clarity, free from the distractions of unhelpful attachments. Finally, Stoicism teaches that walking away from what no longer serves you is an act of self-love. It is a recognition that you deserve to live a life that is fulfilling, purposeful, and aligned with your true self. By making the decision to walk away, you are choosing to honor your own needs and to create a life that reflects your values and aspirations. This self-love empowers you to make decisions that support your growth and happiness, and to live a life that is true to who you are. As we draw to the close of this deep dive into Stoicism and the profound lessons it offers for regaining control of your life, it's important to take a moment to reflect on the journey we've embarked upon together. Throughout this guide, we've explored the wisdom of the Stoics, wisdom that has stood the test of time, offering clarity and strength to countless individuals facing the complexities of life. Whether it was learning to manage stress, build unbreakable confidence, find joy in everyday life, or the art of detaching from what no longer serves you, these principles are not just theoretical concepts, but practical tools you can apply to transform your life. Stoicism teaches us that life is not about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them head-on with courage, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to our values. It's about understanding that the only things we truly control are our thoughts, actions, and attitudes. Everything else, whether it be the opinions of others, the outcomes of our efforts, or the circumstances we find ourselves in, is beyond our direct influence. This realization, rather than being a cause for despair, is incredibly liberating. It frees us from the burden of trying to control the uncontrollable and instead focuses our energy on what truly matters, living a life of purpose, integrity, and inner peace. Throughout this journey, you've been invited to consider how these Stoic principles apply to your own life. Perhaps you've recognized areas where you've been holding on too tightly, whether to relationships that have run their course, situations that no longer serve your growth, or fears that have kept you from stepping into your full potential. Stoicism doesn't just tell you to let go, it shows you how to do it with wisdom and grace. It encourages you to trust that by releasing what no longer serves you, you create space for something new and more aligned with your true self to enter your life. One of the most powerful aspects of Stoicism is its emphasis on personal responsibility. The Stoics remind us that we are the architects of our own lives. While we cannot control external events, we are always in control of how we respond to them. This principle is empowering because it places the power back in your hands. No matter what life throws at you, you have the ability to choose your response. This choice is where your true power lies. As you move forward from this guide, I encourage you to carry these lessons with you. Use them as a compass to navigate the challenges that lie ahead. When you encounter stress, remember the Stoic techniques for maintaining composure. When your confidence wavers, draw upon the Stoic practices that build unshakable self-assurance. When you find yourself overthinking what others think of you, return to the Stoic wisdom that teaches you to value your own opinion above all. And when you face the difficult decision of whether to stay in a situation or walk away, let the Stoic principles of detachment and self-respect guide you. But beyond simply applying these lessons to your own life, I urge you to share them with others. Stoicism is not just a philosophy for personal development, it's a philosophy for community and collective well-being. By embodying these principles, you become a beacon of strength and integrity for those around you. Your actions can inspire others to seek wisdom, to face their challenges with courage, and to live lives of greater purpose and fulfillment. Now, as we conclude this journey together, I want to leave you with a few parting thoughts. Remember that Stoicism is not about achieving perfection. It's about progress, about becoming a little better each day. The Stoics themselves were not perfect, but they were committed to the pursuit of wisdom and self-improvement. You too are on a journey, and every step you take, no matter how small, is a step towards greater wisdom and inner peace. It's also important to recognize that Stoicism is a living philosophy. It's not confined to ancient texts or historical figures. It's meant to be lived, practiced, and adapted to the modern world. The challenges we face today may be different in form from those of the Stoics, but the underlying principles remain the same. As you continue to explore and apply Stoic philosophy in your life, be open to how it can evolve and grow with you. Let it be a source of strength and guidance, but also let it be flexible and responsive to your unique journey. In this spirit of growth and exploration, I invite you to join the conversation. Your insights, experiences, and reflections are valuable, not just to yourself, but to others who are on a similar path. If something in this guide resonated with you, if you've had a personal breakthrough, or even if you have a question or a different perspective, I encourage you to share it. Leave a comment below, and let's engage in a dialogue that can help us all grow and learn from each other. Your voice matters, and by contributing to this community, you help build a space where wisdom and support can flourish. And if you found this content valuable, I invite you to subscribe to the channel. By subscribing, you'll be joining a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to personal growth, wisdom, and living a life of purpose. You'll also be the first to know when new content is released, ensuring that you never miss an opportunity to continue learning and evolving. So, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Let's continue this journey together. As we part ways for now, remember that the journey of self-improvement is ongoing. The lessons you've learned here are tools that you can return to again and again, refining and deepening your understanding as you continue to grow. Life will always present new challenges, but with the wisdom of Stoicism by your side, you have the strength and clarity to face them with courage and grace. Keep moving forward, stay true to your values, and trust that every step you take is bringing you closer to the life you were meant to live. Imagine living each day without the constant weight of anxiety pressing on your chest. Imagine facing life's challenges with calm, with strength, and with a clear mind that does not shake at every little storm. But tell me honestly, how many times have you felt trapped in your own thoughts, worrying about things you cannot change, fearing outcomes that may never even happen? Anxiety steals your time, your peace, and your energy. It keeps you stuck in your head instead of living fully in the present moment. But it doesn't have to control you. The wisdom of the Stoics holds truths that can break this cycle, truths that can help you let go of fear, stop overthinking, and finally breathe with freedom. Today, you're going to discover 12 Stoic truths that will help you rise above anxiety and face life with courage. These are not just ideas to think about. They are tools you can use every single day to take back your mind and your peace. So get ready, because after this video, the way you look at anxiety will never be the same again. Before we start, I want you to make a promise to yourself. Write in the comments, "I choose peace over fear." You won't just be writing words, you'll be creating a new belief inside you. The more you repeat it, the deeper it will sink into your mind, and the more power you will have to act with calm. So, write it now, and let's begin. Number 1. You control your mind, not external events. How many times have you allowed something outside of you to ruin your day? Someone cut you off in traffic, and suddenly your peace vanished. A colleague spoke rudely, and your mind replayed it all day long. Plans fell apart, and you drowned in frustration. But stop and ask yourself, did the event itself truly have the power to harm you, or did you give it that power? Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. The world outside you is beyond your control. People will act as they wish, not as you wish. Circumstances will rise and fall. Fortune will change without warning. You cannot command these things, but what you can always command is your own mind, your judgments, your reactions, your choices. That is where your true freedom lives. Think about it. An insult is nothing but sound waves traveling through the air. Does it contain poison? Does it cut your skin? Number. It becomes harmful only when you let it enter your thoughts, when you repeat it to yourself, when you choose to believe it. The harm is not in the words, but in your interpretation, and interpretation is yours to control. Every day you face two forces, the outer world, which you cannot control, and your inner world, which you can. Anxiety begins when you try to control the outer world, when you demand that people behave a certain way, that life follow your script, that events unfold according to your desires. But this is impossible. The Stoics remind us, to demand control over what is not yours is madness. To master what is yours, your mind, is wisdom. So the next time life frustrates you, pause and ask, is this in my control? If the answer is no, then let it go. If the answer is yes, then act with calm and clarity. That simple shift will save you from endless suffering. Imagine two people caught in the rain. One curses the sky, grows angry, and spends the whole day bitter. The other accepts the rain, finds shelter, and moves on with peace. Same event, different minds. Which one do you want to be? The practice is simple, but not easy. It takes training. Each morning remind yourself, today things will happen outside my control. People may be unjust, circumstances may be hard, but none of it can touch my mind unless I allow it. When you carry this shield of thought, the world loses its power to enslave you. This is not about indifference. It is about strength. It is about refusing to let chaos decide your inner state. The insult, the setback, the failure, they are tests. They ask you, will you give me your peace or will you keep it? The weak hand it over. The strong guard it like treasure. You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to stand firm. You cannot stop the wind, but you can adjust your sail. You cannot stop people from speaking, but you can decide whether their words mean anything. That choice is yours, and it is the only choice that truly matters. So remember this truth. Control your mind, and you will never be a slave to events. Lose control of your mind, and even the smallest event will enslave you. The world belongs to chaos. Your mind belongs to you. Master it, and you master your life. Number 2. Distinguish between what is in your power and what is not. How much of your suffering comes from chasing things that were never in your control to begin with? You worry about what people think of you, yet you cannot command their thoughts. You stress over outcomes, yet you cannot guarantee how the world will respond. You try to hold the rain back with your hands, and when it slips through your fingers, you feel defeated. But the truth is simple. Peace begins the moment you learn to separate what is yours from what is not. Epictetus, the great Stoic teacher, began his wisdom with this very point. Some things are in our control and others are not. That is the foundation. Without this distinction, you will live as a slave to everything outside of you. But once you see it clearly, you will stop wasting your strength on battles that were never yours to fight. Ask yourself right now, what belongs to me? Your thoughts, your choices, your actions, your character, these are yours. They are fully within your command. But everything else, opinions, praise, insults, weather, fortune, health, even the moment of your death, these are not yours. You may influence them, yes, but you do not control them. To attach your peace to them is to tie yourself to a ship tossed by storms. Think of it this way. If you plant a seed, you can water it, care for the soil, give it sunlight. These actions are in your control. But will the plant grow tall? Will it bloom as you imagine? That is not yours to decide. The weather, the soil, the nature of the seed, all beyond your command. If you tie your happiness to the bloom, you suffer. But if you tie your happiness to the act of planting and caring, you are free. Most people reverse this. They ignore what is theirs and obsess over what is not. They neglect their own mind, but demand control over others. They waste energy on the outcome, but ignore their effort. And then they wonder why they are anxious, angry, or broken. The Stoics would call this madness. So, what is the way forward? Practice the art of letting go. When something troubles you, ask, is this mine? Is this within my control? If yes, then take action with all your strength. If no, then release it, for it was never yours to hold. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is strength of the highest kind, the strength to focus only on what belongs to you. Imagine how free you would be if you lived this truth. Someone insults you. Does that belong to you? Number. Their words, their thoughts, their character. That is theirs. What is yours is your response. Choose calm. Choose dignity. The result? Their insult falls flat. A storm arrives. Can you stop it? Number. What is yours? Preparing, protecting, enduring. Do that, and the storm loses its power to crush you. Even death itself, the greatest fear, is not yours to control. You did not choose when you were born, and you will not choose when you leave. But what is yours is how you live the moments between. Waste them in fear, and you die many times before your death. Live them with clarity, and you find freedom no matter when the end comes. The line is clear, what is yours and what is not. Respect that line, protect it, write it on your heart. The one who confuses the two will always suffer. The one who distinguishes them will always be free. So remember this truth. Focus only on what is in your power and release what is not. That is the path to peace. That is the path to strength. And until you learn this, you will always be chained to things you cannot command. But once you do, nothing outside of you will ever have the power to enslave you again. Number 3. Perception shapes reality. Stop and think. Is it the event itself that hurts you, or the way you see it? Two people can face the same hardship, and yet one collapses in despair while the other rises stronger. Why? Because it is not the thing itself that matters. It is the judgment you place upon it. Your perception creates your reality. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it." This is the Stoic truth. The world presents you with raw events, neutral and bare. They carry no meaning until your mind assigns one. And once you give them meaning, they shape how you feel, how you act, and what your life becomes. Look at an obstacle. One person sees it and says, "This is unfair. This is the end." Another looks at the same obstacle and says, "This is my chance to grow stronger." Same event, two realities, two lives. Which one will you choose? Your mind is like a lens. If the lens is dirty, scratched, or clouded with fear, everything you see will look distorted. But if the lens is clear, disciplined and trained, you will see things as they truly are. Anxiety grows when you forget this, when you believe your thoughts about reality are reality itself. But they are not. They are only interpretations, and interpretations can be changed. Ask yourself, when something troubles you, what story am I telling myself? Did I fail, or did I learn? Did they reject me, or did life remove what was not meant for me? Did I lose, or was I given the chance to start again? The story you choose shapes your world, and this choice is always yours. Think of the Stoics. They lived under emperors, wars, and exile. They faced sickness, betrayal, and death. Yet they found peace, not because life was gentle, but because they trained their perception. They reminded themselves daily, events are not good or bad, they simply are. It is we who paint them with color. It is we who call them blessing or curse. And because we do, we can choose differently. This does not mean you must pretend pain is pleasant. It means you must see pain for what it is, an experience, a teacher, a chance to practice strength. You cannot always change the outside, but you can always change how you see it, and that changes everything. So how do you practice this? Each time you face something hard, pause and strip it down. Describe it as plainly as you can, without judgment. Not, "This is terrible," but "This is a delay." Not, "This ruins me," but "This is a change of plans." Notice how the weight lessens the moment you remove the story. Then choose a better story, one that empowers instead of weakens you. Perception is power. It can turn setbacks into stepping stones, pain into strength, loss into clarity, or it can turn small troubles into mountains, simple words into wounds, and everyday life into suffering. The choice is yours. Remember this truth. Reality is shaped not by what happens to you, but by how you decide to see it. Train your mind to see clearly, to see calmly, to see with wisdom. Because once you master perception, you master the way you experience the world. And when you master that, nothing outside can ever control your peace again. Number 4. Everything is temporary. Look around you. Every moment you live is already slipping away. The morning sun rises, and before you can hold on to it, the evening comes. A flower blooms in beauty, and soon its petals fall to the ground. Youth fades, health changes, friendships shift, and even the strongest empires crumble. Nothing in this world stays the same. Everything is temporary. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "All things are in a process of change." You are a little soul carrying around a corpse. These words are not meant to depress you. They are meant to set you free. When you understand that everything is temporary, you stop clinging to what you cannot hold. You stop fearing the natural flow of life. You begin to live with clarity, with courage, with appreciation for every fleeting moment. Why do we suffer so much? Because we act as if things will last forever. We expect people never to change, fortunes never to fade, life never to end. Then, when change comes, we feel betrayed, as if nature broke a promise. But nature made no promise. Change is its law. To fight it is to fight reality itself. Think about your own life. How many of your greatest pains eventually softened with time? That heartbreak that once felt unbearable, look at it now. That fear that once kept you awake at night, where is it now? Time has a way of washing everything away, both pain and pleasure. The storm passes, the wound heals, the joy fades, the laughter ends. Nothing stays. Does this mean you should despair? It means you should wake up. If joy is temporary, savor it while it is here. If pain is temporary, endure it, knowing it will pass. If life itself is temporary, then live it fully, without wasting your days in fear and regret. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it slips through your fingers. That is how life works. The more you cling, the more you suffer. But if you hold it gently, with awareness, you can enjoy it while it lasts. The Stoic does not deny the temporary nature of life. He embraces it. He says, "This too will pass, so let me meet it with dignity." So the next time anxiety grips you, remind yourself, this moment is temporary. The pain will not last forever. The fear will not last forever. Even the storm raging in your mind will pass, like clouds moving across the sky. Why should you give eternal power to something that is only passing through? And the next time joy comes, do not waste it by wishing it would last forever. Instead, be present. Taste it fully. Appreciate it now. Because clinging to it only makes you miss it while it's here. Gratitude comes from knowing that nothing is permanent, so everything is precious. Even you are temporary. One day, your breath will stop, and your body will return to the earth. But this truth is not meant to paralyze you. It is meant to liberate you. Once you accept that everything is temporary, you stop fearing the end, because you know the end was always part of the design. Remember this: life is not about holding on forever. It is about living wisely in the time you have. Joy and pain will come and go. Success and failure will rise and fall. People will enter your life and leave. You cannot stop this, but you can decide how you meet it. Meet it with peace, with courage, with gratitude. Everything is temporary. Let that truth guide you, and you will no longer be a slave to fear or loss. Instead, you will be free, free to live, free to love, free to let go when the time comes. Number 5. Discomfort is part of growth. Think about the strongest version of yourself. Did that strength come from easy days, from comfort, from everything going your way? Or did it come from trials, from pain, from pushing through challenges you once thought you could never endure? The truth is simple: growth and comfort cannot live together. If you want to grow, you must be willing to be uncomfortable. Epictetus, once a slave who became a great teacher, knew this truth well. He said, "Difficulties show what men are." Life tests you not to break you, but to reveal you. Without struggle, you stay weak. Without discomfort, you stay the same. The weight that feels heavy today is the same weight that makes you stronger tomorrow. Look at nature. A seed must break open in darkness before it grows into a tree. A chick must struggle against the shell before it can fly. The body must tear and repair its muscles before it gains strength. Growth always demands discomfort. Why should it be different for the soul? The problem is not discomfort itself. The problem is our belief that discomfort is a signal to stop. We think, this is hard, so something must be wrong. But the Stoics remind us, hard does not mean wrong. Hard often means you are exactly where you need to be. Anxiety, fear, and pain are not enemies to run from. They are signs that growth is near. Think about your own life. The times you grew most, were they easy? Or were they moments of struggle, of loss, of facing challenges you never asked for? You survived them, and now you are stronger, wiser, more resilient. The comfort you once craved could never have given you that. So the next time you feel discomfort, whether it's waking up early, working on something difficult, or facing a fear, don't run. Instead, tell yourself, this is growth in progress. The burn in your muscles, the stretch of your mind, the ache in your heart, these are not punishments. They are teachers. They are shaping you into someone greater than you were yesterday. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. That means the very thing you are resisting, the very discomfort you want to avoid, is the doorway to your growth. To avoid it is to avoid your own potential. To embrace it is to step into your strength. Think of it like fire. Fire burns, yes, but it also refines. Gold becomes pure only after it has faced the heat. In the same way, your character becomes strong only after it has faced discomfort. Without it, you remain soft, untested, fragile. With it, you become unshakable. So how do you train this? Start small. Choose discomfort on purpose. Take the cold shower. Wake up earlier than you want to. Say no to the easy distraction. Push yourself when your mind says quit. Each time you do, you are building a muscle of resilience, teaching yourself that discomfort is not the enemy. It is the path. And when life throws bigger challenges at you, the loss, the betrayal, the unexpected change, you will already be trained. You will not collapse because you know discomfort is not here to destroy me. It is here to grow me. Remember this truth. Comfort keeps you the same. Discomfort transforms you. The pain you feel today is the strength you carry tomorrow. Do not curse it. Do not run from it. Meet it with courage, because discomfort is not a barrier. It is the bridge to your growth. Number 6. Accept fate. Amor fati. Life will not always unfold according to your plans. You may dream of one path, and life may push you down another. You may hope for ease, and life may give you struggle. You may pray for sunshine, and life may send storms. The Stoics did not waste their energy wishing the world were different. They practiced amor fati, the love of fate. Not just accepting what happens, but embracing it as if they had chosen it themselves. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it." That is amor fati. Whatever life throws at you, joy, pain, success, failure, you take it and make it fuel. Instead of saying, "Why me?" you say, "Yes, me. This too is part of my path." Think about it. How many times did life not go your way, but later you realized it was exactly what you needed? The job you didn't get opened the door to something greater. The heartbreak that crushed you taught you strength and clarity. The failure you feared became the foundation of wisdom. At the time, you resisted. But with distance, you saw that fate was not against you. It was guiding you. Amor fati is the courage to trust that truth even before hindsight proves it. We waste so much life fighting what already is. We resist. We complain. We curse reality as if it should have been different. But tell me, has resistance ever changed fate? Has anger ever stopped what has already happened? The event is here. The only question is, how will you meet it? With bitterness or with acceptance? With despair or with strength? The Stoics teach us that peace comes not from controlling fate, but from aligning with it. To accept fate is not weakness, it is the deepest strength. It is saying, whatever comes, I will not only endure it, I will embrace it. I will love it, because it is mine. Think of a soldier who only accepts the easy orders and refuses the hard ones. He is not truly loyal, but the soldier who accepts every order with discipline proves his devotion. In the same way, you prove your devotion to life not by taking only the joys, but by embracing the hardships too. Amor fati does not mean you stop acting. It does not mean you sit back passively and do nothing. No, the Stoics acted with courage, with effort, with discipline, but once the outcome came, they did not curse it. They said, "This is my path. This is my training. This is mine to love." So, how do you practice this? Each time something happens that you did not want, pause and say, Amor fati, love of fate. Let those words remind you that this moment is not your enemy. It is your teacher. Even if it is bitter now, it may be the seed of something greater. And even if it breaks you, let it break you into someone stronger. Imagine the freedom if you lived this way. Nothing could defeat you. Every outcome would serve you. Every twist in the road would strengthen you. You would no longer say, "Why did this happen to me?" You would say, "This happened for me, and I will use it." That is the spirit of Amor fati. Remember this truth. You cannot control fate, but you can control your embrace of it. Love what happens, not because it is always pleasant, but because it is always yours. Say yes to life, all of it. the joy, the sorrow, the triumph, the loss. And when you do, you will discover that fate was never your enemy. It was always your path. Number 7. Death is natural. Look around you. Everything that lives will one day die. The tree that now stands tall will one day fall. The bird that sings in the morning will one day fall silent. The body you walk in, the faces you love, even the sun and stars above, all will pass. Death is not a mistake. It is not a punishment. It is nature. It is the law that makes life possible. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." The problem is not death itself. The problem is our refusal to face it. We live as if we are immortal, wasting time on trivial things, fearing the inevitable, pretending the end will not come. But tell me, has fear ever stopped death? Has denial ever added a single day? Death is not against you. Death is part of you. From the moment you were born, death has walked beside you. Every day lived is a day closer to the end. But this is not reason for despair. It is reason for urgency. It is reason to live fully, to love deeply, to waste no time. Think of nature. The flower blooms, then fades. The fruit ripens, then falls. The seasons come and go. None of this is tragic. It is simply the rhythm of life. Why then should we see our own passing as tragedy? You are part of nature, not separate from it. What happens to every living thing will happen to you. To fight this is to fight the very order of the universe. The Stoics practiced remembering death, memento mori, not to be morbid, but to be awake, to walk through life with the awareness that each breath may be your last, and in that awareness, to live with clarity, without wasting what is fleeting. If you remembered death daily, would you waste so much time in anger, in gossip, in fear? Or would you hold each moment as precious, knowing it will never return? When you accept death as natural, anxiety loses its grip. You no longer tremble at the thought of the end because you see it for what it is, the completion of a cycle. Just as you did not fear not existing before you were born, why should you fear not existing after you die? It is the same silence, the same peace. So how should you live with this truth? Live as if every day were a gift, because it is. Live as if every word you speak could be your last, so speak with honesty and kindness. Live as if every embrace could be the final one, so embrace fully. Do not postpone life, thinking you have endless time. You do not. Death waits, and it could come at any moment. Let that thought sharpen you, not paralyze you. Think of courage. To fear death is to fear life, because death is woven into life. To accept death is to be free, to love, to act, to face every day without chains. The Stoics faced death with calm, saying, "If it is time, I go. If it is not time, I continue." Either way, they were at peace. Remember this truth. Death is not the enemy. Fear of death is the enemy. Death is nature, and to accept it is to live in harmony with the whole. Do not waste your life fleeing from what you cannot escape. Instead, use the time you have. Live now, live fully, and when death comes, greet it as an old friend, for it was always part of your journey. Number 8. Desire less, live freely. Why do you feel restless? Why do you feel chained? It is not because life withholds what you need. It is because you have convinced yourself you need more than you truly do. The more you desire, the more you suffer. The more you demand from the world, the more power you give it to control you. Freedom is not found in getting everything you want. Freedom is found in wanting less. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." And what lies beyond our control? The endless desires of the human heart, wealth, status, luxury, praise. These things are not truly in your hands. Even if you gain them, they can be taken away. To build your happiness upon them is to build a house on sand. Think of desire as chains. The more you crave, the tighter they wrap around you. You want wealth, and now you are a slave to fear of losing it. You want approval, and now you are a slave to every opinion around you. You want pleasure, and now you are a slave to the craving that never ends. Desire promises freedom, but delivers captivity. The Stoics saw through this illusion. They taught that the one who desires less is the richest of all. Why? Because nothing can be taken from him. He already has enough. He lives simply, with gratitude, with peace. He enjoys what he has instead of crying for what he lacks. He drinks water with the same joy another drinks wine, because he knows contentment does not come from the cup, but from the mind. Ask yourself, how much do you truly need? A little food to sustain you, a little shelter to protect you, a little clothing to cover you. Beyond that, everything else is extra. Yet you chase endlessly, as if one more possession, one more recognition, one more pleasure will finally satisfy you. But has it ever? Each time you get what you wanted, desire soon whispers again, more. And so the chain tightens. Look at those who have everything. Are they always at peace? Or do they crave more still? Riches, fame, power. These are no guarantee of freedom. Often, they are prisons dressed in gold. Meanwhile, the one who has little but needs little is truly free. He walks light, unburdened by endless wants. Nothing can enslave him because nothing has a hold on him. So how do you live this truth? Begin by practicing gratitude. Each morning, remind yourself of what you already have. Food, air, breath, a mind to think, a body to act. These are treasures. Then practice discipline. When you feel desire rising, pause and ask, do I need this, or have I convinced myself I do? If it is not needed, release it. Teach your soul to hunger less, and you will find it starves for nothing. The Stoics did not hate pleasure or reject comfort. They simply refused to be owned by it. If it came, they accepted it with calm. If it left, they let it go without pain. That is freedom, not in having everything, but in needing almost nothing. Remember this truth: the fewer your desires, the lighter your chains. Desire less, and the world cannot enslave you. Desire less, and you will walk freely, calmly, gratefully. That is true wealth. That is true freedom. Number 9. Virtue is the only true good. Ask yourself, what is the highest thing a human being can achieve? Is it wealth? No, for wealth can corrupt and vanish in an instant. Is it fame? No, for the crowd is fickle and forgets quickly. Is it pleasure? No, for pleasure fades as soon as it arrives. All these things depend on chance, on fortune, on what lies outside your control. But there is one thing that cannot be taken from you, one thing that belongs wholly to you, one thing that is truly good: virtue. The Stoics taught that virtue, living with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline, is the only thing that makes a life truly good. Everything else is indifferent. Wealth in the hands of a fool brings ruin. In the hands of a virtuous person, it can serve. Fame without virtue corrupts. Fame with virtue can inspire. Pleasure without virtue enslaves. Pleasure with virtue can be enjoyed with balance. Do you see the pattern? It is not the external thing that matters. It is the character of the one who holds it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, just that you do the right thing. The rest doesn't matter. This is the core of Stoicism. The world may throw fortune or misfortune at you, but your worth is measured only by how you live, how you act, how you uphold virtue in the face of all things. That is the only thing that is truly yours, and the only thing that defines a good life. Think about this. A person who has wealth but no virtue, is he truly rich? Or is he poor in spirit, enslaved by greed? A person who enjoys endless pleasures but no discipline, is she truly happy? Or is she trapped in endless craving? A person who is praised by the world but lacks justice, is he truly great? Or is he hollow, wearing a mask? Without virtue, all else rots. With virtue, even poverty, pain, or obscurity can shine with dignity. Virtue is not a word for saints or philosophers. It is practical. It is how you act in the smallest things. Do you speak truth when lying would be easier? That is virtue. Do you stay calm when anger tempts you? That is virtue. Do you treat others with fairness, even when you gain nothing? That is virtue. Each act of virtue builds a life of strength, a character unshakable by fate. This is why the Stoics said virtue is enough for happiness. Imagine losing everything: money, possessions, status, even health. If you still have virtue, you still have yourself. You can still live with dignity, with honor, with peace. But imagine gaining everything the world can give and losing virtue. Then you have nothing, for you have lost yourself. So how do you train this? Each day, measure yourself not by what you gained or lost, but by whether you lived with virtue. Did you act with wisdom? Did you face fear with courage? Did you treat others with justice? Did you master your desires with discipline? If yes, then you lived well, no matter what fortune brought. If no, then no wealth, no fame, no comfort can make up for it. Remember this truth. Virtue is the only true good. It is the root of freedom, the foundation of peace, the measure of a life well lived. Everything else, fortune, power, pleasure, is secondary, fragile, fleeting. But virtue is eternal. Hold fast to it, and no storm can break you, no loss can ruin you, no fate can enslave you. Virtue alone is enough. Number 10. The present moment is sufficient. How much of your life have you wasted living anywhere but here? You dwell on the past, replaying mistakes, reliving pain, wishing you could change what is already gone. You leap into the future, worrying about what may happen, fearing shadows that don't yet exist. And all the while, the present, the only moment that is truly yours, slips away. The Stoics knew this trap well, and they taught the simple but powerful truth. The present moment is sufficient. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, confine yourself to the present. Why? Because the past no longer exists, and the future has not yet arrived. The present is all you ever truly have. When you live in regret, you are fighting with a ghost. When you live in anxiety, you are wrestling with a dream. But when you live in the present, you are alive, grounded, and free. Ask yourself, when you suffer, is it usually because of what is happening right now, or because of what your mind is adding to it? The pain of the present is often small, It is the mind that multiplies it by dragging in the past or projecting into the future. The task in front of you is rarely unbearable. It is your thought of, "I can't handle this forever," that crushes you. But forever is not yours to carry. Only now is. Think of a soldier in battle. If he thinks only of the next step, the next move, he endures. But if he thinks of the entire war, he collapses under the weight of what is not yet real. The same is true for you. Life is not to be carried all at once. It is to be lived moment by moment, breath by breath. The present is sufficient because it is all that exists. Even when hardship comes, the question is never, "Can I survive the rest of my life like this?" The question is always, "Can I endure this moment?" And the answer is almost always yes. You can endure this breath. You can endure this hour. You can endure this day. And by enduring one present moment at a time, you endure everything. Gratitude also lives in the present. Anxiety says, "What if I lose what I have?" Regret says, "I should have appreciated it more." But gratitude says, "It is here now. I see it. I value it." That is enough. The meal before you, the friend beside you, the air you breathe, these are gifts, but only if you notice them now. So how do you practice this? Begin by catching your wandering mind. When you find yourself trapped in yesterday or lost in tomorrow, bring yourself back. Look around. Name what you see. Feel your breath. Ask yourself, "What can I do right now in this moment?" Then do it. That is all that is required of you. The Stoics were not dreamers of far-off futures. They were realists of the present. They faced war, exile, loss, and death, not by drowning in fear of what might come, but by focusing on the duty and the strength required in the moment at hand. That is why they remained calm in chaos, because they lived where life truly is, here, now. Remember this truth. The present moment is sufficient. It holds all the power you need, all the strength you require, all the peace you seek. Do not waste it by living in times that do not exist. Live now, act now, breathe now, because this moment is not only sufficient, it is all you will ever truly have. Number 11. You suffer more in imagination than in reality. How many times have you tortured yourself with fears that never came true? How many nights have you lost sleep, replaying scenarios in your head that never became real? How many moments of peace have you destroyed by imagining disasters that never arrived? Be honest. The majority of your suffering has not come from reality itself, but from your mind's imagination. Seneca said it clearly. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Think about it. Reality is usually bearable. You face a task, a challenge, or even a loss, and you endure it. The mind, however, is what multiplies the pain. It drags you into 100 possible futures, each one darker than the last. It whispers, "What if you fail? What if they reject you? What if everything collapses?" And though none of this has happened, you suffer as if it already has. Anxiety is born here, in the imagination. The event itself may never come, but your fear of it steals your peace today. You die 1,000 deaths in your mind before you face the one real challenge in front of you. And when that challenge finally arrives, it is often smaller than what you imagined. Yet you suffered 10 times more in thought than you ever did in reality. Ask yourself, how often has the worst-case scenario truly happened? Almost never. And even when it did, were you not stronger than you expected? Did you not endure? You see, Reality is rarely as cruel as imagination. Your mind paints monsters larger than life, but when you finally face them, they are shadows, loud but hollow. The Stoics knew this, and that is why they trained themselves to focus on what is, not what might be. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Today I shall meet interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness." He did not imagine endless horrors beyond his control. He accepted the possible difficulties with calm, prepared to face them as they came, nothing more. So how do you practice this? The next time your mind begins to spiral into what-ifs, stop and ask, is this happening now, or is this only imagination? If it is not happening now, then let it go. Focus only on the present task, the present breath, the present choice. That is all that is real. You must also learn to see fear for what it is, a story. Your mind is the author, but you do not have to believe every page it writes. When fear rises, rewrite the story. Instead of "what if I fail," say "what if I grow?" Instead of "what if they laugh," say "what if I inspire?" Instead of "what if I lose everything," say "what if I gain strength from whatever happens?" By shifting perception, you weaken fear's grip. Do not mistake this for ignoring reality. The Stoics faced reality with open eyes. If danger comes, prepare. If hardship comes, endure. But do not suffer for battles that have not arrived. Do not let your mind drag you into wars against shadows. Remember this truth: you suffer more in imagination than in reality. Free yourself from the prison of what if. Live only in what is. When the future comes, meet it with strength. Until then, do not waste your life fighting ghosts. Reality is enough. Your imagination does not need to make it heavier. Number 12. You are part of a larger whole. Look at the stars. Look at the trees, the rivers, the sky above you. Look at the people around you, strangers, family, friends, even those who oppose you. All of it is connected. All of it is part of one great whole. And you are not separate from it. You are a piece of the universe, a thread in the fabric of life. To forget this is to feel lost. To remember it is to find peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What harms the hive harms the bee." He understood that each of us is tied to something greater. Just as the bee cannot live apart from the hive, you cannot live apart from the whole. You may think you are independent, that your actions are yours alone, but every word, every choice, every act ripples outward, touching lives you cannot see. You breathe because the trees give you air. You eat because the earth provides food. You live because countless others play their part. You are not alone. You are part of the whole. Think about the anxiety you often carry. Where does it come from? Much of it comes from thinking too much about yourself, your problems, your image, your wants. The Stoics knew this. They reminded themselves, "I was not born to live only for myself. I was born to live in harmony with the world." When you see yourself as part of something larger, your worries shrink. The weight of me dissolves into we. This does not mean you are unimportant. It means your importance comes from your role within the greater whole. Just as a hand serves the body, your life serves the world. If the hand were to say, "I act only for myself," it would destroy both itself and the body. But when it serves the body, it finds its true purpose. In the same way, when you act only for selfish desire, you feel empty. But when you live with justice, with kindness, with service, you find meaning, because you are fulfilling your role in the larger whole. Ask yourself, what kind of part will I be? Will I be a healthy part, serving the whole with justice, courage, and wisdom? Or will I be a diseased part, poisoning the whole with greed, cruelty, and selfishness? The choice is always yours. This truth also frees you from loneliness. You are not an isolated fragment, drifting in chaos. You are connected to nature, to humanity, to the universe itself. The same fire that burns in the stars burns in you. The same laws that move the planets move your body. The same reason that guides others guides you. When you feel small, remember, you are part of the whole. When you feel alone, remember, you belong to something vast. So how do you live this truth? Start by seeing others not as obstacles, but as partners in the same journey. The rude stranger, the difficult colleague, even your enemy, they are parts of the same whole as you. Treat them with justice, not because they always deserve it, but because justice is your role. Next, practice gratitude for the countless unseen parts of the whole that support you. The farmer who grew your food, the worker who built your shelter, the countless lives that make your life possible. Gratitude reminds you of your place in the web. Finally, when fate brings hardship, remind yourself, this too is part of the whole. Just as the body sometimes must endure pain to heal, so too the universe sometimes gives you trials for reasons larger than you can see. Trust the order of the whole, even when you do not understand it. Remember this truth. You are part of a larger whole. To forget this is to live small, selfish, and lost. To remember it is to live with meaning, with peace, with connection to everything around you. You are not alone. You never were. You are a thread in the great fabric of life, necessary, purposeful, eternal in your place within the whole. Let's get much more deeper. Most of us are haunted by the same quiet question. Why does life feel so loud, so fast, so chaotic, and yet so empty? We chase goals, approval, status, and somehow we still lie awake at night, overwhelmed, unfulfilled, spinning. But 2,000 years ago, one man ruled the most powerful empire in the world, and instead of chasing the noise, he sat in silence and asked himself better questions. His name was Marcus Aurelius, and what he discovered alone in a war tent, facing death, betrayal, and grief, could still change your life today. That's not philosophy class. That's survival. That's Stoicism. Meditations isn't just an old book. It's a blueprint for how to stay human when the world is trying to make you anything but. When Marcus wrote those words, he wasn't trying to be remembered. He was trying to hold on to his own sanity, his own goodness, in the middle of pain, politics, and pressure most of us can't even fathom. And the crazy part? What he figured out back then applies to everything we're still struggling with now. So, if you've ever felt like you're trying to hold it all together in a world that won't stop falling apart, this is for you. Not because Stoicism is some trendy self-help hack, but because it's real, it's raw, and it's built for people like us, people who are tired of being reactive, tired of chasing meaning, and finally ready to create it. Marcus Aurelius didn't write meditations for an audience. He wasn't hoping for fame, followers, or a spot on a bestseller list. He wasn't building a brand. He was writing to himself, quietly, privately, honestly. And that's exactly why it cuts deeper than most books ever could. It wasn't edited for public approval. It wasn't shaped to impress scholars or flatter emperors. It was a man alone with his thoughts, trying to hold himself together in a world that kept trying to pull him apart. In that brutal honesty, we find something rare, truth that hasn't been diluted by ego. He wasn't trying to sound wise, he was trying to stay decent. He was trying to remind himself how to respond when the world disappointed him, how to remain calm when others lost their temper, how to hold on to virtue when it would have been easier to give in to rage, bitterness, or despair. That's what makes meditations feel so alive. It doesn't talk at you, it whispers with you. It walks alongside your worst days and offers you something no lecture ever could: understanding. It doesn't pretend things are easy, it just insists they're worth enduring. You read it, and you don't see a marble statue of a perfect man. You see someone struggling, a ruler facing plagues, wars, betrayals, burying multiple children, losing his wife, and still trying to get up in the morning and act with dignity. He writes things like, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive." But you know from the tone he's probably writing that because he doesn't feel like getting out of bed. He's coaching himself, not preaching to you. And somehow that hits harder than all the polished advice in the world. That's the strange paradox of meditations. It was never meant to be shared, and yet that's what makes it so shareable. Its power lies in its rawness. Its unpolished nature is what gives it polish in a deeper sense. Because it's not afraid to look messy, it feels clean. Because it's not performative, it's profound. You don't feel like you're reading a philosopher on a pedestal. You feel like you're reading a man sitting in a war tent, holding a pen with one hand and holding back grief with the other. Maybe that's why, after all these years, it still resonates. Because in a world addicted to appearance, to performance, to pretending, Marcus shows us what it looks like to be real. He writes, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." That line alone has outlived centuries of political theory, moral essays, and religious sermons, not because it's perfectly worded, but because it's painfully honest. It gets under your skin and asks, are you being the person you keep talking about becoming? Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But to do that, you have to first confront the parts of yourself you'd rather hide." That's what Marcus was doing. He was confronting his ego, his anger, his fear of death, his frustration with others. And in doing so, he was doing something many of us avoid, facing the truth without flinching. That's not weakness, that's courage. And that's why meditations endures, because it models a kind of strength that doesn't come from conquest, but from inner clarity. There's something deeply human about reading the words of a Roman emperor who admits he loses his temper, who reminds himself not to crave applause, who struggles with ambition and grief just like the rest of us. It reminds you that titles and power don't protect anyone from the human condition. Aristotle said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." Marcus took that seriously. Every page is an attempt to know himself better so that he could lead better, love better, live better. That kind of self-awareness is timeless, and yet it's more than just introspection. It's discipline. He's not journaling to vent. He's writing to train his mind, to remind himself of the kind of man he wants to be. That's why the book returns to the same themes again and again. Control your emotions. Don't seek praise. Remember death. Serve the common good. These weren't philosophical decorations. They were guardrails. They were lifelines. They were a code he could return to when everything else fell apart. Plato wrote that the first and best victory is to conquer self. Marcus lived that battle every day. You can feel it in the repetition, the constant looping back to the same reminders. Because when life keeps hitting you, you don't need a new idea. You need to remember what you already know. He was teaching himself how to stay rooted, how to keep his footing, how to not be swept away by the flood of chaos that comes for all of us sooner or later. This is where the magic happens. Because even though Meditations was written for one man, it ends up being for everyone. Why? Because it's not trying to impress anyone. It's not pretending to have all the answers. It's not afraid to say, "I'm still learning." And in that vulnerability, we see ourselves. We see our own attempts to grow, our own failures to live up to our ideals, and we realize we're not alone. That realization matters because in today's world, we're drowning in information but starving for wisdom. We scroll endlessly, consume constantly, but rarely pause to reflect. Marcus reminds us to slow down, to think, to choose, to live on purpose, not just on autopilot. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," but Marcus shows us what the examined life actually looks like. It's not glamorous. It's not perfect. It's a daily effort to stay aligned with what matters. And what mattered to Marcus? Not wealth, not legacy, not comfort. What mattered was character, integrity, compassion, resilience. He wasn't trying to be remembered, he was trying to be useful. And that distinction between chasing attention and offering value is what separates wisdom from noise. You don't need a take. That might sound strange in a world that runs on opinions, but it's true. You don't have to weigh in on every headline, every debate, every drama. You don't need to comment, post, argue, or declare where you stand every time the world offers you a spotlight. Marcus Aurelius lived in a world full of political tension, betrayal, war, and social division. And even then, he knew the real power is in knowing when not to speak. He wrote, "You always have the option of having no opinion. There is never a need to get worked up or to trouble your soul about things you can't control." That's more than just advice. It's a strategy. It's a form of psychological self-defense. Because every time you respond to something that doesn't need your energy, you hand over a piece of your mind. You give away focus. You lose control of your inner world. We live in a time where not reacting is treated like ignorance. Stay silent. You must not care. Don't post your take. You must not be paying attention. But Marcus wasn't trying to appear informed. He was trying to be free. And freedom, in the Stoic sense, isn't about doing whatever you want. It's about not being pulled by every passing emotion, every noise, every impulse to react. Think about the pressure we feel to respond to everything around us. Something goes viral, and there's this instant urge. What do I think about it? Do I agree or disagree? Am I on the right side of this? But that pressure comes with a cost. It costs you clarity. It costs you peace. And more importantly, it distracts you from the only thing you can truly control, your own behavior. Carl Jung once said, "Where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling." But that harmony only happens when we pause long enough to observe our own mind before jumping in. Not every thought is worth expressing. Not every issue needs your take. And not every moment requires you to take a stand, especially when that stand is based more on fear of judgment than actual conviction. This isn't about apathy. It's about discernment. Marcus wasn't passive. He was deliberate. He knew how to filter what entered his consciousness. He trained himself to recognize which things deserved his energy and which were just noise. Because noise can feel urgent. It wants your attention. It begs for a reaction, but it rarely offers anything in return. Wisdom, on the other hand, waits. It observes. It sees the storm, but doesn't step into it unless it's necessary. That question, is this worth my peace, could save you hours of stress every week. You see a post online, it bothers you. You feel your fingers itching to type. But wait, ask the question, is this argument worth your clarity? Will this comment actually bring understanding or just more division? We've been trained to think that engagement equals value, that if you're not actively responding, you're irrelevant. But that mindset is rooted in fear. Fear of being overlooked, fear of being excluded, fear of being wrong. Stoicism teaches us that relevance isn't about being loud, it's about being centered. When you choose not to weigh in, something unexpected happens. You start noticing more. You hear what people actually mean, not just what they say. You catch the patterns behind the problems. You begin to respond from wisdom instead of emotion. That's not detachment, that's awareness. It's the ability to sit in silence and listen to life before adding your own voice to the mix. Silence can feel uncomfortable at first, especially when everyone else is shouting. But give it time. Let it deepen. Let it become your default mode, observing first, then choosing. And not choosing by impulse, but by value. What's important to you? What do you stand for? What matters when the noise fades? Marcus wasn't trying to escape life. He was trying to engage with it more wisely. He knew that the mind is like a city. It needs gates. Not every voice deserves entry. Not every opinion deserves attention. Not every emotion needs a reaction. And this mental gatekeeping, this choice to pause, is what creates inner stability. It's easy to mistake silence for indifference, but the Stoics saw silence as strength. They understood that not all battles are worth fighting. Some are distractions dressed as purpose. Some are emotional traps. Some are just chaos looking for company. And if you're not careful, you become part of the noise you were trying to escape. Think about how much energy we waste trying to defend our identity, trying to explain ourselves, trying to prove we're good, moral, thoughtful, smart. But here's a hard truth. The people who already believe in you don't need convincing. And the people who are committed to misunderstanding you won't be swayed by any argument. So what if you stop trying? What if you let your actions be your defense? What if you let your peace speak for itself? There's a story about Plato being slandered by someone in public. A friend urged him to respond, to defend himself. Plato calmly replied, "I will live in such a way that no one will believe him." That's the essence of Stoicism: integrity, not argument; action, not opinion; character, not clapbacks. You don't have to win every debate. You don't have to clear up every misunderstanding. Sometimes the best response is to live so clearly that people can't twist your truth. And that kind of clarity, of purpose, of identity, of values, can only grow in silence. The truth is, your opinion is precious. It's not meant to be tossed into every fight. It's meant to be cultivated, sharpened, deepened, so that when you do choose to speak, your words actually carry weight. And here's something you might not expect. The more you practice this, the more people begin to respect you. Not because you're loud, but because you're steady. Because in a world of noise, your silence stands out. Your calm becomes a kind of authority, and your restraint becomes a kind of power. That's what Marcus was building: a quiet power, a durable peace. Not because life was easy, but because he refused to be a slave to his own reactions. So the next time you feel the urge to weigh in, to jump into the debate, to prove your point, to set the record straight, pause, breathe, ask yourself, is this noise or is this necessary? Am I being pulled or am I choosing? Because that pause might be the most stoic thing you do. And that's the real lesson here. Silence isn't the absence of a voice, it's the presence of strength. It's the space between stimulus and response. The space where your freedom lives. The space where your peace waits. So no, you don't have to weigh in. You don't have to have a take. You don't need to stamp every moment with a label. What you need is a mind that's free. Let that be your power. Let that be your peace. He wasn't pretending to be flawless. He was holding himself accountable. One mistake at a time. Most of his wisdom comes from where he fell short. That's not weakness. That's exactly what growth looks like. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, the most powerful man in the world at the time, didn't sit on a golden throne and write meditations to impress anyone. He didn't craft it to gain followers, boost his image, or secure a legacy. That's what makes it powerful. It was private, honest, sometimes painfully so. It was a journal, a conversation with himself, and in that conversation you don't find a man bragging about his triumphs. You find a man admitting again and again where he slipped, where his emotions got the best of him, where his ego crept in, where he forgot his values. He wrote, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." That's not a motivational quote. That's someone coaching himself through frustration. That's a leader preparing his mind not to explode, not to judge, but to respond with steadiness. Because Marcus knew something we often forget. Strength doesn't come from pretending to be above the struggle. It comes from being inside it and choosing not to be broken by it. We live in a culture obsessed with image, with curating perfection, with projecting certainty. But Marcus wasn't performing. He was examining. In fact, many of the entries in meditations feel like mental corrections. He'll say something like, "Don't be overheard complaining, not even to yourself." That's not him judging others. That's him checking himself. That's what Stoicism demands. Not that you never fall, but that you're honest when you do. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Marcus was doing exactly that, bringing the unconscious to light. Every frustration, every flaw, every emotional spiral, he didn't bury them. He wrote them down, he looked at them, and in doing so, he refused to let them own him. Growth doesn't look like a highlight reel. It looks like wrestling with your own thoughts. It looks like waking up and realizing, I messed up yesterday, but today I'll do better. That's the real work. Not climbing to some imagined mountaintop of enlightenment, but simply staying aware, checking yourself before you go too far, catching the slip before it turns into a spiral. Think about the last time you overreacted, said something you regretted, held on to a grudge longer than you should have. What did you do afterward? Did you blame the other person? Did you justify it? Or did you even quietly say, "That's on me"? That moment right there, that tiny acknowledgement, is what Marcus practiced every day. And that's where growth lives, not in perfection, but in self-awareness. Aristotle wrote, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." Marcus took that literally. Every day he checked in, not with others, but with himself. Am I being ruled by fear, by anger, by ego? These weren't passing thoughts. They were his daily practice, his form of discipline, his mirror. And that's the difference between someone who wants to look wise and someone who becomes wise. One avoids mistakes, hides them, denies them. The other exposes them, examines them, learns from them. In one passage, Marcus reminds himself, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth." That level of humility from an emperor is staggering. And it's not just poetic, it's powerful, because true growth doesn't come from clinging to being right. It comes from being willing to change your mind when a better truth presents itself. And isn't that the battle most of us fight every day? The tension between wanting to look right and actually being right. Between defending our pride and admitting we've got more to learn. Marcus leaned into that tension. He let it teach him. Plato once said, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself." That's exactly what Marcus was attempting daily, quietly, imperfectly. He wasn't at war with armies alone, he was at war with himself, with his impulses, his frustration, his need to control, his desire to retaliate, his hunger for recognition. He met these enemies not with force, but with awareness, and sometimes with surrender. That's what accountability is. Not punishment, not shame, but presence. Owning your part, seeing yourself clearly, and choosing every time to rise a little higher. Marcus didn't celebrate himself in his writings. He corrected himself, over and over again. He would write things like, "At every hour, give your full concentration. Do everything as if it were the last thing you were doing in your life." He wasn't preaching, he was reminding himself, because, like all of us, he got distracted, he got emotional, he got tired, he forgot what mattered, and instead of hiding that, he wrote it down. That's strength. Socrates taught that the unexamined life is not worth living. Marcus examined his, not once, not occasionally, but daily, even as an emperor, even during wars, even while grieving. That kind of consistency is rare, and that's where transformation begins, not in the moment of clarity, but in the habit of returning to it. You can feel his humanity in the pages. There's no ego, no arrogance, just a man trying to stay centered in the chaos of power, responsibility, loss, and temptation. He faced the same struggles we do, just amplified 1,000 times, and still he showed up. Still he held himself to a higher standard, not because anyone was watching, but because he was watching. Think about that for a second. What if your life was being watched, not by others, but by your future self? The version of you 5 years from now, 10 years from now. The one who's wiser, calmer, more grounded. What would they say about the way you're living today? Would they thank you for your accountability, or would they be cleaning up the mess your ego left behind? That's what Marcus tapped into. He wasn't writing for applause, he was writing for alignment. He was staying accountable to the only person he couldn't lie to, himself. And maybe that's the most powerful lesson of all, that real self-respect isn't built on being flawless, it's built on being real, on being honest enough to say, "I slipped, but I see it, and I'll do better tomorrow." It's not glamorous, it's not easy, but it's rare. And in a world obsessed with filters, with performance, with always appearing in control, there's something revolutionary about simply saying, "I'm still learning." So if you're on that path of holding yourself accountable, of admitting where you fall short, of choosing to grow instead of pretend, then you're already walking beside Marcus. Not in history, but in practice, in mindset, in courage. Because that's what courage looks like. not standing tall on a stage, but kneeling quietly in front of your own mistakes and saying, "Teach me." He lists the names of emperors long forgotten, men who once ruled, who commanded armies, who shaped nations, and whose names now slip through history like dust through fingers. And then, in the same breath, Marcus Aurelius reminds himself, "I will be one of them." Forgotten, eventually, erased from memory, just like the rest. But he doesn't flinch. He doesn't despair. Because he never clung to legacy. He clung to character. That shift in focus changes everything. We live in a world obsessed with legacy. How we'll be remembered, how big our name will be, how many people know who we are. Social media has only amplified this hunger. Fame now seems just a post away. Visibility feels like power. And yet, here is Marcus, the most powerful man of his time, and he's telling himself, soon you'll be ashes or bones, a mere name at most. And even that is just a sound, an echo. That's not nihilism. That's clarity. He's not saying life is meaningless. He's saying stop trying to make your meaning depend on things that will never last. Stop chasing applause you'll never hear. Instead, build your life on something no one can take from you, your values. It's easy to confuse legacy with purpose, but legacy is external. It's how the world remembers you. Purpose is internal. It's how you live with yourself. Marcus chose the second, because legacy is a dangerous addiction. The more you chase being remembered, the more you shape your life for the crowd. You start making decisions not because they're right, but because they look impressive. You begin speaking not with honesty, but with strategy. You become less yourself and more a performance. But Marcus understood what most never do. You can't control how you'll be remembered. You can only control how you show up, what you stand for, what kind of person you are when no one's watching. That's what he meant when he said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Not because people are watching, but because you are watching. Plato wrote, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself." Marcus took that seriously. His victory wasn't over the Parthians or Germanic tribes. It was over the temptation to make his reign about power instead of principle. In a world that begged him to rule with dominance, he chose discipline. In a palace filled with temptation, he practiced restraint. In an empire that offered him worship, he humbled himself daily. Think about how rare that is. Most people, when given a taste of power, crave more. They become addicted to being seen, being followed, being praised. They want to build monuments, not just of stone, but of image. But Marcus saw through all that. He knew fame was fleeting. Praise is temporary. The crowd is fickle. What lasts is character. What matters is virtue. What endures is integrity. He reminded himself constantly that people's opinions were out of his control. He even wrote, "All is ephemeral, fame and the famous as well." And yet, how often do we live our lives as if public approval is the finish line? We work for recognition, for awards, for likes, for retweets. And then we wonder why we feel empty even after we get them. Because applause can't fill you. It can only distract you from the work that actually builds peace. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that's what Marcus did in Meditations. Not perfectly, not all at once, but persistently. Day by day, entry by entry, he faced himself, not as a figure of grandeur, but as a man trying to live well, not to impress, but to align. He knew his name would fade, but his soul, That was his responsibility. That was his masterpiece. And that's why, even though he knew he'd be forgotten, he wrote anyway. Not to be remembered, but to remember himself. To keep himself centered, aligned, awake. Socrates was once told that the oracle at Delphi proclaimed him the wisest man in Athens. But Socrates didn't let it inflate his ego. He doubled down on his quest for truth, for inner clarity. He said, "I know that I know nothing," because the goal was never to appear wise, it was to live wisely. The same thread runs through Marcus. He didn't care about appearing moral, he cared about becoming moral. And that's the invitation Stoicism extends to us, not to chase the spotlight, but to light our own path, to measure ourselves not by external applause, but by internal alignment. Did I live today in a way that reflects my values? Did I hold myself to the standard I claim to believe in? Did I do the right thing even when no one clapped? These are the questions that matter. Legacy is loud, character is quiet. Legacy wants a crowd. Character just needs a conscience. Legacy asks, "What will they say about me?" Character asks, "What do I know to be true?" And here's the irony. If you live for legacy, you may lose both legacy and character. But if you live for character, sometimes legacy follows anyway, quietly, naturally, as a side effect, not a goal. Marcus didn't make decisions with history in mind, he made decisions with virtue in mind. And because of that, history remembers him, not for his conquests, but for his convictions. He reminds us that the size of your stage doesn't determine the strength of your soul. You don't need to lead an empire to live with integrity. You don't need a title to practice humility. You don't need 1,000,000 followers to be grounded in purpose. You just need to decide what matters and live like it does. So what matters to you? Fame or peace? Recognition or integrity? What do you want your days to stand for? Because in the end, your life isn't built in grand gestures. It's built in the small choices you make when no one's watching. It's built when you return the shopping cart, when you admit you were wrong, when you stay honest even when it costs you, when you keep your word not for credit, but because it's who you are. Marcus wrote, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change." That's the mark of a man who isn't obsessed with looking right, but with being real. And that's what makes his wisdom last. Not that he had all the answers, but that he kept asking the right questions. Questions like, what kind of person do I want to be? Am I living like it? What am I clinging to that doesn't matter? He knew that death would come, that time would erase his name, that the Roman Empire would eventually fall. But he also knew that the human soul is timeless, that courage is timeless, that discipline, humility, compassion, and reason, they echo far beyond any headline or statue. So maybe the goal isn't to be remembered, maybe the goal is to be real, to live in such a way that even if no one ever tells your story, the people you touched will never forget how you made them feel. Not because you were impressive, but because you were grounded, honest, present. Don't build your life chasing applause you'll never hear. Build it on values you'll never regret. Let your name fade. Let your face disappear. Let history forget you. But let your soul remain intact. Let your integrity whisper louder than the world shouts. And when you lie down at the end of the day, may your peace be your legacy. Floods, wars, death, betrayal. Marcus endured all of it. Plagues that decimated the empire, rebellions that tested his reign, the betrayal of trusted generals, the loss of children one after another, the constant presence of death, not as a metaphor, but as a companion. And still he kept showing up. Day after day, page after page, he returned to his journal, to his discipline, to his principles. Why? Because he understood something we often forget. The storms outside don't have to become storms inside. He didn't let heartbreak make him bitter. He let it make him better. And there's a massive difference between the two. Bitterness is easy. It's automatic. When life hurts you, when people disappoint you, when the world feels unfair, it's natural to armor up, to close off, to see everything through the lens of pain. But Marcus knew that once you let pain twist your perspective, you lose the only thing you truly control, your character. So instead, he chose the harder path, the Stoic path. He didn't suppress the pain, he studied it, he examined it, he let it shape him without defining him. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wasn't theory, that was survival, because outside events were a relentless flood, plagues, civil unrest, war on multiple borders, personal tragedy. Marcus could have collapsed, he could have turned cruel, detached, cynical, but he didn't. He chose to keep showing up, fully, honestly, even when it broke his heart. He lost his children and still reminded himself not to expect permanence. "You could leave life right now," he wrote. "Let that determine what you do and say and think." This wasn't morbid. It was grounding. It was his way of staying connected to what mattered. Because when death sits close, you stop wasting time. You stop taking people for granted. You stop running from discomfort and start showing up for life exactly as it is, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. He didn't glamorize suffering, but he didn't avoid it either. He believed deeply that pain is a teacher, not a punishment, a lesson in what we value, a mirror of our ego, a test of our principles. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Marcus lived that. He didn't escape the darkness, he walked through it, wrote through it, grew through it. Every line of Meditations is a man wrestling with heartbreak, disappointment, injustice, and still choosing virtue. Think about that the next time life punches you in the gut. When you feel abandoned, when your plans fall apart, when someone you trust turns their back, you have two choices, harden or grow. Marcus chose to grow. He could have used power to numb himself, distraction, pleasure, anger, but he didn't. He chose to face reality fully awake. He reminded himself, if it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining. That wasn't coldness, that was resilience. It was a refusal to be ruled by resentment, betrayal. He faced it. Loss, he accepted it. War, he led through it. Every time life knocked him down, he got back up. Not because he was invincible, but because he was grounded in values, in discipline, in the constant reminder that this moment, no matter how painful, was shaping him. There's a reason we still read Marcus 2,000 years later, not because he was perfect, but because he kept going, kept learning, kept loving virtue more than comfort. When the Antonine Plague ravaged the empire, he didn't flee to safety. He stayed, served, led, even as death swept through the population, even as his own health declined. He chose duty, chose presence, chose purpose. That's what showing up looks like. And we're not talking about grand gestures. Showing up isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it means simply getting out of bed when you don't want to, writing the truth when it scares you, being kind when your heart is still broken, owning your emotions instead of unloading them on others, choosing the next right thing when everything feels wrong. Showing up isn't about being unshakable, it's about being committed. Committed to growth, committed to your principles, committed to living with clarity, even in chaos. Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Marcus made showing up a habit, not a one-time act of bravery, but a repeated discipline. A decision made each day not to give up, not to numb out, not to let bitterness take root. He chose to believe that life was still worth showing up for, even when it broke him, especially when it broke him. Because heartbreak doesn't have to end you, it can open you, it can soften the ego, expand the soul, clarify what matters. Pain has that power if you let it teach you. Socrates, even on trial for his life, refused to abandon his principles. He didn't beg, didn't flatter, didn't sell out. He stood in truth, calmly, firmly, fully present. Because, like Marcus, he understood. Your circumstances don't define your strength. Your choices do. The Stoics never promised comfort. They promised clarity. And clarity begins when you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What now?" Marcus faced unspeakable loss, and instead of collapsing, he wrote. Instead of hiding, he led. Instead of turning cold, he turned inward. He wasn't pretending to be okay, he was practicing being unbroken. That's real strength, not pretending life is fine, but choosing to live fully anyway. When everything feels like it's falling apart, your relationships, your career, your sense of identity, you have one power no one can take from you, the power to stay engaged, not with perfection, but with presence, to keep showing up, to breathe, to reflect, to act from virtue instead of pain. Marcus could have written angry books. He could have used his position to rewrite the narrative, blame others, justify himself. But instead, he wrote meditations, not for glory, not for sympathy, but for self-correction, for realignment, for remembering what mattered. He asked himself over and over, "What is in my control?" Because that question was his anchor, and it can be yours too. No matter what you're facing, betrayal, loss, heartbreak, disappointment, you have a choice. Will you let it close your heart or deepen your character? Bitterness is easy. Just stop caring, build walls, expect the worst. But that's not strength. That's fear in disguise. Real strength is vulnerability with discipline. It's saying, "Yes, I've been hurt. Yes, I feel lost, but I still choose to love, still choose to lead, still choose to live, not perfectly, but honestly." So when life knocks the breath out of you, remember Marcus. Remember the emperor who cried in silence, wrote to himself in grief, and chose action when retreat was easier. He showed up for life even when it was breaking him. And that choice, that daily, humble, human choice, is what made him great. Not the throne, not the power, not the empire, but the quiet decision to keep his heart open when the world tried to shut it. You have that same power. You can keep showing up, not for the world's approval, but for your own evolution, for the person you're becoming through the struggle, for the peace that waits on the other side of persistence. Let pain shape you, not define you. Let heartbreak refine you, not harden you. And let Marcus remind you that being broken doesn't mean you're done. It means you're being rebuilt, wiser, clearer, deeper. So stand up, show up, even now, especially now. Your co-worker, your ex, that driver who cut you off, they're not blocks in your path. They're the path itself. It doesn't always feel that way. It feels like interruptions, obstacles, roadblocks to your peace and progress. The co-worker who micromanages, the ex who left things unresolved, the stranger who disrespects you with a horn blast or a finger in traffic. You tell yourself, if they weren't in the way, I'd be fine. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us they are the way. He wrote, "People are your proper occupation, not your distraction, not your excuse, but your work. Not to fix them, not to judge them, but to meet them as tests of your own discipline, your kindness, your values." That's the part we miss. We think growth happens in solitude, in silence, on mountaintops and meditation pillows. But it's easy to be calm when no one's annoying you. It's easy to be kind when no one's triggering you. The real test, the real measure of who you are, is how you respond to the people who challenge your ego, your patience, your expectations. Marcus knew this because he lived it. He wasn't journaling from a monastery. He was writing while leading armies, while managing senators, while grieving lost children and navigating betrayals in his court. Every day, people pulled at his energy, tested his integrity, demanded his time, and instead of resenting them, he used them as mirrors, as reminders, as practice. He wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." When he said that, he wasn't just talking about illness or misfortune, he was talking about people too. Because nothing triggers us faster than other people. They push our buttons, stir our insecurities, reflect the parts of us we haven't fully mastered. But if you let them, they also reveal your growth, your gaps, your grace. Let's be honest, it's easy to love humanity in theory. It's people in real life who make it hard. The friend who flakes, the boss who criticizes, the parent who never seems satisfied. And yet these are the moments that define you, not just as a Stoic, but as a human being. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's exactly what Marcus practiced. He didn't just tolerate people, he used his reactions to them as signals. If he felt anger rising, that was an invitation to study it. If he felt superior, that was a cue to check his pride. If he felt annoyed, that was a challenge to choose patience. This isn't about letting people walk all over you. It's about not letting them knock you off your path. The truth is, anyone can meditate in a quiet room. The real work is staying centered when someone is disrespectful in a meeting, when your ex texts something passive-aggressive, when someone cuts you off in traffic and your instinct is to respond with rage. Marcus didn't aim to control others. He aimed to control himself. And that's the only real power any of us have. He reminded himself, it's not things that upset us, but our judgments about them. He extended that wisdom to people. He knew people don't upset us just by existing. It's our expectations, our attachments, our reactions to who we think they should be that upset us. So what if we dropped the judgment? What if we saw each difficult person as a trainer showing up to refine our patience, to sharpen our understanding, to expose the parts of us that still need work? You don't need more peace and quiet to grow. You need the humility to see growth in chaos, in conflict, in discomfort. That means your co-worker's constant negativity. That's your training ground for compassion. Your ex's bitterness, a test of your boundaries. That rude driver, a masterclass in self-regulation. They're not obstacles. They're the curriculum. Think about it like this. You're a sculptor, and these people are the chisels. Not because they're always right, but because they shape you. They force you to clarify your values, your reactions, your identity. Plato wrote, "Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle. Marcus didn't use this idea to excuse poor behavior, but to remind himself that empathy is part of strength. That understanding is part of wisdom, and that kindness isn't weakness, it's evidence of inner mastery. Because let's face it, anyone can snap, anyone can retaliate, but to stay composed when provoked, that's power. The person who triggers you the most is your greatest teacher, not because they're wise, but because they reveal your edges, the places where you still react instead of respond, where your ego still takes the wheel, where your principles waver. And that's where the work begins. Imagine this. You walk into work and your colleague makes another passive comment. You feel your body tighten, your brain race for a comeback. But then something shifts. You remember, this isn't about them. This is about you, your center, your standard. So instead of reacting, you breathe. You return to principle. You choose the higher response, not because they deserve it, but because you do. You deserve to live untangled by pettiness, unshaken by immaturity, uncontrolled by others' chaos. That's not weakness, that's Stoic strength. Marcus knew the world wouldn't stop testing him. People wouldn't stop being people. So he stopped expecting them to change and focused on mastering his own mind. He wrote, "When someone does wrong, you must forgive him. But not because he deserves forgiveness. The wrongdoer may not, but because you deserve peace." That's the essence of Stoic resilience. Not reactive, not passive, but principled, steady, awake. And let's be clear, this doesn't mean you stay in toxic situations. It means you stop outsourcing your inner state to external behavior. You can walk away and still be kind. You can set boundaries and still show grace. You can disagree and still remain composed. Because real discipline isn't about suppressing emotion. It's about channeling it with awareness, turning anger into clarity, turning pain into insight, turning conflict into practice. Socrates said, "The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be." Most people pretend to be above the drama, but fold when challenged. Marcus aimed to live it, to embody the values he wrote about, and that's why he kept reminding himself, the world doesn't owe you peace. You have to cultivate it. And you do that in the hard moments, not in theory, but in real time. When someone disrespects you, when someone misunderstands you, when someone disappoints you. And you don't let it make you smaller. You don't let it harden you. You meet it with clarity, with courage, with compassion. That's Stoicism lived, not just studied. That's what Marcus meant when he said, "People are your proper occupation." Not that you have to fix them, but that they give you the opportunity to practice every virtue you claim to believe in. Patience, wisdom, courage, discipline, forgiveness. These aren't ideas, they're actions. And your ex, your co-worker, that driver, they are the training ground. They are not outside your path. They are the path. And every time you meet them with virtue instead of vengeance, you're not letting them win. You're letting you win. You're affirming your values, building your identity, solidifying your peace. So stop waiting for the world to make it easier. Get better at showing up stronger, not louder, not angrier, stronger. Because that's how you reclaim your power, not by controlling them, but by mastering yourself. Marcus knew that. Now you do too. What if the thing you hate is the thing that's helping you most? We don't like to think that way. Pain is supposed to be bad. Frustration is something we're told to avoid. Discomfort, that's failure, right? But the Stoics offer a different lens, a reframe. What if the very thing you're trying to run from is the thing that's shaping you? What if the obstacle isn't just blocking your path, it is your path? This is the Stoic shift. Pain becomes fuel, problems become practice. Everything becomes an opportunity if you choose to see it that way. That's not toxic positivity. It's not pretending that everything feels good. It's something deeper. It's the discipline of asking, what is this teaching me? Even when you're in the middle of the mess, it's refusing to let pain be wasted. Marcus Aurelius didn't have an easy life. He didn't write about struggle in theory. He wrote from within it. He buried children, led wars, endured plagues, was betrayed by friends, faced sickness, insomnia, and enormous pressure. And yet, over and over, he reminded himself, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. It sounds poetic, but it's also painfully practical. He was saying, this thing I hate, this thing I didn't ask for, it's exactly what I need. Why? Because adversity doesn't just show you who you are, it makes you who you are. Think about the times in your life that changed you most. Was it comfort that transformed you? Or was it pressure, loss, challenge? Almost always, it's the hard moments that sculpt us. Carl Jung once said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Marcus would agree. Because pain breaks the illusion of control. It exposes where we're fragile, where we've built on shaky ground. But it also shows us what we're capable of, what we can endure, what we can rise from, what we can become. So the Stoic reframe isn't just intellectual, it's existential. It's a way of walking through life with your eyes open, willing to see pain not as the enemy, but as an instructor. Let's say you're in a job you hate. It drains you, it frustrates you, you feel stuck. Most people would numb themselves, complain endlessly, or bail impulsively. But the Stoic approach is different. You pause. You ask, what is this teaching me? Maybe it's showing you what you value. Maybe it's revealing how much of your identity is tied to external validation. Maybe it's training you to hold boundaries, to find courage, to clarify your purpose. The discomfort isn't the problem, it's the feedback. The same applies to relationships. That heartbreak, that rejection, it stings, but it also unmasks you. It shows you where you placed your worth, where your expectations were unrealistic, where your healing still needs work, and it gives you a choice, bitterness or depth. The Stoic doesn't suppress pain, they reframe it, they work with it. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. And that habit begins with how we interpret difficulty. If you see hardship as failure, you'll shrink. But if you see it as material, raw, uncomfortable but essential, then you begin to grow. Let's bring this closer to home. You set a goal, you start a habit, you make a decision to change. But then life pushes back. You feel resistance. You feel tempted to quit. You think, maybe this isn't meant to be. But what if that resistance is the proof that it's worth it? That's what Stoicism teaches us. Every meaningful transformation is forged through friction. Muscles grow from tension, minds grow from challenge, souls grow from pressure. The Stoics don't glorify suffering for its own sake. They just refuse to waste it. Marcus didn't say, enjoy pain. He said, use it. Because if you're willing to sit with it, study it, respond to it, you can turn even the worst days into your strongest foundation. Viktor Frankl, the psychologist and Holocaust survivor, once said, When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. That is the Stoic path, not controlling everything, but becoming stronger, clearer, freer within anything. So next time you're frustrated, pause. Ask, what's the lesson here? Next time you're hurt, pause. Ask, what is this teaching me about myself? Next time life feels unfair, pause. Ask, how can I rise through this, not just survive it? That's not weakness. That's alchemy, turning frustration into focus, turning disappointment into direction, turning chaos into clarity. Marcus didn't become wise because life was easy. He became wise because he stayed awake through the storms. He journaled, he questioned, he took responsibility for his emotions even when they overwhelmed him. He wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it. And it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now." Notice what he didn't say. He didn't say you should deny the pain. He didn't say pretend it doesn't hurt. He said, challenge your interpretation. Because once you realize you can choose your frame, you can choose your response. You've already reclaimed your power. The thing you hate might be the thing that saves you, the failure that humbles you, the rejection that redirects you, the silence that teaches you to listen, the struggle that shapes your resilience. But only if you let it, only if you stop resisting what is and start using it to become who you're meant to be. Socrates was sentenced to death for speaking truth. He didn't panic. He didn't run. He accepted his fate, not because he wanted to die, but because he believed in integrity more than comfort. That's the Stoic spirit. Not passive acceptance, but purposeful acceptance. Active surrender. So, when you feel stuck, angry, ashamed, pause. What if this moment is exactly what you needed? Not to punish you, but to prepare you. Not to break you, but to build you. There's power in that. There's peace in that. And most of all, there's freedom in that. Because you stop being a victim of life. You become a partner in your own evolution. And that's what Marcus wanted for himself, for us. Not a life without problems, but a mind trained to meet them with wisdom. So next time life hands you something you didn't ask for, pause and ask the most Stoic question of all. What if this is helping me? Marcus said we should be like the rock the waves crash upon, and he didn't say that lightly. He lived it. The waves in his life weren't metaphorical. They were brutal, relentless, and real. Death stalked his children. War consumed his borders. Political betrayal tested his trust. He was emperor of the most powerful empire in the world, but not even he could command the weather of life to calm down. He couldn't stop the storms, so instead he became the rock, still, present, unmoved. Because life will never stop throwing storms at you. It doesn't care how good your intentions are. It doesn't adjust itself to your plans. There's no break room, no time out, no final destination where everything's finally stable, finally easy, finally calm. That's the fantasy, and the faster you let go of it, the freer you become. See, the Stoics didn't waste time fantasizing about a perfect life. They trained for the life they had. Marcus wasn't looking for a way around adversity. He was looking for a way through it. That's what the rock represents. Not perfection, not denial, but preparation. The disciplined mind that says, I may not choose the storm, but I choose how I show up in it. And that's where your power lives. We're taught to flinch, to chase comfort, to back away when life gets messy. But what if the storm isn't here to break you? What if it's here to reveal you? Marcus believed it was. He believed life's waves don't just test you, they show you who you are. And when you don't like what you see, that's your work. So you learn to stand still, not out of apathy, but out of awareness, out of depth. Stillness isn't the absence of emotion. It's the refusal to let emotion hijack your behavior. It's the wisdom to feel fully without losing your footing. And that kind of stillness? It's rare. It's powerful. It's what people mean when they say someone has presence. It's not volume, it's gravity. It's something you cultivate moment by moment, decision by decision, wave by crashing wave. Let's make this personal. You get blindsided. Maybe a relationship ends. Maybe a job falls through. Maybe someone you trusted turns on you. Your instincts scream, react, panic, collapse. But then something quieter speaks. Hold, breathe, stay with it. That moment of pause, that's the difference. That's where the rock starts to form. You don't have to be flawless. You don't have to feel ready. You just have to stop giving your strength away to every crashing wave. You don't chase the wave. You don't become the wave. You endure the wave, and you learn that it always passes. You begin to understand that stillness is not inaction. It's intention. It's presence. It's what allows you to respond with clarity instead of reacting with chaos. And that's not coldness. That's inner power. Because anyone can explode. Anyone can shut down. Anyone can scream back at the storm. But the one who remains grounded, thoughtful, composed, that person becomes unshakable. They become what the world needs, but rarely sees. Aristotle wrote, "Anybody can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, that is not easy." That's the discipline Marcus was practicing. Not suppression, but discernment. He wasn't emotionless, he felt deeply. But he also knew that emotions are weather, and identity is the ground beneath it. If you confuse the two, you'll always be carried away by the next storm. So the goal isn't to avoid storms. The goal is to build an inner foundation that's wider than the waves, that's deeper than the winds, that can hold still even when the world around you doesn't. And yes, it will be tested. You'll be criticized, misunderstood, overlooked, hurt. And you'll be tempted to break your character just to make a point. But here's the truth Marcus lived by. Nothing is worth your peace. Nothing is worth your integrity. The moment you let outer chaos shape your inner compass, you've lost more than any enemy could take from you. So you keep standing, not for applause, not to prove anything, but because you've decided who you are. And storms don't rewrite identity, they reveal it. Carl Jung said, "Only what is really oneself has the power to heal." And healing begins when you stop pretending to be the storm and start becoming the rock. When you no longer seek control over everything around you, but start developing mastery over what's within you. And that mastery isn't loud. It doesn't beg to be seen. It just is, like a rock in the surf, like calm in the middle of a storm, like a soul that's rooted even when the ground shakes. So the next time life throws another wave, and it will, ask yourself, am I going to collapse into this, or am I going to remember that I don't have to move just because something tried to move me? The storm will pass. And you? You'll still be here, unshaken. But let's go even deeper. What does it really mean to love your fate? Not just when it's neutral, but when it feels unfair. It means stepping into a higher order of personal responsibility. It means saying, even this, yes, this too is part of my story. Not just accepting the chapters you like, but respecting the ones that nearly broke you, because the fire doesn't choose what's thrown into it. It simply takes everything and burns brighter. And here's what most people never realize. The parts of your life that felt like punishment might actually be the parts preparing you for the thing you were born to do. Maybe that painful relationship taught you boundaries. Maybe that job you lost taught you value. Maybe that illness made you look inward for the first time in your life. The lesson isn't always clear when you're inside it, but clarity comes with time and courage and a willingness to ask, not, why is this happening to me, but who am I becoming because of it? That's the Stoic lens. It's not a trick to feel better, it's a training of the soul to grow deeper. Marcus believed that nothing external could truly harm you unless it damaged your character. Everything else, injury, insult, misfortune, was just material. Raw clay. You're the sculptor. You decide what shape it takes in your life. So when the world throws its worst at you, what do? You mold it. You reframe it. You say, this will become part of the foundation I stand on. This will become something useful. It's a practice, and like all practices, you won't always get it right. There will be days when you don't want to accept it, days when you curse the pain, days when you slip back into old habits of resentment. But even that too becomes part of the work. Growth isn't a straight line. It's a spiral staircase. Sometimes you circle back just to realize how far you've come. And through it all, the fire still burns. Remember, every time you say, this shouldn't be happening, you're reinforcing a belief that life must obey your expectations. But it never will. The Stoics knew that life doesn't promise fairness, it only promises itself. Your job isn't to control the script. Your job is to play your role with excellence, whatever scene you're handed. Seneca wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Marcus lived that truth. So can you, because the power isn't in what happens. The power is in your interpretation. The power is in how you assign meaning to it. And the most empowering meaning you can assign is this: it's here to grow me. That doesn't make the pain less real. It makes the pain worth it. And the more you practice this radical, liberating, Stoic reframe, the more you start to walk differently, talk differently, carry yourself differently. Because now you're not resisting life, you're flowing with it. You're not recoiling from the fire, you are the fire, and the world feels that. They may not understand it, but they feel the steadiness, the groundedness, the quiet confidence that comes from someone who has loved even their hardest moments. Someone who isn't afraid to be tested. Because when you love what happens, nothing can own you. You're not a prisoner to outcomes. You're not a hostage to circumstances. You're not waiting for the world to be perfect so you can feel peace. You carry your peace inside you, and you protect that peace not by shielding yourself from life, but by saying yes to it all. That's not naive. That's not weakness. That's strength in its purest form. So the next time something goes wrong, and it will, you already know what to do. Don't just tolerate it. Don't just wait it out. Take it in. Turn it into fuel. Let it sharpen you, because it's not enough to accept what happens. Love it, and let it set your soul on fire. Why did Marcus journal every day? Because reflection creates distance, and distance gives you perspective. When life pulls you into its chaos, when emotions are high, when your mind is racing, journaling becomes an anchor, not to escape the storm, but to step back just enough to see the shape of it. That's what Marcus understood. He wasn't writing to impress anyone. His pages weren't filled with polished thoughts. They were raw, uneven, repetitive. That's because they weren't meant for the world. They were meant for him. For the part of him trying to stay upright in a world that was constantly shifting under his feet. He wrote to see his mind on paper, because when you write, the whirlwind of your thoughts has to slow down enough to become words. And when thoughts become words, they become visible, manageable, moldable. Instead of drowning in feeling, you start to find form. That's the first gift of journaling. It transforms emotion into something you can study rather than something that controls you. Marcus wasn't journaling because he had nothing better to do. As emperor, he was journaling because he had too much going on, leading an empire, losing his children, managing war, betrayal, illness. He didn't journal from comfort. He journaled to survive. And not survive like getting by, but survive with sanity, with clarity, with strength. When he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events," that wasn't abstract. That was earned wisdom, captured in writing during moments of deep inner work. Writing creates that space. When something frustrates you and you write about it, the mere act of putting it into a sentence can reduce its hold on you. It forces you to name what you're experiencing. And naming is power. Carl Jung spoke often about the unconscious mind, how what we don't understand in ourselves rules us. But journaling brings the unconscious into the light. The unknown becomes known. That's how you reclaim your power. You face your thoughts. You don't flinch. You don't distract yourself. You sit with the truth and invite it onto the page. And once it's on the page, you can begin to see, where am I lying to myself? Where am I avoiding responsibility? Where am I falling into patterns that no longer serve me? Marcus did this constantly. He questioned himself more than anyone else. Not because he hated himself, but because he loved the idea of becoming better. The journal was his way of sculpting his soul, every page a chisel, every entry a strike of self-honesty. That's what Stoicism is, not coldness, not detachment, but radical ownership of your inner life. And writing is one of the most powerful ways to live that ownership. We live in a noisy world. Everyone wants to speak. Few want to understand. Everyone wants to react. Few take the time to reflect. Marcus chose reflection, and it shows. His meditations are full of conflict, internal and external, but always pointing back to the discipline of perception. Perception, how you see what happens to you. Writing trains that. It sharpens your ability to observe yourself without judgment, to ask, what am I really feeling here? What's underneath this anger, this fear, this pride? It slows you down, and in that slowness, insight has a chance to emerge. The Stoics knew the danger of unexamined emotions. Emotions aren't the enemy, but uncontrolled emotion. That's what destroys empires. That's what ends friendships. That's what blinds judgment. That's why Marcus wrote, because unchecked emotion clouds the mind, and a clouded mind can't lead, not a country, not a family, not even itself. So he wrote. Some entries are reminders, others are corrections, some are stern, others heartbreakingly tender. He was talking to himself, but in doing so, he ended up talking to all of us. We read Marcus today because he dared to think through the chaos instead of react to it, and writing gave him the room to do that. When you pick up a pen or sit down at a keyboard, you're doing more than recording your day. You're excavating your soul. You're saying, I'm not going to be a prisoner of my mind. I'm going to become its master. thought by thought, word by word. Journaling doesn't always feel profound in the moment. Sometimes you're just dumping frustration onto the page. But even that, especially that, is valuable, because it's honest. And honesty with yourself is the foundation of any real change. Marcus didn't filter his thoughts. That's what makes his writing timeless. He admitted when he was frustrated. He admitted when he failed. He wrote about being tired, about being tempted, about trying to be good in a world that often rewards the opposite. That kind of honesty is rare, and it's what makes him trustworthy. He wasn't performing, he was processing. And in that process, he became stronger. Writing is a way to interrupt the noise, to step outside the blur of life and ask, what's really going on here? And that distance, that pause, is often all you need to see your situation with fresh eyes. You start to recognize patterns. You start to see what you keep reacting to. You start to notice what you've been avoiding. And slowly, a kind of inner map forms. A record of your thinking, a trail of your transformation. Marcus left us that trail. Not on purpose, but thank God he did. Because in reading it, we're reminded that wisdom isn't found. It's built. It's carved out of daily practice. Of showing up to the page when you don't feel like it. Of wrestling with your thoughts until something clear and grounded comes through. We often think of writing as expression, but in Stoicism, writing is inspection, a tool for truth, a way to track the distance between who you are and who you aspire to be. That distance matters because it's easy to deceive others, harder to deceive yourself if you're honest. And on the page, that honesty reveals your real work. It shows you where you've been acting out of ego, where you've been blaming others, where you've abandoned your principles. And it also shows you where you've grown, where you've paused instead of reacted, where you've chosen strength over impulse, where you've shown compassion in the face of chaos. The page remembers even when you don't, and the more you write, the more you evolve, not in grand epiphanies, but in quiet, consistent clarity, in reflection that compounds over time. That's how Marcus trained his mind to lead, not just others, but himself. And it's how you can do the same. You don't need perfect words. You don't need a system. You just need to start. Write about what's bothering you, what you're afraid of, what you're avoiding, what you want, what you miss, what you're grateful for. No one has to see it. That's the beauty. It's not performance, it's practice. And that practice, repeated, builds something priceless. Perspective. And from perspective comes peace. And from peace, you move through the world less reactive, more grounded, more aware. You stop saying everything that comes to mind. You stop chasing things that don't matter. You start choosing your thoughts with intention. You become more deliberate, more discerning, more disciplined. And not because someone told you to, but because you discovered what matters. That's what writing does. That's why Marcus did it. And that's why you should too. He wanted to be full of love, but free of destructive passion. And that distinction matters more than most people realize. Because love, in its purest form, uplifts. It strengthens. It makes you better, not needier. But when love is distorted by uncontrolled passion, it can become the very thing that weakens us. Marcus Aurelius understood that. He wasn't striving for emotional suppression. He was training for emotional clarity. You see, passion, when left unchecked, consumes. It clouds your judgment. It pulls you out of yourself. The Stoics saw this not as a sign of life, but as a failure of discipline. Not because they were cold or detached, but because they understood how easily the flame of love could turn into a wildfire that destroys. Marcus didn't want to be immune to love. He wanted to love right, with steadiness, with perspective, with strength. That's the rarest kind of love, the kind that doesn't panic when someone pulls away, the kind that doesn't crumble under rejection, the kind that isn't born from hunger but from wholeness. Most of what we call love today is just possession wrapped in poetry. It's desire that demands, affection that negotiates, passion that overwhelms. Marcus didn't want any of that. He wanted something deeper. He wanted a love that could endure disappointment without collapsing, that could exist without constantly seeking validation, that could give freely without losing its center. Because when you lose yourself in someone else, that's not love. That's dependence. And dependence breeds fear. Fear of loss. Fear of abandonment. Fear of not being enough. And fear is the root of so much pain in relationships, not just romantic ones, but in families, friendships, even with colleagues. When your emotions own you, you're not free. And Stoicism, above all, is about inner freedom. Marcus practiced a love that was grounded, measured, still warm, but not chaotic. He understood what Aristotle once wrote: "To love is to will the good of the other." That's it. No possession, no craving, just the desire to see someone flourish, whether they stay or go, whether they return your love or not. That's the kind of love that doesn't destroy you. That's the kind of love that actually gives life to both of you. It's easy to confuse that kind of love with being cold, but it's not coldness, it's strength. The kind of strength that can hold pain without projecting it, that can see clearly even when emotions rise, that can stay rooted in values instead of being yanked around by moods. Destructive passion is love without discipline. It says, "I need you to behave a certain way so I can feel okay." But Stoic love says, "I will love you without conditions because my peace does not depend on your choices." There's a power in that, a freedom. Marcus wanted that freedom. He worked for it every day. When he wrote about temperance and reason, he wasn't shutting himself off. He was building an inner structure that could hold both love and logic without collapsing under either. That balance doesn't just happen, it has to be built. And it's built by examining your impulses, watching how you respond when you're hurt, when you're ignored, when you're tempted to react out of pride or fear or longing. That's when you train. That's when you ask yourself, am I acting from my highest self or from my wounded self? The Stoics weren't against emotion, they were against being ruled by it. Emotional clarity doesn't mean never feeling, it means knowing what you're feeling and choosing how to respond. It means pausing long enough to ask, is this love or is this attachment? Is this compassion or is this control? That pause changes everything. Most people don't pause. They react, they lash out, they cling, they run, and then they call that love. But love, real love, has room for pause, for breath, for thought. It doesn't rush you into madness. It calls you into presence. That's what Marcus was after. And you can feel it in his writing, in how he speaks of others, in how he speaks to himself. He knew that love without control becomes obsession, that compassion without boundaries becomes chaos, and that ungoverned passion, no matter how poetic, ultimately enslaves the one who feels it. So he wrote his way into wisdom. He reminded himself that emotions are signals, not commands, that desire is natural but not always noble, that even love must be examined, purified, brought under the guidance of reason. This wasn't emotional coldness, it was maturity. And maturity is the willingness to love without addiction, to connect without losing yourself, to care deeply and still walk away if walking away is what your values demand. It's rare, but it's possible, and it's worth practicing. Because when your love is clear, when it's not clouded by fear or need or control, you become more trustworthy. You stop manipulating. You stop playing games. You become someone others feel safe with because they know you won't use their affection as leverage. And you feel safer too because you're no longer relying on others to complete you. You've completed yourself. You've built your center. You've done the inner work. That inner work is what makes Stoic love so profound. It's not showy. It's not loud, but it's steady. It's the kind of love that can sit in silence with you and not feel awkward. The kind that doesn't need to be constantly expressed to feel real. The kind that's expressed most in action, in presence, in consistency. We often think of passion as a fire that burns hot, but the Stoics saw a different fire, the one that burns steady, the kind that warms without scorching, that lights your way without blinding you. That's emotional clarity. It's when you can say, "I love you," and mean it, not because you want something from someone, but because you've chosen to offer something of yourself, freely, without strings, without performance. It's when you can walk through heartbreak and not let it harden you. When you can stay open in a world that gives you every reason to shut down. When you can feel deeply but still act wisely. It's not easy. That's why it's rare. But Marcus shows us it's possible. He chose love, but he chose the kind of love that builds, that sharpens, that elevates. Not the kind that drowns you in your own longing, not the kind that erodes your sense of self, but the kind that survives loss, that survives time, that survives even the death of the person you loved. Because the love was real, and real love leaves an imprint that chaos can't erase. So be full of love, but free of destructive passion. Be warm, but clear. Be kind, but rooted. Because the rarest kind of strength is this, to feel everything and still choose wisely. And that's what Marcus was practicing every single day. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. He writes, not argue about it, not talk about it. Just be. Marcus wasn't interested in appearances. He wasn't looking for a philosophical debate. He was looking for integrity. He wanted to live in alignment, not just speak about it, because he knew what many still forget, that truth isn't proven by eloquence, it's proven by embodiment. How many people preach patience but explode the moment things go wrong? How many people talk about discipline while negotiating every excuse not to show up? We live in a world full of performers, carefully curated personas, motivational words that never touch action. Marcus rejected all of that. His writing is a callback to something simpler, something real, a life where your values are visible not in your slogans, but in your habits, in your reflexes, in how you live when nobody's watching. That's what he meant by be one. One mind, one standard, one way of being in public and in private. Not fractured by mood or approval. Not torn between what you say and what you do, but solid, whole, unified. Because wholeness is strength, and fragmentation, that inner split between your words and your behavior, is a weakness that bleeds into everything. Marcus didn't claim perfection, far from it. He was often writing because he just failed to live up to his own standard. But he didn't defend his mistakes. He observed them. He learned from them. He used them to sharpen his aim. Every entry was a course correction back toward being the person he believed he could be. We all need that. Because it's easy to talk about values when life is easy. It's in hardship that our true nature shows. That's when being one is tested. When someone slanders you, do you react with bitterness or hold to your principle of grace? When you're tempted to lie to avoid consequence, do you bend or stand in truth? When your ego is bruised, do you retaliate or remain composed? You don't have to say a word to answer those questions. Your life answers them for you. Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. Marcus said that, and it cuts deeper than we often admit, because words are comfortable. Embodiment is costly. It means sacrifice. It means holding a line when it would be easier to let it slip. It means choosing what's right over what's easy, over and over and over again. That's the work, not the talking, not the image, but the invisible effort to live as one. One of the deepest forms of peace you can experience is knowing that you are the same person no matter where you are or who you're with. That you're not shifting to fit in, not posturing to be liked, but standing in who you are without needing to broadcast it. That kind of congruence radiates strength, not flashy strength, quiet strength. That's what Marcus cultivated, a life where principle didn't depend on conditions, where dignity wasn't for display, it was a baseline. That didn't mean he never stumbled, but when he did, he didn't hide behind philosophy. He returned to it. Not as theory, as practice. He knew that the moment you separate your values from your behavior, you weaken both. You become split, divided, and a divided person is vulnerable to everything, to peer pressure, to self-doubt, to impulsivity, to the endless chase for approval. That's why he kept coming back to unity, oneness, not as some mystical abstraction, but as practical wholeness, emotional, mental, moral alignment. Carl Jung once wrote, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." That's a psychological echo of Stoic wisdom. Jung, like Marcus, understood that our lives are shaped not by what we intend, but by what we repeat. The Stoic path is not an ideology. It's a lived architecture, one that only holds if your actions hold it. So what does that look like day to day? It looks like keeping your promises, even the small ones, especially the small ones, because the way you do anything reflects the way you do everything. It looks like choosing restraint over rage, focus over distraction, purpose over popularity. It looks like being the kind of person your words describe, not just once, but habitually. That's integrity, not perfection, but consistency, alignment, the refusal to live as two different people. Marcus knew that the danger of philosophical discussion is that it can become theatre. Talking becomes a substitute for action. But the Stoic doesn't aim to sound wise. The Stoic aims to become wise. And wisdom isn't what you say when the spotlight's on. It's how you carry yourself when no one's clapping. To be one is to resist fragmentation, to reject the idea that your work self, your family self, your online self, your alone self can be different people with different standards. That's not flexibility, that's disintegration. And it erodes peace slowly, silently. It breeds inner conflict because part of you always knows when you're out of sync with yourself. That's why this line matters. It calls you back, not to some dramatic reinvention, but to small, courageous alignment. Be honest when it's inconvenient. Be kind when it's undeserved. Be disciplined when no one will notice. Be grounded when life is chaotic. And when you fall short, and you will, don't justify it. Don't rationalize it. Just return. Return to the path, to the standard, to the truth that lives inside you. That's what Marcus did. That's why his words still reach us centuries later, because they weren't marketing, They were reminders, quiet nudges from a man trying daily to become who he said he wanted to be. You can feel that sincerity in every sentence. There's no preaching, no judgment, just reflection and a fierce commitment to unity. Be one. Not just think it, not just say it. Be it. It's simple. Not easy, but simple. And that simplicity is its brilliance, because in a world constantly pulling you in 100 directions, the invitation to be one is a return to power, to inner stillness, to peace, to the kind of character that doesn't need applause to be whole. So choose unity in thought, in word, in action, not just once, but every time it counts, especially when no one's watching, because that's where your real strength lives. You don't need to switch careers to find meaning. Whatever role you're in, emperor or intern, is the perfect ground for growth. We tend to romanticize meaning as if it's waiting for us in some ideal future we haven't reached yet. But Marcus Aurelius didn't wait. He didn't say, "Once I'm done with wars and politics, then I'll get serious about philosophy." No, he lived it. In the palace, in battle, in meetings, in grief, in stress. He practiced where he stood, because Stoicism isn't a retreat from life, it's a deeper way of living inside it. Philosophy for him wasn't a luxury. It was oxygen. And not because he had the time, but because he made the time. Because he knew the real practice of philosophy happens right in the middle of your responsibilities, not outside them. It's tempting to believe that if we just changed our job or moved to a different city or found a new passion, we'd suddenly unlock fulfillment. But Marcus saw something deeper. Meaning isn't about location, it's about attention. It's about how you choose to see and respond to your life, not where you are in it. You can be a janitor and have more wisdom than a CEO. You can work the night shift and live with more purpose than someone with 5 degrees. Because purpose isn't a title, it's a posture. It's the decision to show up, eyes open, and ask, what kind of person am I becoming in the way I do this work? That's the question that shaped Marcus's life, and it's the one that Stoicism brings to each of us, no matter our profession. It doesn't matter if you're cleaning floors or leading nations. Are you showing up with integrity? Are you practicing patience? Are you refining your thoughts? Are you aligning your actions with your values? That's the Stoic scorecard, and it's the reason why meaning is always within reach. Because meaning isn't about escaping where you are. It's about engaging where you are fully, honestly, and with your whole self. So many people waste years chasing the illusion that they need to find the perfect job in order to be at peace. But Marcus reminds us, peace isn't found in escape. It's found in presence. In bringing your philosophy into every conversation, every responsibility, every challenge. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived the Holocaust, wrote, "Life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by lack of meaning and purpose." That echoes the Stoic truth. Meaning isn't passive, it's created, built, forged in the fire of your daily experience. And what better place to practice than the place you already are? The job you complain about. That's the classroom, the co-worker who frustrates you. That's your teacher, the mundane tasks. That's your training ground. And no, you don't have to love it all. Marcus certainly didn't love every part of being emperor. He often spoke about how draining the court could be, how exhausting the politics were. But he didn't let that be an excuse to check out. He leaned in. He brought himself to it. Not a version sculpted by bitterness, but a version refined by discipline. He understood that the only thing worse than a difficult job is a wasted mind inside that job. That's why philosophy wasn't something he did on weekends. It was in the pauses between military reports. It was in the moments before speaking to the Senate. It was in the decisions he made when no one was watching. This is where meaning hides, not in different jobs, but in deeper attention. You don't need to abandon your career to live fully. You need to inhabit your day differently, to treat every task as a chance to embody your principles. That's what Marcus did. That's what Epictetus, the former slave-turned-teacher, did. That's what the Stoics passed down. Not rules for retirement, but tools for living now. When you start to see work not as a barrier to your growth, but as the very arena for it, everything shifts. Your boss's attitude becomes your test of composure. That tedious spreadsheet becomes a lesson in patience. That difficult customer becomes your opportunity to practice presence. This isn't about pretending menial things matter more than they do. It's about recognizing that you matter. And how you choose to handle those menial things reveals who you are becoming. The world doesn't need more people trying to escape their lives. It needs more people showing up for them, fully engaged, deeply grounded, radically responsible. That's what Marcus modeled. That's why we read his private thoughts today, centuries later, because he lived his philosophy in the pressure cooker of real life. You don't have to wear a robe or quote ancient texts to be a philosopher. You just have to decide, my character is my craft. My conduct is my curriculum. Philosophy isn't just for the monastery, it's for the meeting room, the construction site, the kitchen, the call center, the hospital shift at 2 a.m., because that's where life is happening. And if philosophy doesn't meet you there, it's not real philosophy, it's performance. What Stoicism offers isn't an escape from the world, it's a method for living sanely inside it. That's what makes it so practical. It doesn't say, run away from your responsibilities. It says, bring virtue to them. It doesn't say, wait for the perfect job. It says, be excellent in the one you have. And if your situation is unjust or unsustainable, then of course, work to change it. But don't wait to live with purpose. Don't wait to apply discipline, to cultivate character, to lead with wisdom, because those things are available now. And they are yours to practice right where you are, right in this moment. This is why Marcus's meditations are so powerful, because he didn't preach from a place of ease. He was tired, he was overwhelmed, he was losing people he loved. And still he asked himself the hard questions. Still, he tried to show up with virtue. He didn't need a new job. He needed to stay anchored. And maybe that's what you need too, not a reinvention of your whole life, but a re-engagement with your inner life. The truth is, you bring you wherever you go. So if you're distracted, bitter, unmotivated in one career, that same version of you will show up in the next one. The deeper shift comes from inside, and Stoicism gives you the lens to begin that shift. So the question isn't, what job will give me meaning? It's, how can I bring meaning to the job I already have? That's where power lives. That's where peace begins, not in waiting for the world to align with your expectations, but in choosing to align yourself with what matters, no matter where you are. So, bring your best where you are, with what you have. That's not settling. That's sovereignty. And Marcus Aurelius lived it until his final breath. Marcus knew he'd be forgotten. Think about that. One of the most powerful men in history, ruler of the Roman Empire, commander of armies, guardian of a civilization, looked at his life and saw how small it really was in the grand scheme of time. And instead of running from that fact, he accepted it. He didn't cling to his title. He didn't place his worth in monuments or medals, or whether the history books would remember his name. He simply wanted to be good while he was here. That's the part that hits the hardest. He just wanted to be good, not famous, not praised, not immortalized, just good. That kind of humility from someone in his position is almost impossible to imagine today. We live in a world where people are constantly chasing recognition, followers, likes, legacy. But Marcus turned his attention inward. He focused on his character, not his image, on how he lived, not how he'd be remembered. Because he understood a truth most people miss until it's too late. The real legacy isn't the statue, it's how you treat the person next to you. We spend so much of our energy trying to make an impact, but the deepest impact you'll ever make won't be in headlines or history books. It will be in a quiet moment, a kind word, a helping hand. The way you made someone feel safe, the way you chose compassion over pride, the way you listened when you could have just talked. That's the real mark you leave, not because it's flashy, but because it's real, because it ripples. One act of decency spreads. One act of grace plants seeds you may never see grow, but they grow all the same. Marcus could have written about battles and policies and reforms, but what did he write about in Meditations? Kindness, patience, self-restraint, presence. He wrote about how to carry yourself, not how to impress the world. He knew that a statue might survive 1,000 years, but a generous spirit outlives even that, because it lives on in the lives it touches. We talk a lot about legacy, as if it's something we build later, after we've made it. But Marcus reminds us, legacy is now. It's not waiting for you at the end of your career. It's happening in how you treat people today, right now, in the way you answer the phone, in how you handle criticism, in whether you meet people with judgment or with gentleness. He wasn't fooled by the idea that legacy is measured in achievements. He saw that the real measure is in integrity, in how closely your actions match your values, in whether people feel more human, more seen, more valued after being around you, and that's something anyone can leave behind. You don't have to be an emperor, you just have to care, you just have to try. Carl Jung once said, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Marcus lived that. He didn't measure his days by their grandeur but by their goodness. He looked for meaning in the small choices, how he greeted someone, how he handled pressure, whether he stayed true to his word. That's what made him powerful, not just the throne, but the discipline behind it, the refusal to let power rot his soul, the commitment to be decent even when no one would have blamed him for being cruel or dismissive or selfish. Because he understood that no title lasts, no monument guarantees respect. All of that crumbles. But kindness leaves a shape in the world that doesn't fade. You don't forget how someone treated you when you were vulnerable. You don't forget the person who stayed calm when others panicked. You don't forget the leader who led with heart, not ego. So Marcus made a choice, not to be remembered, but to be good. And maybe that's the question we should all carry into our day. Am I trying to be remembered, or am I trying to be good? They're not the same. Being remembered can lead to pride, to performance, to ego. Being good leads to presence, to patience, to a kind of steady strength that doesn't need an audience. That's what Marcus practiced, and it's what he left us. A reminder that your real legacy is in how you make people feel, in how you show up, in how well you love, lead, and live. Not later, but now. That's what lasts. That's what matters. And that's what's within your power every single day. No dramatic moves, no massive overhauls, just one good action at a time. That's it. That's how Marcus built his character, and that's how we build ours. Not in grand gestures, Not in perfect transformations overnight, but slowly, quietly, repeatedly. It's unglamorous, it's humble, and it's exactly why it works. We live in a world obsessed with speed, quick results, instant change. We're taught to believe that real transformation comes from something loud and flashy. Quitting your job, moving across the world, starting a brand new life in one bold step. But that's not how character is formed. That's not how inner strength is built. Marcus knew that. He didn't try to become a better man by flipping a switch. He did it by choosing, moment after moment, to do the next right thing. It's not exciting, but it's real. And that's what makes it powerful. You wake up, you're tired, you still show up. That's one good action. You get criticized unfairly. You pause instead of lashing out. That's one good action. You're tempted to lie to protect yourself, but you tell the truth. One good action. You're in a hurry and someone needs help. You slow down. You help. One good action. These are not the kind of moves that make headlines, but they make a life. Because each one is a vote, a small affirmation of the kind of person you are becoming. The next right thing is always enough. You don't need to map out your entire future. You don't need to fix your whole life this week. You just need to take the next step well, then the one after that, and the one after that. That's how character compounds. Think about the way Marcus wrote. He didn't write as someone who had arrived. He wrote as someone still on the path. His pages are filled with reminders to himself. Be honest. Be patient. Don't get pulled into drama. Control your thoughts. Return to the present. Not once, not in theory, but every day, again and again. That's the Stoic path. Not brilliance, not spectacle, repetition. Because repetition forms identity. Do it once, and it's just an action. Do it 100 times, and it becomes a habit. Do it 1,000 times, and it becomes who you are. That's how someone becomes calm. That's how someone becomes strong. That's how someone becomes trustworthy. Not all at once, but step by step, day by day, decision by decision. And even when you slip, even when you fall short, that's still part of the process. Marcus slipped too. He got angry, he got distracted, but he didn't quit. He returned, quietly, humbly. He picked up where he left off and started again. That's what matters. Not the perfection of your performance, but the persistence of your effort. Because every time you do the next right thing, even when you don't feel like it, even when it's inconvenient, you deepen the roots of who you are. Carl Jung once wrote, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." That's why Marcus didn't just talk about virtue, he tried to live it. Not to impress others, but to align with himself. And the truth is, nobody sees most of these choices. Nobody applauds the quiet moment you resist gossip, or the patience you show when someone is rude, or the time you hold your tongue instead of escalating. But you see it, you feel it, and over time you become it. Those are the real achievements, not the dramatic moments, but the consistent ones. We're told to dream big, and that's fine. But if you want to live with purpose, you don't need a grand dream. You need to do the next good thing and keep doing it. That's what Marcus did, and it's what you can do today, not someday. So start small, stay steady, keep returning, and let the life you're building speak louder than any words ever could. There's something even more important than taking the next right step, returning to it after you've lost your way. We all slip. We all react in ways we regret. We all make promises we break. And when that happens, it's easy to feel like the whole path is ruined, like one failure cancels everything you've done. But that's just your ego talking. That's not the voice of reason. And it's not the voice of the Stoics. Marcus knew this deeply. You can feel it in how he wrote to himself. He didn't journal like a man who had everything figured out. He journaled like someone constantly coming back to center, back to virtue, back to himself. That's why Meditations still speaks to us, because it wasn't about achievement. It was about alignment, again and again. No matter how many times you get it wrong, you can still choose the next right thing. That's the core of Stoic strength, not perfection, but the refusal to abandon your path just because you took a wrong turn. Let's be honest, starting is easy, returning is harder. Anyone can get motivated once. Anyone can follow their principles for a few days. But what happens after a failure, after a meltdown, after a setback that leaves you feeling ashamed? That's the moment that really defines your growth. Because it's not about whether you fell, it's about how you respond to the fall. Most people collapse into guilt, or worse, they pretend it never happened and move on without reflection. But the Stoic doesn't do either. The Stoic returns, quietly, without drama, without a performance, just a quiet, honest course correction. You don't need a full reinvention. You just need to come back to what matters, and you don't need to wait until Monday or next month. You can return now, right now. That's how powerful you are, because that choice to return is a micro-movement of the soul. It's an act of rebellion against the voice that says you've blown it. It's a statement that says, no, I'm not done. And over time, those small returns become your real foundation. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." That quote hits different when you realize it's not about grand transformations. It's about the tiny choices that rebuild your alignment moment by moment, especially after you've fallen out of it. Think about it. How do you build trust with a friend? It's not by expecting them to be perfect. It's by watching how they come back after they mess up. Do they admit it? Do they apologize? Do they learn? That's how you build trust with others and with yourself. Every time you return, you're telling yourself, I haven't given up on who I want to be. That voice is stronger than shame, because shame wants you to identify with your worst moment. But Stoicism reminds you, you are not your worst moment. You are who you choose to be after it. And choosing to return again and again is one of the most honest forms of strength there is. The world sees success in streaks, in perfection, in big wins. But the Stoic sees success in resets, in that quiet morning where you feel exhausted, but you still sit in silence for 5 minutes, in that rough week where everything went wrong, but you still choose not to snap at your partner, in that failure where instead of hiding, you reflect. These are the real wins. They won't go viral, but they'll build a life. Marcus failed. He got angry. He lost patience. He felt overwhelmed. And he wrote about it, not to shame himself, but to stay honest. He knew self-deception is far more dangerous than failure. So he chose awareness. He chose responsibility. He chose to return. And you can too. Let's say you lost your temper today. That doesn't mean you're a lost cause. It means you're human. The Stoic thing isn't to pretend it didn't happen. It's to pause, reflect, ask, why did that happen? What was I reacting to? What can I do next time? That moment of reflection is the return. Or maybe you gave in to a distraction, spent an hour scrolling when you had work to do. Okay, what now? You don't need to beat yourself up. You need to pick the next good action. You need to move not out of guilt, but out of clarity. That's how Marcus trained his mind. He didn't wait for the perfect moment. He didn't get paralyzed by guilt. He focused on what was within his control. now. Seneca said, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." That includes the small restarts, the mental resets you choose each time you break focus and find it again. The way you reset your energy, your effort, your standards, not to be perfect, but to be intentional. Over time, this becomes a rhythm. Mess up, reset, realign, grow. You start to expect missteps, not as failures, but as part of the training. You stop aiming for flawless days and start aiming for honest ones. You stop defining yourself by your bad moments and start defining yourself by your returns. That is a deeper kind of power. It's quiet, it's invisible, but it's what makes you strong. Because anyone can hold the standard when it's easy. It's holding it again when it's been dropped that builds real character. Marcus practiced this until his final days. He didn't let power distract him from the daily work of returning, of getting back on track, of reflecting and correcting and realigning his actions with his ideals. So the next time you fall short, don't ask, "Did I fail?" Ask, "Am I coming back?" That's what matters. The return is the proof of your strength. The return is the root of your peace. The return is the clearest sign that you're growing, not perfectly, but powerfully. Not with drama, but with discipline. Not with a big moment, but with a quiet decision to begin again and again, until the day your life becomes the result of your returns, not your regrets. And that is more than enough. There's another part no one talks about, and yet it might be the most important of all, the neutral good. The kind of action that's not flashy, not heroic, not dramatic, just quietly right. The kind of thing you do when no one is watching, when no one will thank you, and when no one even knows. But it's what builds your soul. Holding the door without needing acknowledgement, paying a bill on time even if it goes unnoticed, giving someone your full attention when you could be distracted, following through on your word just because you said you would. These aren't achievements the world claps for, but they are the bricks of a strong character. That's what Marcus understood. That's why his teachings never leaned on showmanship. They were grounded in consistency, intention, and truth. We've been taught to chase greatness in big moves, but greatness begins in the tiny ones, the ones that feel like nothing. That's the secret no one sells you. Greatness is boring. It's routine. It's the way you treat someone when you're tired. The way you speak when you have the power to lash out, but don't. The way you walk past the temptation to cut corners. That's the real power. And most of the time, it's completely invisible. That's the thing about Stoicism. It doesn't care what others see. It's not a performance. It's a practice. Marcus wasn't trying to look virtuous. He was trying to be it. He wrote to himself as a way to stay on track, not to appear enlightened. And in that honest, unfiltered space, we see the truth. The work of becoming is done quietly, in the small moments, in solitude. The world trains us to chase what gets recognition, but if you live that way, you'll always be ruled by the outside. You'll never feel whole unless someone claps for you. Stoicism flips that. It says, don't live for applause, live in alignment. Do what's right because it's right, and let that be enough. And it is enough. It's more than enough. Because over time, those tiny, unnoticed choices build something lasting. They build someone you can trust, someone you can respect, someone who doesn't need the world to validate them because they're already grounded in what matters. Seneca warned against tying your worth to what others think. He said, if you live in harmony with nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to what others think, you will never be rich. He wasn't talking about money, he was talking about peace, about self-trust, about the wealth of integrity. Integrity is doing the right thing, especially when no one sees it. And here's the beautiful part. It doesn't take any special talent. Anyone can do this. You don't need to be strong, rich, brilliant, or successful. You just need to show up for your values. And you don't have to do it perfectly. You just have to keep doing it consistently. That's where true strength grows. Not from being loud, but from being steady. And when you live this way, something shifts. You don't need people to notice. You don't feel restless when you're not praised. You start to feel calm because your sense of self is rooted inside, not outside. Marcus didn't write about achieving some grand destiny. He wrote about doing your job, playing your role, fulfilling your duty with honor, whether it was dramatic or not. He knew the real battle was internal, staying honest when it would be easy to deceive, staying kind when it would be easy to harden, staying disciplined when it would be easy to drift. And those choices, they're made in quiet rooms when no one else is around. That's what makes them real. So next time you hold your tongue instead of snapping, that counts. Next time you admit you were wrong, that counts. Next time you resist the pull to gossip or to coast or to cut a corner, that counts. You might not feel a reward in that moment, but you are building something. You are reinforcing the person you want to become. And nothing, no paycheck, no follower count, no external validation, will ever be more fulfilling than that. You are not here to perform. You are here to become. And the becoming happens quietly. It happens in the way you move through the ordinary, in the way you choose dignity over attention, in the way you return to your values even when no one's watching. That's the kind of strength no one can fake, and it's the kind of power no one can take away. You don't need to move mountains to shape your life. You just need to take the next honest step, then the next, then the next. That's how character is built, not with noise, but with presence. That's the quiet path Marcus walked, and now it's yours to walk too. Not everyone chooses it, but if you're here, if you've listened this far, maybe you're one of the few who will, and that matters a lot more than you think. Finally, let's discuss how to calm a racing mind. 3 steps from Stoicism. Have you ever felt that strange moment where everything is silent except your head? No one is shouting, there are no alarms, but there's your mind unleashed, jumping from worry to worry, inventing futures that don't exist, bringing back memories you didn't ask for, and trapping you in thoughts you can't turn off. On the outside, maybe you're sitting looking at the ceiling, but inside it feels like you're in the middle of an electrical storm. If that sounds familiar, I want you to know something. You're not alone. And more importantly, it's not your fault. It's not weakness or lack of strength. Simply, no one taught you how to calm your mind until today, because you don't need to go meditate on a mountaintop, nor leave everything behind to find peace. What you need is direction, real tools, and a new way of understanding what's happening inside you. And that's exactly why you're here. It's no coincidence that you've come across this content. This moment is an opportunity to return to yourself with clarity. Today, I'm going to show you how Stoicism, that philosophy many believe is only for emperors or bearded philosophers, can actually be the key to getting your mind to breathe again, because the Stoics lived in chaos, wars, betrayals, diseases, losses, and still maintained their calm. How did they do it? With 3 simple but incredibly powerful mental movements, tools that you can use too, even if you're working, arguing, or trying to sleep with your head in a mess. This isn't about empty phrases like "think positive" or Live in the present. You've heard that 1,000 times already. Here we're going deeper, but clearer. What you're going to learn today is practical, it's direct, and you can apply it right now, because calm is not a distant destination. It's a practice, one you can start right now. Step 1. Stop before you overthink. There's an invisible, microscopic moment that we almost never notice, but that can completely change how we live each day. That moment is right when something happens, something external, a look, a message, news, an emotion, and your mind begins to run on its own, as if someone had pressed a button that activates your entire alarm system. Suddenly, without realizing it, you're imagining scenarios, fights that never happened, criticisms that no one said, failures that don't yet exist. You're interpreting, assuming, reacting all in seconds, without breathing, without verifying, without giving yourself the opportunity to ask, is what I'm thinking real? Is it necessary? Is it helping me? The Stoics knew this centuries ago. Epictetus, for example, said that we're not affected by what happens to us, but by what we tell ourselves about what happens to us. And Marcus Aurelius put it even clearer. You have power over your mind, not over events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Imagine this scenario because you've probably lived it. You wake up, pick up your phone, and see that someone left your message on read. Immediately, without anyone telling you anything, your head starts. Is he upset? Did I say something wrong? He's surely angry with me. What did I do now? In less than a minute, you already have 10 assumptions, 3 mental fights, and a mini anxiety attack. Do you realize? No one yelled at you, no one insulted you, no one attacked you, but your mind did. And that was because you didn't stop it in time. This step consists of doing something very concrete, something almost physical, putting on a mental break, an internal stop right before giving free rein to automatic interpretation. And how do you do it? Very easy, with practice, yes, but above all with intention. Every time you notice that your mind is starting to race with a thought, an assumption, an interpretation, do this. Take a deep breath and repeat to yourself mentally. This doesn't mean anything yet. I don't have to react. I can observe before deciding. It's as if you let the thought pass without inviting it to stay and live in your head. What happens when you do this isn't magic, but it feels like it is, because that 3-second pause, that decision not to believe the first thing that occurs to you, starts to calm your nervous system, starts to give you a sensation of clarity, of mental space. You stop fighting the invisible, and there begins to be born a calmer mind, because you're no longer trapped by what you think. You're choosing which thoughts are worth your energy and which aren't. I want you to do something today. Today, not tomorrow. Just once. The next time you feel your mind speeding up, when you start imagining the worst, when you start overthinking a situation, when you find yourself trapped in a mental loop, stop, breathe, don't decide anything, don't believe anything, just stop. Count to 3 and observe. That's simple, that powerful. You don't need immediate answers. You don't need to understand everything now. You just need a little space between you and your thought. That space is freedom, and within that freedom begins to flourish the calm you've been seeking all this time. Step 2. Get things out of your head. I'm going to tell you something that maybe you've never been told directly. You're not designed to keep everything in your head. You weren't made to store pending tasks, worries, uncomfortable conversations, tasks you didn't do, what someone told you 3 days ago, doubts you didn't resolve, things about yourself you don't understand, all at the same time. But you do it. We all do. You go through life carrying an invisible backpack where you put every loose thought you don't know where to leave. And of course, there comes a point where your head feels heavy, as if it was saturated with open tabs, just like a browser that can't take any more. Sound familiar? Well, that's not magical anxiety, that's mental accumulation. And this step is the solution, getting things out of your head every day. Yes, that literally. The Stoics did it. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world in his time, wrote every night, not for someone to read it, not to become famous. He did it to be able to sleep peacefully, to not take all that noise to bed. What he did was observe his day, write what he thought, what he felt, what worried him. And by putting it into words, his mind found order. That practice is over 2,000 years old, and today science has already proven what he knew from experience. Writing your thoughts reduces emotional load, decreases activity in the limbic system, the emotional part of the brain, and activates your prefrontal cortex, the rational part that helps you make better decisions. But you don't have to write pages and pages. You don't need to be Marcus Aurelius or Seneca. You just need 5 minutes, 3 lines, whatever. The important thing is not to let everything keep spinning inside your head. It can be a physical diary, a note on your phone, a WhatsApp voice message you send to yourself. The format doesn't matter. What matters is that you get it out, that you release, that you free yourself. Do it like this. Every night before sleeping, or when you feel you can't take any more, stop and ask yourself, what am I thinking that won't let me be calm? Then write it without filter. However it comes, no one is going to read it. And then ask, can I do something about this right now? If the answer is yes, do it. If it's no, leave it there. Don't repress it. Don't analyze it. Just get it out. Calm doesn't always come from understanding everything. Many times it comes just from making space. And if right now you're thinking, I don't even know what to write, it's because you're too accustomed to thinking without stopping. Give this practice a chance for 3 days, just 3, and you'll see something curious. By writing what you think, you discover things you didn't know you felt. You realize that some things that were distressing you aren't even that big when you see them outside your mind. Because when thoughts are in your head, they feel enormous, but when you take them out and see them from outside, they shrink, lose power, become manageable. So do this for yourself. If you've been carrying weeks with an agitated mind, if you feel there's no inner silence, if even when you're in silence you're still tired, try this. Close the day by taking out of your mind what you don't need to keep. It's like cleaning a room at the end of the day. No one else is going to do it for you, but when you do it, you feel the difference instantly, and your mind can finally rest a little. Step 3. Not everything is for today. One of the most common reasons why your mind feels exhausted, and not just tired, but saturated to the point of collapse, is because you're trying to carry your entire life at the same time. Not just the problem you have this week, but also the end-of-month bills, the mistake you made 3 years ago, what you think might happen in 6 months, pending conversations, decisions you still don't know how to make, things that haven't been resolved and don't even depend on you. All of that is there spinning at once, as if you had 20 tabs open and only one head to process it all. And of course, how is your mind not going to be exhausted if you're treating it as if it were a time machine, forcing it to live in the past, present and future at the same time? Stoicism has a brutally simple answer to this. Focus only on what's yours for today. Only today, because that's the only thing you have in your hands. The rest, yesterday, tomorrow, what hasn't arrived yet or has already gone, only serves to drain your energy, to fill you with noise, to occupy space you could use for what really matters. Marcus Aurelius repeated it like a mantra in his meditations. Don't let the future overwhelm you. You will meet it if it comes with the same tools you have now to face the present. And that's the key, trusting that you can handle what's for today, only today, the rest you face when it arrives. Think about this. How many times have you stressed about things that haven't even happened? How many times have you relived an old situation that you can no longer change? How many times did you have a free day and instead of enjoying it, you were with your head spinning about everything you should be doing? That's not living, that's surviving with your mind hijacked by time. And the Stoics knew it. When you live trying to solve what doesn't correspond, you lose strength for what is here, now in front of you. This step isn't just mental, it's physical, it's practical. Every morning or every time you feel you're carrying too much, ask yourself this question. What things am I thinking about that aren't for today? And take them out. Write them on paper. Save them for tomorrow. Schedule them if necessary. But don't carry them with you as if they were a mandatory backpack, because they're not. You decide what load you walk with, and if you don't make that filter, your mind swallows everything, as if it had to solve the future before living the present. This step is also an act of humility, of recognizing that you don't have to control everything. You don't have to have all the answers today. You don't have to have your life resolved at this instant. You just have to live this day with attention, with intention, and with calm. Tomorrow is another chapter, and yesterday is already written. The only real thing, the only thing that's yours is this moment. And when your mind understands that, something changes. The volume of noise goes down, pressure eases, air enters more easily because you're no longer overloading it with tasks that don't belong to it. And if this step is difficult for you, if you feel you don't know how to let go of what's not for today, start with one phrase, just one. Say it as a daily reminder. Today, I only take care of what's for today. Write it, carry it in a note, repeat it when your mind wants to get ahead. It's not denial, it's not irresponsibility, it's wisdom, it's order. It's what the Stoics did to survive in the middle of chaos. And if they could maintain calm with wars, betrayals, and plagues, you can start by stopping carrying everything at once. Now that you have the 3 steps, stop automatic thinking. Get out what you carry inside. Let go of what's not for today. What comes next isn't theory. What comes is practice. What comes is calm, because it's not about not thinking, it's about thinking better. With more space, with more direction, and with less weight. And now you know how to do that. Start tonight. Apply just one of the steps if you want, but do it. Your mind doesn't need more information. It needs less load, less noise, more silence, and you can give it that today. You made it to the end, and that already says a lot. Not everyone stays. Not everyone actively seeks calm. Many continue forward with their mind tied in knots, with noise embedded to their bones, thinking, that's life, that there's no other way. But not you. You stayed. And if you stayed, it's because there's a part of you that's already ready for something different, to live with more space inside, to stop reacting automatically, to stop carrying everything, to stop swallowing every thought as if it were absolute truth. Having a calm mind isn't a luxury. It's not something some people have by luck or genetics. It's a daily decision. It's a practice. It's a way of living. And the best of all is that now you already know how to start. You don't need to make big changes or wait for everything to be perfect to have calm. You just need to apply those 3 steps you already know. Stop before overthinking, get out what you carry inside, and let go of what's not for today. Do that, even with just 1. And I promise you'll start to feel the difference. Little by little, day after day, your mind will start to breathe differently. It wasn't a coincidence that you ended up reading this to the end. It wasn't. Maybe you found it by chance or pure intuition, but if you're here, it's because your mind was already looking for this and found it. Calm is not found, it's built, and today you already took the first step. Imagine waking up every day, working hard, doing your best, and still feeling like no one notices. No praise, no applause, no recognition, just silence. You start to wonder, does anyone even care? Here's the Stoic truth. No one cares until you win. The world doesn't owe you validation. It doesn't reward effort alone. It responds to results, to discipline, to proof. You can have dreams, talent, and good intentions, but without action, without consistency, without the quiet strength to endure, those things mean nothing. And the Stoics knew this. They didn't complain. They didn't seek attention. They lived with purpose, worked in silence, and let their results speak for themselves. This isn't about bitterness. It's about clarity. When you stop expecting the world to cheer you on, you free yourself. You focus on the work, not the noise. On the process, not the praise. That's where real strength lives. Today, you'll learn the mindset that helped warriors, emperors, and philosophers rise. Not because the world cared, but because they stayed the course when no one was watching. Because you don't need the world to believe in you. You need to believe in yourself and act. So before we begin, write these words in the comments. I choose discipline. Say it with intention. Write it like a promise. Because this isn't just a lesson, it's a challenge. And after this, you won't chase approval. You'll build inner strength. You'll lead yourself. And you'll win, with or without applause. Let's begin. They say you have so much potential. They say you're gifted, talented, intelligent, full of promise. You hear those words and feel something spark inside you. Like maybe they see something real. Like maybe you're on the edge of something great. But deep down, there's a quiet ache, because nothing's happened yet. You're not where you want to be. You've started things, but not finished them. You've had good ideas, but no clear results. You tell yourself, one day I'll prove it. But days keep passing, and the truth gets harder to ignore. Potential doesn't mean anything if you do nothing with it. The world isn't watching your potential, it's watching your progress. This is where we begin. Let's be honest. People care about what they can see. They respect what's measurable. If you say you're a writer, but you've never published anything, they nod politely and move on. If you say you're building a business, but you've been working on it for years with nothing to show, they stop asking about it. Not because they're cruel, because they've heard it before, from 100 other people who never followed through. The harsh reality is this: potential is invisible, proof is not. It doesn't matter how smart you are if no one ever sees you apply it. It doesn't matter how creative you feel if your ideas live and die inside your mind. All the untapped brilliance in the world means nothing without action. This isn't about chasing fame or fortune, it's about integrity between what you say and what you do. When those two don't align, people stop trusting your words. They might still like you, but they won't believe in you. They won't invest in you, because they've learned the hard way that talk is cheap. Even your own self-respect starts to fade when you live in that gap between intention and execution. You feel stuck, not because you lack ability, but because you've been promising yourself change without delivering on it. You get good at dreaming. You get good at planning. You get good at talking about what you could do. If things were different, if the timing was better, if you just had more support. But none of that matters. What matters is what you're doing now. Potential is a spark, but it needs fuel. It needs discipline. It needs repetition. The Stoics knew this. Epictetus once said, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it." You don't have to convince people you're capable. You just have to live like it. You just have to do the thing day after day, especially when no one's watching. That's what separates people who rise from people who stay stuck. Not talent, not luck. Follow through. You might think you need more motivation, but you don't. You need momentum. Start small, but start. Because the longer you wait, the more your potential turns into a burden. It weighs you down. It becomes this quiet voice in your head that says, "You should be further by now." And that voice can eat away at you. You begin to doubt whether you ever had it in you at all. You wonder if maybe they were wrong about you. But they weren't. What they saw was real. The problem isn't the lack of potential. It's the lack of proof. Now, proof doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't mean you're winning awards or going viral. It simply means you're consistent. You're building something that exists outside of your mind. You're showing your work, even if it's messy, even if it's slow, even if no one's clapping yet. That's where confidence comes from, not from compliments, from evidence. Every action you take is a deposit into your self-belief. Every small win reinforces the truth. You are capable, not in theory. In fact, when you live this way, something shifts. You stop needing people to believe in you because you believe in yourself, and you have proof to back it up. And here's something most people don't realize. When you finally show results, the world will take notice. Not because it suddenly decided to care, but because people trust what they can measure. They trust what they can see. Results are language. They speak for you, loudly. This is why potential can actually become a trap. It makes you feel like you're special without doing anything to earn it. It gives you false comfort. It feeds your ego without challenging your habits. You start to feel successful just by talking about your goals. You post the vision board. You share your ideas. You get a few likes, a few compliments, and that feels like progress. But it's not. It's distraction dressed as validation. And it's dangerous, because it tricks your brain into thinking you're already on the path, when you haven't even taken the first step. The Stoics warned against this. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Potential gets wasted in distractions, in daydreams, in conversations that go nowhere. You need to trade potential energy for kinetic energy, movement, effort, output, not just once, but daily. Even when no one's watching, even when the results are slow, even when you feel like a beginner, especially then, because those are the moments that create your foundation. Those are the hours no one talks about later, but they matter most. When you put in the work and there's no feedback, no audience, no reward, just silence. That silence, that's where strength is built. The difference between those who win and those who stay stuck isn't that they had more potential, It's that they kept moving when nothing seemed to be working. They kept showing up when everyone else quit. They built the habit of doing, not just dreaming. And here's something else to consider. The longer you live on potential alone, the more people expect from you, and the more pressure you feel to finally deliver. That pressure can paralyze you. It turns into perfectionism. You start thinking, if I'm going to finally show proof, it better be amazing. But amazing doesn't happen on the first try. It happens after the 100th, after the 1000th. The best work you'll ever do will be built on the back of the worst work you dared to finish. Let that free you. You don't need to be brilliant. You just need to be brave enough to be seen doing the work. People love to romanticize potential, but only when it leads to something real. No one wants to hear about your next big thing for 10 years straight. They want to see version 1, then version 2, then version 20. Because effort is only inspiring when it leads to something. Otherwise, it's just noise. Don't fall into the trap of becoming a person who always almost did something, who had all the right qualities but never turned them into action. That story is everywhere. You were meant for more than that. Your job is not to protect your ego. Your job is to test your limits. Every time you release your work into the world, even if it's not perfect, you sharpen your skills. You gain feedback. You build momentum. You show people, and yourself, that you're serious. Not in theory, in reality. Because seriousness isn't a mindset. It's a pattern of behavior. You want to be a leader? Then lead. You want to be respected? Then do things worth respecting. You want to be trusted? Then keep your promises, especially the ones you make to yourself. This is what the Stoics meant by virtue. It's not about looking good. It's about doing good, living with intention, acting with purpose, creating something real, even when it's hard. So if you've been stuck in potential mode, if you've been talking more than doing, planning more than building, now is the time to stop. You don't need another motivational video. You don't need more people telling you you're gifted. You need movement. You need to prove, not to others, but to yourself, that you are who you say you are. You don't get that proof by waiting. You get it by choosing action over hesitation, repetition over perfection, progress over pride. When you do this, something incredible happens. You start to trust yourself again. Your words carry weight. Your goals feel possible. Not because you hope they'll happen, but because you're making them happen. That's when the world takes notice. Not before, not when you're still talking about what you could do, but when you've already done it and kept doing it. They won't say you had so much potential. They'll say, you proved it. And that changes everything. Even after proving yourself, even after stepping out of the shadows of potential and finally producing something real, something you can point to and say, I did that, you still notice something unexpected. Silence. No applause, no praise, no open doors. And for a moment, it hits you. All that effort, all those long nights, the discipline, the sacrifices, the choices no one saw, they still didn't notice. You thought doing the work would be enough. You thought proof would be the final key. But now you're learning another hard truth. Effort doesn't guarantee recognition. This is one of the most misunderstood parts of the path. People will tell you to work hard, to grind, to hustle. And yes, that part is necessary. But what they don't tell you is that you can give everything and still go unnoticed. You can put in more hours than anyone else and still get overlooked. You can stay consistent, disciplined, even excellent, and still be underestimated. Because the world doesn't reward effort, it rewards results that are seen, not effort behind the scenes, not promises of how hard you're trying, but outcomes that are visible, measurable, undeniable. That's what people respond to, not how tired you are, not how much you've sacrificed, but what they can actually witness, use, or experience. You could be running a marathon every day in private, and no one will clap until you cross a public finish line. This doesn't mean your effort is meaningless. Far from it. It means you must detach your effort from your need for praise. You must learn to work without recognition, to pour yourself into something without expecting applause. This is where real strength is forged, the kind of strength that doesn't crack under silence. It's easy to feel motivated when everyone's watching, when people are cheering, when you're being celebrated. But that's not discipline, that's reward. And rewards are never guaranteed. What matters more is what you do when no one sees you, what you build when no one is clapping, what you choose when there's no recognition, no spotlight, no feedback. This is where most people quit, not because they lack ability, but because they were secretly depending on external motivation. They were hoping for approval to keep going. But the Stoics taught the opposite. They said, you must do what's right, not because others will praise you, but because you have committed to the path. You act according to principle, not popularity. That's why you must learn to keep moving forward, even in the dark. You have to develop a mindset where the work is the reward, where finishing what you started feels better than being noticed for starting, where your effort doesn't need an audience, because you're not doing it to be seen. You're doing it to become who you said you would be. Recognition is nice, but it's never owed. You don't get a standing ovation just for trying. You get silence, and sometimes even judgment, until the outcome is undeniable. This is what separates the few who rise from the many who stop. They keep going, even when it seems like no one cares. You can work 20 hours a day, build something valuable, pour your soul into your craft, and still go months, even years, with no attention. It doesn't mean the work isn't worth it. It means the world moves on its own timeline. It sees results when it's ready, and when it does, it often acts like you just started, even though you've been at it for a decade. You must be okay with that. You must expect it. Because the truth is, many people are working hard. What makes the difference is how long you can stay patient, stay focused, and stay committed. Even when it feels like no one is watching, even when your effort looks invisible. This doesn't mean you stop pushing for excellence. In fact, it means the opposite. It means you must raise your standard even higher, not for applause, but because your integrity demands it. This is the Stoic path, doing the hard thing, the thankless thing, the quiet thing, because it's what aligns with your principles, because it's what builds character, because it's the only way to get to the level where people finally notice. But until that moment comes, you live in the gap between effort and recognition. And in that gap, many people get bitter. They feel they're being ignored. They start looking at others and thinking, why them and not me? They forget that everyone's journey has hidden parts. They assume visibility equals effort, and they grow resentful. Don't make that mistake. Stay focused on your path. Stay humble. Stay disciplined. Let others post their wins. Let them celebrate loudly. Let them take the stage. You don't need to compete for attention. You need to build something that lasts long after the spotlight fades. Sometimes, your greatest achievements will be met with silence. No headlines, no awards, just the quiet satisfaction of knowing you did what others weren't willing to do. That satisfaction, that internal proof, is more powerful than any applause. Because recognition is fragile. It fades. It depends on others. But inner peace, that stays. That grows stronger with every quiet win. When you train yourself to work without recognition, you become unstoppable, because you no longer depend on things you can't control. You don't get discouraged when your hard work goes unnoticed, because you understand this. The world doesn't owe you recognition. It owes you nothing. And once you accept that, you're free. Free to do the work without distraction. Free to be consistent without needing attention. Free to push past your limits without looking for approval. That kind of freedom is rare, and it's what builds people who win in the long run. Effort without recognition also teaches you to love the process, not in a shallow way, but in a deep, committed way. You start to care more about getting better than being seen. You find joy in the craft, not the reaction. You lose the obsession with being noticed and replace it with obsession for being excellent. That shift is powerful, because now you're no longer seeking validation. You're creating value. Quietly, consistently, day after day. And here's what happens when you keep going long enough. Recognition finds you, not when you expect it, not when you think you've earned it, but when your work becomes so good, so undeniable, that people can't ignore it anymore. You won't have to beg for attention. You won't have to explain yourself. The results will speak. The consistency will show. The silence you endured will become the story they tell. They kept going when no one else believed. But until then, you must learn to hold your silence, to protect your energy, to build without needing praise. That's what makes your effort powerful instead of desperate. Because there's a difference between effort that's dependent on recognition and effort that's driven by purpose. One is shaky, always needing applause. The other is steady, rooted in values. Choose the second. Choose the quiet path. Let others chase likes. You chase legacy. Let others work for attention. You work for mastery. Let others count followers. You count reps, pages, hours, products, sessions. The real data that actually moves your life forward. This is how you build momentum that doesn't break. Every time you show up without being noticed, you build a kind of confidence that fame can't give you. You stop measuring your effort by how loud the world responds and start measuring it by how much you grow. That's when everything changes, because now your motivation isn't shallow. It's not tied to likes, praise, or attention. It's tied to your identity, the kind of person you've chosen to become. And you can't fake that. It's built through thousands of invisible hours, through effort that no one sees, through doing the right thing, not the popular thing. The world may not recognize you now, but one day it will. And when it does, it'll seem like you came out of nowhere. Let them think that. You'll know the truth. You didn't show up suddenly, you just never left. Keep going, not for recognition, but for strength, discipline, and peace, the kind that only comes from knowing. You did the work when no one was watching, and you didn't need the world to clap. You only needed to keep your word. You kept going when no one clapped. You built without applause. You worked without needing the spotlight. That kind of discipline changes you. It teaches you to depend only on effort, not attention. But now comes another truth, one that can feel unfair, even frustrating at first, because while you were working quietly, you probably noticed something else. People treat winners differently. When someone wins, the rules bend. The same behavior that would be criticized in others is overlooked. Flaws become quirks. Mistakes get reframed as bold moves. Attitude becomes confidence. Arrogance is mistaken for leadership. Why? Because winning rewrites the story. This isn't about justice. This is about perception. And in the real world, perception is powerful. Once you win, people look back at your decisions and revise their opinions. Things they once called reckless are now called visionary. The same actions that were questioned before are now considered smart, brave, or even genius. Winning creates its own logic. People don't look at your process. They look at the outcome. If it worked, it must have been right. That's how they think. And this is where many people feel conflicted, because deep inside, you might hope the world rewards fairness, that people get treated based on effort, intention, or integrity. But the world doesn't work that way. It rewards results. And once you have them, everything you did to get there seems justified, even if it wasn't. That's why people who succeed are often allowed to break the rules that would ruin someone else. Not because they're better, not because they're more moral, but because success shifts judgment. The moment you win, people become more forgiving. They stop picking apart your decisions. They stop doubting your talent. They stop questioning your timing. Instead, they follow you. They study you. They copy you. This doesn't mean you should abandon your values or chase victory at any cost, but it does mean you must understand how influence works. If you want to make an impact, if you want to lead, if you want your message to reach more people, you have to earn credibility first. And in most cases, that means proving that your way works. People rarely follow the person who might be right. They follow the person who got it right. Winning is the language they understand. It doesn't matter how many books you've read. It doesn't matter how good your ideas are. If you haven't won in some way, if you haven't created results that others can see, then your voice will always be limited. Not because you're not wise, but because the world listens through the filter of success. That's why the same words spoken by a winner hit harder. The same advice sounds more credible. The same personality traits, confidence, directness, even stubbornness, get labeled as leadership instead of arrogance. Victory gives you the benefit of the doubt. It gives you room to be human. It gives you space to be imperfect. People don't like hearing that, especially those who are still grinding. But the sooner you understand it, the clearer your strategy becomes. It's not enough to be right. You have to prove that being right works. That's the shift. Even when you're telling the truth, people won't listen unless that truth has a track record. And this is where many good, thoughtful people lose momentum. They're honest. They work hard. They try to play fair. But they don't understand the role of results in shaping how others see them. If you want influence, you need to build proof first. Once you have it, the story changes. Even your flaws become easier to accept. People start filling in the blanks with kindness instead of doubt. They say, maybe that was a mistake, but look what they built. Winning becomes a shield. It doesn't make you perfect, but it gives people a reason to believe in your decisions. It makes your past more forgivable and your future more investable. That's why people forgive the arrogance of successful CEOs. That's why artists who once failed are now called ahead of their time. That's why athletes with terrible attitudes are still celebrated, if they win. Because the world doesn't reward character alone. It rewards results that validate the character. You can complain about that, or you can accept it and use it wisely. Not to justify bad behavior, but to understand the game you're in. Because here's the other side of this. When you're losing, the same world is less patient, less forgiving, and less generous. The exact same action that earns praise from a winner might earn scorn from someone still climbing. That's the cost of not winning. Your flaws get magnified, your ideas get ignored, your efforts get dismissed. Even your personality can be seen as a problem, not because it's wrong, but because it hasn't been validated by success yet. So what do you do with this truth? You stop hoping that fairness will carry you. You stop thinking effort alone is enough. You stop expecting people to believe in your process if your process hasn't produced results yet. Instead, you double down on becoming undeniable. You use discipline, not excuses. You aim for execution, not explanation. You take control of the narrative by taking control of the outcome. You don't justify. You produce. You don't defend. You demonstrate. You win, not just for the rewards, but because winning gives your work context. It gives your story shape. It turns your journey into something others can study, follow, and learn from. Winning also builds something deeper: leverage. Leverage means you don't have to explain everything. You don't have to beg for opportunities. You don't have to wait for someone to pick you. You become the person others approach, not because you demanded attention, but because you earned it. That's how you protect your principles. That's how you avoid selling out, not by yelling louder, but by building something so solid they can't ignore it. And once you win, you get space to be more human. You don't have to pretend you have all the answers. You don't have to hide your past. You don't have to soften your voice. You're allowed to be flawed, because now your value is proven. It's not about being perfect, it's about being effective. This is what the Stoics understood so clearly. They knew life wasn't always fair, but they didn't whine about it. They trained for it. They expected it, and they focused on what was within their control, their own actions, their own clarity, their own mindset. They knew that complaining changes nothing. But creating something valuable, that changes everything. When you focus on results, you gain a type of freedom others never experience. The freedom to speak truthfully, the freedom to lead boldly, the freedom to stand tall even when others try to tear you down, because you've already shown what you're capable of. That's what winning gives you, not just praise, but permission. Permission to be bold, permission to be complex, permission to be different. It's not fair, but it's real. And once you understand how the world works, you can stop fighting the rules and start mastering them. So the question is, are you building something that works, or are you still waiting to be discovered? Because no one will understand your flaws, your vision, or your method until you win. They won't connect the dots until the picture is clear, and that picture is built with proof, not potential. If your goal is to be heard, to be trusted, to be followed, then winning must become part of your strategy, not just for personal gain, but for impact. Because your ideas deserve attention, your work deserves recognition, but none of it matters unless you deliver results that speak louder than your words. That's how you earn respect. That's how you gain influence. That's how you rewrite your story and the way others see it. Winning gives you room to breathe, but the path to victory offers no such kindness. The climb is often cold, quiet, and lonely. Even when you're doing the right things, making the right choices, showing up every single day, there is no guarantee anyone will notice. You expect progress to bring praise, but instead you meet silence. You hope someone will say, "Keep going," but no voice comes. And this is where many stop. Not because they're tired, but because they feel unseen. What no one tells you is that struggle is supposed to be quiet, that loneliness is not a sign of failure, that the silence isn't proof you're doing it wrong. It's proof you're on the path. It's uncomfortable, but it's not unusual. It's not unfair. It's just how the climb works. When you're grinding, when you're trying to build something real, there's no music playing in the background. There are no cheering fans. No one is following your steps with wide eyes and applause. Most days the world doesn't react, not because it's against you, but because it simply doesn't know you're building, and it's not supposed to. The climb is private. The pain is internal. The fight is yours alone. And that's the lesson. You have to get used to clapping for yourself. You have to be your own support system, your own coach, your own audience. If you only move forward when others notice, you'll stop the moment they don't. You can't rely on encouragement to keep going. Encouragement is a bonus, not a fuel source. If you make recognition the condition for effort, you've already surrendered your power, because encouragement is rare, and it's often too late. It arrives after the win, not during the struggle. People celebrate results. They rarely celebrate progress. Even those closest to you may not understand your path. You'll try to explain what you're doing, how much it means to you, how hard it is, but they won't see it clearly. Not because they don't care, but because the battle isn't theirs. It's yours. They won't see the early mornings, the mental fatigue, the doubt you fight daily. They won't feel the pressure of staying committed when everything around you is uncertain. They might nod politely, but they won't feel the weight, and that's okay. It's not their job to feel it. Your job is to keep going, even in the quiet. The Stoics taught that external things, praise, fame, approval, are not within your control. Therefore, they cannot be the reason you act. If you need noise to validate your effort, you will always be waiting for someone else to push you. But if your actions are rooted in internal principle, you don't wait. You move forward because it aligns with who you are becoming. This is the strength you must build, the ability to take another step, even when it feels pointless. To work hard on something that hasn't yet rewarded you. To believe in the process, even when it gives you nothing back. That's what makes you unshakable. You cannot demand support. Support must be earned. But even when it's earned, it often shows up too late. It shows up after you no longer need it. That's the irony. Once you're standing at the top, people finally want to cheer. But by then, you've learned how to climb without the noise. And that's the real win. Because the ability to move forward in silence is a superpower. It means you're not controlled by feedback. You're not dependent on being seen. You've built a foundation that doesn't break when no one's looking. This matters, because many people stop not due to lack of strength, but due to lack of attention. They think silence means they're on the wrong path. They mistake invisibility for failure. But they forget. Most progress is invisible at first. Seeds grow underground before anyone sees a leaf. Muscles are built long before the transformation is obvious. Confidence is earned in solitude long before it's noticed. Silence is part of the process, not an obstacle, not a punishment, just part of the path. The world doesn't owe you encouragement. The world is too busy, too distracted, too focused on its own noise. You must create your own clarity. You must be willing to walk the road with no audience, no crowd, no celebration. This isn't about suffering. This is about strength. When you accept silence as part of the journey, you stop resisting it. You stop looking over your shoulder, hoping someone's paying attention. You start facing forward, fully focused on your mission. That shift is everything, because once you stop seeking encouragement, you become incredibly powerful. You're no longer fragile. You're no longer held back by the opinions or attention of others. You build momentum that doesn't rely on external conditions. That's what makes you unstoppable. And this is where the Stoic mindset becomes essential. It teaches you to anchor yourself in effort, not approval, to find peace in discipline, not comfort, to trust action over emotion. Because feelings are unstable. One day you feel strong, the next you feel broken. But effort is steady, and it's always available. That's why you must build your days around what must be done, not how you feel about it. Whether you're motivated or not, seen or not, supported or not, you show up. You do the work, not for applause, but for mastery. This is the only way you rise, not because someone told you you're great, but because you proved it, in silence, through effort. And when the world finally looks your way, when the noise arrives, when the compliments start to flow, you'll appreciate them, but you won't depend on them. You'll say thank you, but you won't slow down, because by then you'll know you didn't get here by being celebrated. You got here by continuing when no one saw you. The most powerful people in the world are the ones who know how to survive the quiet, who know how to thrive without applause, who keep building when it feels like nothing is working, because they know something others forget. That silence doesn't mean failure. It means you're early. It means you're planting. It means you're preparing. It means the world hasn't caught up yet, but it will. And when it does, the strength you built in the dark will speak louder than anything you could have said out loud. People will ask how you stayed so focused, how you never quit, how you made it through. And the truth will be simple. You learned how to clap for yourself. Not with arrogance, but with quiet belief. Not with pride, but with presence. Not with noise, but with clarity. You learned how to say, "This matters," even when no one else agreed. You learned how to build your own fire, so you'd never need someone else to light it for you. That's the mindset that carries you forward, through delays, through doubt, through discomfort. Because when the world is silent and you still move forward, you prove something unshakable. You never needed permission. You only needed purpose. Silence teaches you discipline, but judgment teaches you resilience. When the world says nothing, you must encourage yourself. But when the world speaks too loudly, when it criticizes, doubts, or mocks, your strength is tested in a different way. Because failure, unlike silence, does not go unnoticed. It draws eyes, it draws opinions, and rarely, if ever, does it draw kindness. People are quick to analyze failure. They don't ask what it cost you or how much you endured. They look at the outcome and use it to define your worth. The moment you fall, the same people who once cheered start to create distance. They shift the story. They tell themselves, maybe they weren't who we thought. That's how fast loyalty disappears. Failure alone is not respected. It is tolerated at best and ridiculed at worst. People say they support failure, that they value learning, that everyone should be allowed to fall. But in practice, they don't wait for the lesson. They rush to the conclusion. If you don't rise quickly, if your story doesn't wrap up neatly, they lose patience. They stop listening. They treat your pain as a summary, not a chapter. And this is why falling is never enough. The world only begins to shift when you rise. Redemption is what makes people rewrite your history. It's the comeback that makes your downfall look courageous. Without it, the same failure is just seen as proof of weakness. But with it, people begin to revise everything. They say you were strong all along, that they always believed in you, that your loss was part of the plan. This is not bitterness. This is the reality of how human perception works. People love a good ending. They don't know how to hold space for someone still in the middle. If you're still bleeding, still trying, still figuring it out, they turn the page, they move on, and later, if you return stronger, they flip back and reread your story as if they never stopped caring. But you'll remember who vanished, who judged too soon, who laughed or dismissed or minimized your effort, and that memory will sharpen your focus, not out of anger, but clarity. The path to redemption does not start with anyone else's opinion. It starts with your decision to keep going after everything has fallen apart. When the easy thing would be to stop, to hide, to pretend you never tried in the first place, but instead you choose to rebuild, to try again without applause, to start over while carrying the weight of public failure on your back. That choice is not romantic. It is raw, humbling, often brutal. There is nothing graceful about waking up the day after everything crumbles. You feel exposed. You question your value. You carry shame, not just from the failure itself, but from the way people reacted to it. It stays with you. But if you keep going, step by step, something changes. You begin to shed the version of yourself that depended on approval. You stop explaining. You stop seeking permission. You stop defending your worth through words, and you begin to express it through action, quietly, relentlessly. This is what redemption looks like. Not a big moment, but a series of consistent choices that nobody sees. Waking up early again, starting from zero again, facing doubt again, without asking for sympathy, without announcing every move, without waiting for the narrative to shift. Because it won't shift until you give people a reason to look twice, until you build something they can't ignore, until your results speak louder than the failure that used to define you. Then the revision begins. They'll start saying your story was powerful, that your failure made you wiser, that your journey was inspirational. But all of that only arrives after the fact, not before. That's why you can't wait for it. You have to be willing to walk through the part no one admires, the ugly part, the uncertain part, the chapter that gets skipped until the ending is known. And it may take longer than you think. The world doesn't have a schedule for your comeback. It doesn't owe you a second chance. You have to create it, brick by brick, day by day. That means you may have to carry the label of failure longer than feels fair. You may be judged by your last mistake instead of your next move. You may be underestimated, overlooked, or dismissed for a while. But that's the price of rebuilding. Not everyone will believe in you. Not everyone will forgive your fall. Some will enjoy keeping you in that category. That's their story, not yours. Your job is not to convince them. It's to keep moving until you no longer have to. And while the world may forget the details of how you fell, you will not. You will remember the pain, the silence, the weight. But you will also remember what you discovered in it. That you are not fragile. That you can break and rebuild. That you can face judgment and still find the strength to rise again. Failure, when processed with honesty, does not destroy you. It refines you. It removes illusions. It reveals what matters. It clears the noise. And most importantly, it makes you harder to shake. Because once you've been humbled publicly, once you've had to face the worst-case scenario and survived, there's a kind of courage that grows. The kind that doesn't flinch anymore. The kind that doesn't care what people say because you've already lived through their judgment and kept going. That's what makes redemption powerful. Not the praise that eventually returns, but the strength you gain from walking through the fire without it. When people look back at your story, they will talk about how you bounced back, how you rebuilt, how you rose from nothing. But what they won't see is the patience it took. The hours of invisible work, the days of doubt, the decision to keep showing up despite the weight of failure hanging over your name. And they don't need to. That part wasn't for them, it was for you. It was where you learned that success doesn't erase pain and failure doesn't erase your value. That you are more than any outcome. But outcomes still matter. Because they are how the world understands what you've been through. When you finally rise again, and you will, people will try to define your story. They'll try to package it, to turn it into a lesson, to draw neat conclusions. Let them. That's not your concern anymore. Your concern is becoming someone who doesn't wait for redemption to be given, but someone who earns it quietly, one act of resilience at a time. Because when you return from failure not as a victim, but as a builder, not as someone seeking sympathy, but as someone carrying purpose, you gain something far more valuable than approval. You gain authority, the kind that only comes from lived experience, the kind that no one can fake, the kind that doesn't waver when things fall apart again, because you've already rebuilt once, and you know how. That's the hidden reward of failure. Not the applause that comes after you win again, but the wisdom you carry when no one else is watching. And when others fall, because they will, they'll look to you. Not for answers, but for proof. That it's possible. That recovery isn't just an idea, but a real path someone walked before them. That's your role now. Not just to rise, but to rise in a way that leaves a trail behind. Not to impress the world, but to remind others that failure is not a full stop. It's just a comma in the sentence you haven't finished writing yet. You were judged too soon. That's normal. You were written off too early. That's expected. But now it's your turn. Not to explain, but to build something that makes the judgment irrelevant. Because once you return stronger, no one will care how far you fell. They'll only see how high you climbed back. The comeback earns respect, but respect alone is never enough. Rising from failure is powerful, but in a world that constantly moves, even your redemption has a short shelf life if it doesn't evolve into sustained value. People are quick to celebrate your return, but just as quick to move on when someone new arrives. Someone louder, cheaper, faster, more convenient. That's when another truth surfaces. Being admired is not the same as being needed. In every space you enter, whether it's work, friendships, relationships, or any team, you start as a replaceable part. You may be liked, you may be appreciated, but until your presence fills a gap no one else can fill, your worth stays on a leash. As long as you're easy to swap out, your position is temporary, your voice is optional, your influence is limited. Value, in its purest form, is not about being busy, it's about being necessary. When people realize that what you bring can't be easily duplicated, they start listening differently. They stop comparing you to others. They start protecting your place. But you don't reach that point by doing what everyone else can do. You get there by mastering something they can't ignore. Being indispensable doesn't mean being perfect. It means being reliable at a level where your absence creates a visible gap. That level takes intention. It takes time. It requires you to build skill, consistency, and trust at the same time. And that rarely happens by accident. At first, you're just one of many. That's how most people begin. You show up, you contribute, you do your part. But your real power begins when you stop trying to prove you're good and start making yourself essential. That shift is where everything changes. Essential doesn't mean loud, it means consistent. It means knowing your role so deeply that others stop questioning your presence. It means solving problems before they get big. It means becoming the person others turn to when it matters. Not because they're told to, but because experience has taught them you're the one who delivers. This is how you become the anchor in any room. You build systems no one else sees. You clean up messes before they become visible. You anticipate what's needed and act before being asked. Over time, those actions build trust, and that trust builds security. When people know they can depend on you, not occasionally but always, you shift from being one option to being the only option they want. Until that happens, your spot is temporary, your presence is negotiable, your absence doesn't change anything. That's the danger of blending in. Even if you're good at what you do, you must go further, not to outshine others, but to build a kind of quiet influence that speaks for itself. It's not about being liked. People like many people. Liking is soft. It doesn't anchor you. Being liked is comforting, but it won't protect your seat at the table. Being needed will. To reach that level, you need to choose depth over visibility. Learn what no one else wants to learn. Handle what others avoid. Be the one who can carry the pressure when it matters. And don't ask for credit. Just build your reputation through your actions. Reputation is a long game. It doesn't come from noise, it comes from patterns. People don't remember your best day, they remember your consistency. The person who shows up ready, even when it's hard. The one who doesn't need reminders. The one who takes responsibility without being asked. And this isn't limited to work. This applies in relationships too. If you're replaceable emotionally, mentally, or practically, then people treat you as temporary. It's not personal, it's how human behavior works. People hold on to what adds value and let go of what doesn't change their day-to-day. To be irreplaceable in someone's life, you must show up in ways that matter. Not in dramatic gestures, in daily effort, in emotional reliability, in the kind of presence that steadies, supports, and strengthens the people around you. That kind of connection doesn't get built with words. It gets built with follow-through. You become indispensable when people know that losing you would cost them more than just filling a slot. It means your absence creates problems. Your input changes the outcome. Your work makes things smoother. Your presence brings stability. And there's a freedom in that. Because once you reach that level, you stop competing. You stop chasing validation. You're not trying to prove your value. Your value has already spoken for itself. But getting there takes a mindset shift. You stop asking, what can I get? You start asking, what can I solve? You stop looking for attention. You start looking for opportunities to carry weight. You stop chasing status. You start creating systems, ideas, solutions, and outcomes that make things better, whether you get noticed or not. And then something happens. People notice anyway, not because you asked, but because they realize they don't function the same without you. That's when your value is no longer debated. That's when your voice carries weight. Being indispensable is not about being the star. It's about being the one who holds things together when others hesitate. It's not about needing to be seen. It's about being the person they look for when it's time to get things done right. And here's the truth no one talks about. In most environments, people are quick to cut what they don't miss. They remove the nice-to-haves when pressure hits. They protect the essentials. You have to make yourself uncuttable, not by being louder, but by being more useful. That starts with knowing what matters most in the space you're in. What does this team, this business, this relationship actually depend on? Learn that. Master that. Then go further. Find the gaps. Fill them. Do the work no one else is willing to do, not for recognition, but because you understand that value is built where others look away. You must train yourself to see what others ignore, to act without waiting, to take responsibility for the bigger picture, even when it's not assigned to you. That's what builds authority. People don't trust titles. They trust consistency. They trust who shows up when the pressure spikes, who thinks clearly when things fall apart, who finishes the job even after the energy is gone. You build that trust with repetition, not with talk, not with confidence, with action, over and over, until it becomes your identity. And when that happens, you shift from being just another option to being the one they rely on. That's when your value becomes undeniable. That's when you earn leverage. That's when people don't want to imagine moving forward without you, not because you demand it, but because you've proven it. This kind of positioning doesn't come quickly. It takes years, but once it's earned, it creates long-term security. It gives you space to speak with more clarity. It allows you to lead. It builds freedom within the system, because now your worth is tied to actual outcomes, not politics. And with that comes responsibility. Once you're essential, your absence creates waves. So don't let your value become stagnant. Keep growing, keep sharpening, keep improving the systems you built. Don't stop once you're needed. Become harder to replace with every passing year, not through pressure, but through evolution. Keep expanding your skill set. Keep building relationships. Keep mentoring others so you create more impact. The more you grow, the more stable your position becomes. And if you're not there yet, that's okay. That's the point of growth. Every action you take today, every quiet improvement, every unnoticed solution, every extra step brings you closer. You don't need to be irreplaceable today, but you need to be building toward it every single day, without waiting for someone to tell you it's time. Because when your value becomes undeniable, the conversation changes. You no longer worry about being kept. You become the person they build around, not out of pity, not out of loyalty, but out of need. And in a world where attention shifts fast and options are endless, being needed is everything. Earning your place, making yourself essential, it demands consistency that doesn't waver. You don't become indispensable by showing up strong once in a while. It's the repeated actions, the small decisions made when no one's watching, that separate those who are valuable from those who are vital. And the truth is, you can't depend on how you feel to guide you there. Feelings shift, energy fades, life gets loud, but the work must still get done. Motivation might get you started, but only discipline keeps you in motion. And this is where most people stall. They wait for the spark. They wait for the right mood, the perfect moment, the inner push. They think, I'll go harder when I feel more ready. But readiness isn't consistent. Discipline is. You don't win by feeling great. You win by showing up when you don't. The people who grow, the ones who lead, build and finish what they start, are not always the most inspired. They're simply the most reliable. And reliability is not a product of passion. It's the result of structure. Discipline gives your days shape when your emotions try to pull you in every direction. Discipline is the system you fall back on when motivation disappears, which it always does. Because motivation is a state. Discipline is a habit. Motivation asks you how you feel. Discipline tells you what to do. And that's the difference. Discipline doesn't care if you're tired. It doesn't ask if you're in the mood. It doesn't check the weather or your inbox. It simply says, this is the work. Do it. That voice, the disciplined one, is the foundation of real freedom, because it builds a life you can trust, a body you can count on, A mind that doesn't cave in at the first sign of discomfort. Motivation will abandon you the moment life gets hard. Discipline stays. If you're serious about your goals, you can't build around a feeling that's not guaranteed to show up. You have to build around action. That means routines that don't ask permission, commitments that don't negotiate, choices that are made ahead of time. You don't wait to feel like it. You simply honor the plan. And the more you do this, the less emotion you need to move forward. You no longer need to hype yourself up to follow through. You just do it because it's who you've become. This is the core of a Stoic life. Acting with consistency, no matter how chaotic the world becomes. When others break under pressure or quit because they lost their drive, you remain. Not because it's easy, but because you've trained yourself to act without needing to be pushed. When you base your progress on motivation, you set yourself up for inconsistency. You'll work hard on the days when things feel exciting, and you'll retreat when it doesn't. That kind of rhythm creates gaps, and gaps lead to decay. Progress dies slowly when you stop showing up. But discipline is the bridge that carries you over those empty days. When there's no energy, no buzz, no adrenaline, you still complete the task. You still lift the weight. You still make the call. Because you already decided long ago that the work would happen, with or without motivation. That decision, repeated over time, creates compound results. Because discipline doesn't just keep you steady, it increases your capacity. It makes you stronger, more focused, more reliable. It allows you to build things that last. There's no passion that can replace the value of repetition. Mastery is not found in bursts of inspiration. It's found in the daily grind, the early hours, the ignored distractions, the disciplined silence of people who work while others scroll. Discipline is where real growth happens, not because you feel unstoppable, but because you keep showing up while you don't. There is nothing glamorous about it. Most disciplined people are not loud. They don't broadcast their routines. They simply keep showing up, every day, without fail, and over time, those quiet efforts grow into something loud, results that speak for them. The irony is that once you build discipline, motivation starts showing up more often, not because your feelings suddenly become stronger, but because your actions have created momentum. And momentum feeds motivation, not the other way around. If you keep waiting for motivation to lead you, you will always fall behind. Because someone out there, less excited than you, more tired than you, more distracted than you, is still putting in the reps, not because they want to, but because they said they would. That's power. To choose action even when comfort is available. To stay committed even when distraction is easier. That's the kind of discipline that separates leaders from talkers, builders from dreamers. And you don't need to be perfect to be disciplined. You don't need to be extreme. You need to be consistent. You need to keep your promises, especially when no one's watching. That means waking up when it's inconvenient, finishing the workout when you want to stop, writing when you feel blocked, practicing when you're bored, continuing when there's no applause. Discipline is not a trait, it's a system. It's a set of rules you create for yourself, rules you choose to follow no matter what. Not because someone's making you, but because you've decided that honoring those rules is the fastest path to freedom. And freedom matters. Because when you live without discipline, life controls you. Your day gets hijacked by urgency. Your emotions decide how far you go. You say yes to too much, and you stop when it gets hard. You chase short-term relief at the cost of long-term gain. But when discipline runs your life, you're in control. You do what matters first. You make space for what counts. You stop relying on willpower and start building patterns. Even when things fall apart, you stay grounded, because your habits hold you steady. This kind of life is not for everyone. Most people want easy results. They want shortcuts. They want balance without sacrifice. But nothing long-lasting is built that way. If you want real progress, the kind that transforms your life, it will require structure. It will require effort when you feel empty. It will require silence when you want praise. And most of all, it will require the discipline to act without feeling like it. That's why discipline wins every time. It outlasts mood swings. It outperforms inspiration. It works when everything else breaks. Motivation might start the fire, but only discipline keeps it burning. If you want to lead, to build, to rise, stop waiting to feel ready. Start creating routines that hold you accountable. Start following through on your non-negotiables. Start treating your word like law. Because when discipline runs your day, success stops being a question of chance. It becomes a matter of time. When your days are built on discipline instead of feelings, something deeper begins to change. You stop negotiating with yourself. You become someone others can count on. And yet, even with all that internal strength, you may still find yourself misunderstood, overlooked, or judged too quickly. Because no matter how consistent you are, the world doesn't always respond to effort or discipline right away. It responds to outcomes. Perception is shaped by results. That's the uncomfortable truth. People see what works and build their opinions around it. It doesn't matter if your methods are strange, your personality is sharp, or your past is full of missteps. Once you win, those same traits are viewed through a different lens. Victory reframes everything. You can be labeled difficult until your ideas succeed. Then suddenly, you're called driven. You can be called cold until your team starts winning. Then people say you're focused. You can be ignored for years. And then, in one moment of success, your entire story gets rewritten as genius. This isn't just about the outcome. It's about how people assign meaning after the fact. When you win, people stop looking at your flaws as weaknesses. They start calling them part of the process. The same decisions they doubted become strategic in hindsight. The risks they once warned you about turn into bold moves. Winning changes the way others explain your journey. Before that point, you're just someone with opinions, someone with ideas, someone with strange routines or unusual habits. And they question you. They question your motives, your attitude, your direction. But when the result comes, they shift. Suddenly they say you were just thinking ahead. This is why perception is not always about truth. It's often about timing. It's about when people see your results and how that result colors everything you did before. That's why the most misunderstood people are often just a few steps away from being respected. They haven't changed. Their scoreboard just hasn't caught up yet. But this also explains why staying consistent matters more than ever. Because until you win, your methods will be doubted. Your confidence may be mistaken for arrogance. Your intensity might be labeled aggressive, and your silence might be seen as weakness. But the second your actions produce undeniable outcomes, all those traits become assets. People want to believe they understand greatness, but in reality, they only recognize it after it's confirmed. That confirmation is your results, not your effort, not your intention, not even your integrity. It's what they can measure, what they can point to, what they can explain to others. So if you feel like the world misreads you, stay the course. Let your results speak the language they understand. You don't have to argue your way into understanding. You just have to keep building. Keep doing the work. Keep making progress, even when your character is being questioned. Because when the results arrive, the narrative shifts. People forget the doubts they had. They rewrite your history in a way that fits your victory. And they won't admit they once didn't believe in you. They'll just say they always knew. Winning doesn't just change your life. It changes the story people tell about your life. Even the moments you regret will be reframed. The mistakes that once felt humiliating will be called lessons. The setbacks will be seen as necessary. All because the ending makes sense now. You don't have to like this, but you do need to understand it. Because when you do, you stop chasing validation and start focusing entirely on execution. You stop over-explaining and start over-delivering. You stop trying to win people over and start building things that win by default. The ones who win consistently are rarely those with perfect personalities or clean stories. They're the ones who finished what they started, the ones who outlasted doubt, the ones who kept moving forward while being misread, misjudged, or overlooked. That kind of strength comes from knowing that people's opinions are temporary, but your actions are permanent. Their words change with your wins, but your work stands no matter what they say. When you prioritize the work over the reaction, you stop getting pulled into emotional distraction. Winning brings alignment between what you know about yourself and what the world finally admits. Until then, you live in the gap, that frustrating place where you're working every day to prove what you already know internally, that you are capable, that your vision is real, that your path is valid. The Stoic mindset teaches you to endure that space, to keep showing up even when your reputation doesn't match your ability, to keep pushing forward even when people don't yet see the full picture. You don't need them to see it early, you just need them to see it eventually. Because once you win, the same people who doubted you will point to your traits as the reason you succeeded. They will say, "Of course it worked. Look how focused they were. Look how unshakable. Look how disciplined." But before that, they said those traits were too much. This is why you don't chase public approval. You chase outcomes that change public thinking. The longer you spend explaining your approach, the less energy you have to execute it. And the only thing that reshapes perception is execution. Winning is the great interpreter. It translates your intentions into something others can finally understand. Not because you said it well, but because you proved it. This is the leverage winning gives you. Not just more opportunity, but more control over your own story. You don't have to fight to be understood anymore. You've earned the right to be heard. And this extends beyond personal validation. It affects everything. People give more chances to winners. They listen longer. They forgive faster. They invest more freely. The benefit of the doubt is always extended to the one with a track record. Even their silence is treated as wisdom. This is not about ego. This is about effectiveness. You can be kind and humble and patient. But if there are no results, your voice doesn't carry. The strength of your message depends on the strength of your evidence. And in the world's eyes, winning is evidence. So build your strategy around this understanding. Know that your character should never depend on perception. But your impact? That depends on what the world believes about what you've built. And they won't believe until they see it. That's reality. You don't change that by explaining better. You change it by winning louder. That doesn't mean loud in volume. It means loud in clarity, loud in effectiveness, loud in consistency, loud in precision. When your results speak clearly, the world stops asking for context. They accept what works. They follow what's proven. This is why you have to stay quiet during the climb. Let people misread you. Let them get it wrong. Let them doubt. Because your win will say what you couldn't. And once that happens, the game changes. The conversations shift. The tone adjusts. You gain space to operate on your terms. Because when you win, you don't just get recognition. You gain authority. The kind that makes people question their own assumptions. The kind that rewrites how your past is understood. And the kind that makes everything you endured before feel worth it. Not because they finally said you were right, but because you never needed them to. You just needed to finish what you started, and once you did, they had no choice but to see it. After your results finally speak loud enough to shift how others see you, it feels like the hard part is over. Your name carries weight, your actions are remembered, and your wins shape how people speak about your past. But then, in the middle of all that progress, another truth shows up. A truth that cuts through even the highest levels of success. Being right doesn't always mean you'll win. You can have the facts. You can have the better idea. You can be morally clear, logically sound, even emotionally grounded, and still walk away empty-handed. Because truth is not the only currency that moves the world. Timing, communication, and perception shape outcomes more than most people want to admit. Many believe that correctness will carry them, that if they just stick to what's true, things will fall into place. But life rarely rewards truth by itself. In debates, business, leadership, or even relationships, being right is not always the decisive factor. What matters is how the truth is presented, when it is delivered, and whether the other side is even ready to hear it. If you're not careful, truth can become a trap. You may cling to it as your reason for not adapting. You might refuse to adjust your tone, your timing, or your approach because you're right. But stubbornness in the name of truth doesn't always move things forward. Sometimes it isolates you. Being right can give you clarity, but not always influence. It can help you feel confident, but it doesn't guarantee others will see it your way. That's why execution matters, because the best ideas in the world can die in the hands of people who don't know how to communicate them. You need more than knowledge. You need to be understood. You need to deliver your truth in a way that fits the moment, the audience, and the environment. That doesn't mean diluting your values. It means understanding the terrain you're in. Truth with no strategy is like having a map and refusing to follow the roads. This is where many talented people fall short. They speak up with the right answers, but at the wrong time. They push solutions without understanding the context. They lead with knowledge, but forget about connection. And when it doesn't land, they blame others for not being ready. But readiness is part of the game. If you want to lead with truth, you must also lead with awareness. Who is listening? What are they afraid of? What assumptions do they carry? What language do they respond to? Because if your truth never lands, it never leads. And if it never leads, it never wins. That doesn't make your truth less real. It just makes it ineffective. In every field, there are people with less talent, but more influence. People with fewer facts, but better timing. People with less depth, but sharper instincts. And they win. Not because the world is unfair, but because they understood something others didn't. That winning is not just about being correct. It's about being effective. Stoicism teaches you not to waste energy on what you can't control. You can't force others to see what you see. You can't drag people into awareness. What you can do is learn how to speak truth in a way that moves the needle. not just your ego. Sometimes that means saying less. Sometimes it means waiting longer. Sometimes it means focusing more on action than explanation. Because people don't always listen to what's right. They follow what feels real, and what feels real is shaped by emotion, trust, and relevance. You may be right, but if no one connects with you, the truth stays locked inside your mind. That's why self-awareness is as important as clarity. If your truth is falling flat, the answer isn't to shout louder. It's to listen deeper, to understand the emotional terrain of those you're trying to reach, to meet people where they are, not where you wish they were. You're not dumbing things down, you're being strategic. Strategy is not manipulation. Strategy is the art of placing truth where it will grow. If you're trying to plant a seed, the soil matters. It's the same in every high-stakes situation, whether you're pitching an idea, offering advice, making a stand, or defending your position. Delivery shapes impact. Tone matters. Timing matters. The mood of the room matters. You don't have to control all of it, but you do have to read it. People don't follow truth in isolation. They follow those who carry it with presence, with wisdom, with timing. That's why leadership is hard. It's not enough to know what's right. You have to translate it, package it, make it accessible. You have to earn the space to speak before you unload what you think they should hear. If you skip that part, you'll be right and still get ignored. You'll have the better argument and still lose the room. You'll make sense logically, but lose connection emotionally. And in many areas of life, emotion wins more than logic. The one who creates trust gets heard. The one who creates momentum gets followed. The one who creates safety gets chosen. Truth without empathy comes across as pressure. Truth without timing comes across as arrogance. Truth without clarity becomes noise. This isn't about hiding your beliefs. It's about delivering them like a craftsman, not a wrecking ball. Because if your truth burns bridges, you'll stand alone with your correctness and nothing else. Winning doesn't ask if you were right. It asks if you made things work. And many times, what works is a blend of truth, patience, flexibility, and precision. That balance doesn't come naturally. It's built through failure, through noticing what fell flat, through studying what moved people, through learning from moments where being right still didn't get you what you needed. That awareness builds wisdom, and wisdom is what makes your truth land with weight instead of resistance. This is especially true in leadership. You may have the clearest vision, the most honest analysis, or the most accurate plan, but if you don't bring people with you, you'll be right and alone. That's not victory. That's frustration disguised as virtue. You have to know when to speak and when to wait, when to challenge and when to listen, when to push and when to let people catch up. If you ignore that rhythm, your truth will feel like a lecture instead of leadership. So yes, stand by your truth. Never trade it for approval, but also learn how to carry it, how to deliver it, how to time it. Because when truth is delivered with wisdom, it doesn't just sound right, it feels right. And that's when people move. You don't win by being loud. You win by being precise. You don't win by being correct first. You win by staying correct long enough for others to see it. Sometimes, the best way to prove your truth is not to argue. It's to build something that shows what you meant all along. Let people see the impact. Let them feel the result. Let the truth unfold at its own pace. And in time, the very same people who once dismissed your words will quote them back to you. That's the long game. And that's what makes your truth durable. Because being right is not the end. It's just the beginning. What happens next depends on how you carry it. Precision matters. Delivering the truth with strategy separates leaders from those who merely speak. But even strategy alone cannot carry you across the distance required to reach mastery. At some point, strategy must become obsession. Not the casual kind, not the popular version of being passionate, but real, consuming, focused intensity that rewires how you think, live, and work. This is where the shift happens, and many fall off. Because obsession has a cost, and most people are not willing to pay it. To reach a level that few ever do, you must be willing to think in ways few ever will. That means building your life around one thing and not apologizing for it. It means letting your focus distort the rest of your world, not out of neglect, but out of clarity. You stop chasing balance and start chasing excellence. And in the process, you will be misunderstood. People will say you're extreme. They will call you too serious, too intense, too isolated. They'll ask why you care so much, why you don't relax more, why you always push. But you'll know something they don't, that greatness is not built through moderation. It is built through obsession. Real obsession doesn't burn out. It burns through obstacles. It sees the road and keeps walking, even when no one else sees why you're still going. It doesn't need reminders or motivation. It's not an emotional wave. It's a deep internal fire that doesn't stop when things get uncomfortable. It grows stronger the more pressure you apply. Winners are often called unbalanced because their priorities don't match what's common. They miss events, skip downtime, and structure their lives differently. It's not because they dislike people or pleasure. It's because they value their purpose more. When your vision is sharp enough, everything else blurs. You don't lose sight of what matters, you narrow it. This narrowing changes your environment. You stop fitting into every room. You stop saying yes to everything. You become selective with your time, your energy, your conversations. Not because you think you're better, but because you know what you're building requires everything. Obsession simplifies your decisions. You don't waste time debating priorities. You don't need to convince yourself every day. You've already decided. The work comes first. The goal shapes your calendar, your habits, your choices. You don't feel restricted by that. You feel freed by it. Because indecision is exhausting, but obsession clears the fog. You know what needs to be done. You know what you're willing to sacrifice. You're no longer split between multiple outcomes. You're chasing one, and you're chasing it fully. And that kind of focus is rare, because obsession doesn't tolerate distractions. It doesn't allow excuses. It doesn't wait for the perfect moment. It builds momentum even in chaos. It keeps moving through resistance. When others stop for comfort, you keep building. When they celebrate too early, you keep refining. When they change paths after a setback, you stay on course. Not because you lack options, but because you've already chosen one, and obsession makes that choice unshakable. This doesn't mean you ignore everything else. It means you give your main priority the weight it deserves. It means your goal isn't just something you pursue, it's something you structure your life around. The people who change industries, redefine standards, and create movements are never casual about their work. They don't treat it as a task. They treat it as a calling. And that difference shows up in every detail. They don't need deadlines to move. They don't need reminders to stay on track. They've built a world inside themselves that pulls them forward, no matter what the world outside does. That pull is obsession. It's not always loud. It's often quiet, steady, deliberate. It doesn't need to perform. It just needs to continue. That's what makes it so powerful. Because while others fade, switch goals, or get distracted, obsession keeps digging. And depth is where mastery lives. When you go deep enough into something, you stop relying on hype. You move into rhythm. You no longer work in bursts. You operate with consistency. Your obsession becomes invisible on the surface, but undeniable in your results. That's why people think winners are lucky. They see the outcome, but not the years of repetition, the isolation, the missed moments, the single-minded drive. They think success happened fast because they didn't notice what was happening when it was slow. They didn't see the 4 a.m. mornings, the weekends sacrificed, the quiet grind that happened after everyone else stopped. They didn't see the hundreds of days where nothing worked, but the work never stopped. That's what obsession looks like. It's not a mood, it's a standard. You hold yourself to a level that no one else asks of you. You build beyond what's necessary. You double-check when others say it's done. You study when others celebrate. You keep going when others lose interest. And people will ask why. They won't understand at first, because most people view work as something to manage, not something to merge with their identity. But you're not building something casual. You're building something rare, and rare things take rare effort. Obsession creates focus. Focus creates progress. Progress compounds. That's the chain. That's the difference. And you can't fake it. You either care enough to continue, or you don't. So don't be afraid of being misunderstood. Don't tone down your intensity to fit into rooms that don't match your ambition. Don't apologize for your pace, your boundaries, your commitment. You're not here to be average. You're here to build something exceptional. And that takes obsession. Not sometimes. Every time. When you accept this, your life changes. You stop explaining your choices to people who aren't building what you're building. You stop comparing your path to others. You stop waiting for permission to go all in. You just go, because you know that the world doesn't reward the one who starts fast. It rewards the one who never stops. And that's what obsession gives you. The ability to stay when others leave, to work when others rest, to push when others plateau. And the deeper your obsession goes, the clearer everything becomes. You don't chase every new opportunity. You measure it against your mission. You say no with confidence. You guard your time like it's sacred. Because it is. Every hour spent on something that doesn't serve your obsession is a step backward. That's not selfish. That's strategic. If it doesn't align, it doesn't belong. That's the mindset that builds things people remember. Not for how balanced you were, but for how committed you were, for how relentlessly you chased the thing that mattered. Not because it was easy, but because it was yours. Obsession creates clarity, but it also creates distance. The more you care, the more you narrow your world. You start turning down distractions, removing noise, and protecting your focus like your life depends on it. But the deeper you go, the more you notice something else. Conversations feel different. Social moments feel distant. People stop asking where you've been. They assume you've changed. And in a way, you have. Because mastery has a cost most don't expect until they're already paying it. That cost is isolation. Solitude isn't something you choose once. It's something that grows the more serious you become. Not because you dislike people, but because mastery is not a group activity. It's built in the quiet, away from attention, far from comfort. While others connect over ease, you begin to drift toward challenge. While they prioritize balance, you focus on building depth. This shift isn't dramatic at first. It starts small. You stop attending every social event. You stop engaging in conversations that drain you. You lose interest in things that used to feel exciting. What used to bring you energy now feels like interference. And soon, you find yourself alone more often, not because you're forgotten, but because you're choosing a path most people won't understand. Mastery demands that you go where others can't follow, that you build your thoughts in silence, that you practice without applause, that you examine your flaws without deflection. These aren't activities for crowds. They require stillness. They require repetition. They require your full attention without distraction. In that space, your understanding deepens. You see patterns others miss. You make connections that seem invisible to everyone else. But with that insight comes the loneliness of distance. Because once you start seeing differently, you start feeling differently. You try to explain, but your words don't land. Not because they're wrong, but because they don't match the rhythm of the room. And this is where many turn back. Not because the work is too hard, but because being alone in your growth can feel unbearable. You look around and realize you're no longer in sync with the people who once felt close. Their pace, their values, their priorities, they've stayed the same while yours shifted. But this is not failure. This is the price of doing something meaningful. When your goals elevate, your circle often doesn't come with you, and it's not out of malice. It's just that people who don't carry your vision won't carry your urgency. They won't understand why you say no more often, why your days are structured differently, why your life is built on discipline instead of comfort. You're not supposed to be understood during this phase. Mastery is not designed to be relatable. It's a level of focus and repetition that most avoid. It's not about being better than anyone. It's about demanding more from yourself than others would ever ask. That kind of internal standard isn't shared. It's earned, and it's earned alone. You wake up with your own plans. You correct your own mistakes. You practice with no audience. You stay committed without someone checking in. This self-reliance builds a different type of strength, the kind that doesn't need motivation, validation, or reminders, the kind that stays solid in silence. Isolation reveals whether your goals are real. If you're only committed when others are watching, you'll fall apart when the room is empty. But if your commitment deepens in solitude, you've found something worth keeping, because the highest level of growth is internal, and that kind of growth can't be shared until it's complete. When you give yourself fully to something, you lose pieces of what made you comfortable. You stop chasing entertainment. You start craving progress. You stop needing noise. You start valuing stillness. You don't feel the need to explain your journey. You just live it. And the more you live it, the more distant you become from those who never chose this path. That's the paradox. You grow in solitude, but that growth can separate you. People may think you've withdrawn, but what's really happening is expansion. You're building something beyond the surface, something rooted, something sharp. And that kind of growth requires room to breathe, room that social clutter often suffocates. It's not about isolating yourself out of bitterness. It's about protecting the space that allows your skills, your mindset, your vision to evolve. It's about recognizing that not every conversation deserves your attention. Not every relationship serves your goals. Not every distraction is harmless. There's nothing wrong with connection, but connection without alignment slows you down. When your daily life is filled with people who don't share your direction, their energy dilutes yours. Not intentionally, but consistently. That dilution spreads. It softens your focus. It pulls your vision sideways. You must be willing to step back to see forward, to spend time with your thoughts until they sharpen, to work without explaining, to listen more than you speak, to live in the gap between where you are and where you're going, without needing someone else to fill the space. And eventually, that silence becomes useful. It stops feeling empty and starts feeling focused. You stop fearing being alone and start choosing it, because it's in that solitude that your best work happens. The ideas you couldn't hear through noise finally surface. The discipline you couldn't maintain in company finally holds. The clarity you were chasing begins to form. People often think greatness is born from energy, talent, or opportunity. But it's often born from distance, from stepping away long enough to fully see, from removing yourself just enough to rebuild yourself. This is why the best work feels different. It was shaped in solitude. It carries a depth that can't be faked. It was built by someone who stayed when others left, someone who trained when no one clapped, someone who chose purpose over attention. Isolation forces you to face your patterns, your weaknesses, your inconsistencies. There's no hiding when you're alone, but that's what makes it valuable, because once you've confronted yourself in silence, you become impossible to manipulate in noise. You've seen what it takes. You've survived the absence of applause. You've learned how to continue without confirmation. That internal power cannot be taken from you. When you return to the world, you return with substance, not empty confidence, earned conviction. You don't need to dominate the room. You've already built your foundation. You speak less, but every word carries more. You move slower, but every step lands harder. You lead without effort because you've led yourself first. That's the outcome of isolation done right. Not loneliness, not confusion, but strength, focus, mastery. And mastery will always demand solitude. Not forever, but long enough to change you, long enough to clear the noise, long enough to make you see that the grind was never meant to be shared step by step. Only the outcome is. So protect your space. Choose your silence. Let go of the need to be constantly surrounded. The work you're doing now may look invisible to the world, but that's exactly what makes it powerful. Because when it's time to return, you won't come back looking for validation. You'll come back with results, and the world will finally see what the silence was building. Solitude sharpens your edge, but even the deepest focus eventually demands results. The world doesn't wait forever to understand your process. It loses interest when the outcome never comes. At first, they admire your grind. They respect the silence. They nod at your discipline. But over time, if the silence doesn't lead to something visible, the world begins to drift. Attention moves. Support fades. And no matter how noble your journey once looked, the patience people had starts running thin. No one says it out loud. It happens subtly. You stop getting checked on. You stop being mentioned. You stop being expected to show up. The energy around your name weakens. People shift their attention to new stories, faster progress, fresher headlines. And if you're still in the struggle, still figuring it out, still deep in the work, it can feel like you've been erased. The truth is, people only root for the underdog as long as they believe a comeback is coming. They support you when they think you're close to turning the page. When the comeback takes too long, that support becomes silence. Not because they're cruel, but because they're human. People want resolution. They want arcs. They want to say they supported someone who made it, not someone who stayed stuck. So when your climb slows, when your story stays unfinished, they begin to doubt. Not always publicly, but internally they start shifting belief elsewhere, to someone with momentum, someone with proof, someone who looks like they might actually win. That's how the cycle works. The underdog story is only exciting when it moves. When it drags on, it becomes background noise. Attention is limited, and people don't waste it on someone who can't seem to break through. This is harsh, but it's real, and it's why you can't build your strength on external belief. Because when it fades, and it will, you need something stronger than other people's hope. You need your own fire. You need to continue moving, even when the world stops watching. The underdog status might feel empowering at first. It gives you drive. It makes you want to prove something. But over time, it can become a trap. You start relying on the identity of being underestimated. You find comfort in being overlooked. You tell yourself the struggle is the point, but that's only part of the story. Struggle must lead somewhere, otherwise it becomes stagnation in disguise. If you stay down too long, your effort gets mistaken for failure. Your potential turns invisible. Your story stops growing. And eventually, people stop waiting. You become a name they used to believe in, a dream they quietly let go. That's why you need to move with urgency, not panic, but purpose. You don't have forever to figure it out. You can't keep saying, "I'm working on it," year after year with no shift in direction. People need to see change. You need to see change. Not because you're rushing, but because time is passing and energy is limited. Progress doesn't have to be public, but it has to be real. The world is flooded with stories. Everyone is starting something. Everyone is building. Everyone is climbing. If you're not moving, you're fading. If you don't evolve, you disappear. That's the truth most people avoid. They think effort is enough. They think struggle makes them noble. But struggle without results becomes background noise in a loud world. You can be working harder than everyone you know. But if you never finish, never launch, never level up, the effort becomes invisible. And here's where it gets difficult. The longer you stay in the underdog role, the harder it becomes to switch out of it. You start getting attached to the sympathy. You start finding comfort in being doubted. You stop aiming to win and start aiming to prove you're trying. That mindset is heavy, and it keeps you stuck. You don't need to be rescued. You need to rise. And rising doesn't require everyone's support. It requires focus, action, and the refusal to accept unfinished chapters as the end of your story. Don't get addicted to almost. Don't start building an identity around almost making it. Let go of the idea that being underestimated is a permanent position. You're not here to stay overlooked. You're here to win. That means making decisions that move the story forward, not repeating the same plans for years, not telling yourself the same comforting narrative, but stepping out, shipping the product, taking the shot, ending the waiting phase, and entering the proving phase. Every underdog has a window, and inside that window, you have to make something happen. Otherwise, the world writes you off. You become a forgotten name in a sea of other nearly there stories. This doesn't mean rushing your work. It means respecting the time you have. It means using every day as a tool, not a placeholder. It means breaking the loop of perfection and stepping into the real world where results matter. You need momentum. Even small wins matter. Every step forward buys you more belief, from yourself and from others. Every completed task, every improved version, every honest decision gets you closer to relevance. Because people pay attention to movement. They watch traction. They support momentum. And if you don't give them something to believe in soon, they'll find someone else who does. It's not about chasing applause, it's about not becoming forgettable. You've seen it happen. People who had so much talent, so much promise, but they waited too long. They played it too safe. They stayed quiet, kept building, kept preparing, and the world moved on. Don't let that be you. The underdog phase is supposed to be temporary. It's a launch pad, a spark, a beginning, but you have to transition out of it. You have to create the win. The first win might be small, but it's enough to signal that you're moving. And that's all people need. A signal. You don't have to be finished. You just have to be real. You just have to show that the silence wasn't for nothing, that the grind led to something, that the delay wasn't a dead end. Otherwise, the narrative writes itself without your input. And once you lose control of the story, it's hard to get it back. You want people to keep watching? Then give them a reason. Not with words, not with promises, but with progress, even if it's quiet, even if it's slow. Show the shift. Show the next step. Break the cycle of endless effort with visible evolution. That's how you keep the story alive. That's how you keep the world connected to your journey. And most importantly, that's how you keep yourself from forgetting why you started. Because if you stay the underdog for too long, you stop believing in the comeback. And the moment that belief fades, the climb ends. Don't let your story die in the middle. Turn the page, win something, move forward, and let the world know you're not stuck. You're just getting started. The moment you break through, when people finally begin to notice, the noise returns. They cheer for you. They repost your work. They say they always knew. But what you quickly realize is this: the celebration comes late, much later than it should. The praise only starts after the struggle is mostly behind you. By the time the spotlight turns in your direction, you've already walked miles in the dark. Public praise is never the beginning. It's the echo of what's already been done. It arrives after the grind, after the setbacks, after the internal battles no one saw. People celebrate the outcome, not the process. They react to what's visible, not what was invisible for so long. And if you're not prepared for that delay, it can break your focus. Because if you rely on praise to keep going, you'll stop before it ever comes. You must understand this from the beginning. Applause is not proof of progress. It's a delayed response to proof. And in most cases, it's slow to arrive. That's why you can't build your motivation on recognition. You'll quit too early. You'll question yourself every time the world stays silent. You'll shrink your vision to fit what gets attention now. But growth doesn't happen in the spotlight. It happens in obscurity. The people who build things that last are the ones who stay committed while the world looks away. They keep showing up when the results are invisible. They execute consistently without needing to be reminded. And when the praise finally comes, they're already too deep in the next phase to stop and celebrate. That's how it should be. You don't chase applause, you chase improvement. You don't pause for approval, you move forward because the work matters. And ironically, it's this mindset that eventually earns the praise, not quickly, not loudly, but undeniably. Praise is reactive. It's not about what you're doing today. It's about what you've already finished, which means you must master the discipline of working without feedback. You must learn to trust your direction even when no one validates it, because the most meaningful work will be done without confirmation. People see what's finished. They don't see the thousands of quiet decisions that got you there, the long nights, the mornings you didn't skip, the things you said no to, the personal growth that had no audience. They only respond when it's all packaged, tested and proven. Until then, you're just a name on the edge of their awareness. That's why waiting for recognition is a losing game. It keeps you stuck in performance mode. You start curating your process for attention instead of working toward mastery. You start measuring your progress based on likes, comments, and compliments, not actual growth, skill, or results. It's a trap, a subtle one, but it pulls many people off course. They chase applause before they've earned it. They mistake visibility for impact, and in doing so, they dilute their work. They choose speed over quality, performance over purpose, approval over alignment. Don't let that happen to you. Build your foundation in silence. Let your progress stay private while it forms. Get good in the dark. Sharpen your edge without the crowd. That way, when the praise finally comes, it won't define you. It will just confirm what you already knew. Because you've been doing the work. You've been locked in. You've been building, refining, improving, long before the world cared. And when they finally care, you won't need the validation. You'll appreciate it, but you won't depend on it. That's what separates those who last from those who burn out the moment attention shifts. Public praise has never built anything lasting. It's a reward, not a requirement. It's a byproduct, not a foundation. If your mission is real, it must exist without applause. If your identity is rooted in purpose, recognition becomes optional. People don't cheer for you at the beginning. They don't clap when you're tired, when you're learning, when you're failing and trying again. They watch quietly. They doubt quietly. They scroll past your efforts with indifference, until one day the results become too obvious to ignore. Then they act like they were always in your corner. But that's not their fault. That's how people are wired. They follow finished stories, not unfolding ones. They respond to outcomes, not effort. They need to see it before they believe it. So show them, not with announcements, not with speeches, with undeniable consistency. Work until your results create a narrative they can't deny, until your discipline becomes your brand, until your excellence makes the applause inevitable. But by then, you'll be somewhere else mentally. You'll be deep into your next challenge, your next version. You won't be waiting for someone to say you're doing great, because you'll already be doing more. That's how real builders think. They don't pause for noise. They don't build for attention. They don't attach their identity to the timeline of public interest. They anchor themselves in process, and that process becomes their legacy. So if you're still in the phase where no one's watching, good. You're in the right place. That's where the real work lives. That's where the transformation happens. Not in the comments, not in the spotlight, but in the silent choices made again and again. And when the noise finally arrives, you'll be ready, not to celebrate, but to keep going. Because by the time they clap, you'll already be moving on to something greater. That's the standard. That's the path. Stay with it. Stay above the noise. Let your work speak when it's ready. When the praise finally comes, it's already late. You've moved forward, chasing something deeper than approval. But that's when the next trap appears. Quiet, subtle, dangerous. It doesn't scream. It doesn't demand. It whispers. It tells you to slow down, to ease off, to enjoy what you've earned. And it's so easy to believe. You've worked hard. You've stayed disciplined. You've made progress. But now comfort starts to feel justified, deserved. And if you're not careful, it becomes a cage that feels like safety. Comfort is not the enemy that announces itself. It doesn't feel like failure. It doesn't feel like quitting. That's what makes it so deceptive. Comfort is when you're doing just enough to avoid pain, but not enough to grow. When you're not failing, but you're not pushing either. When things are stable, but not evolving. It's dangerous because it doesn't demand urgency. It makes you feel secure while your edge begins to dull. You stop questioning your routines. You stop challenging your limits. You stop asking more from yourself. And over time you convince yourself that this is enough. But enough is a moving target. What feels stable today becomes stagnant tomorrow. What once felt like a milestone slowly turns into a ceiling. And the longer you stay in that space, the harder it is to leave. Because comfort rewires your expectations. It lowers your resistance to excuses. It softens your standards without you noticing. You begin justifying delay. You say you're taking a break. You say you'll get back to it next week. You say you need more time. But weeks turn into months. Progress slows. And before you realize what's happened, you've built a routine that no longer challenges you. You're busy, but not advancing. Productive, but not evolving. This kind of comfort is more dangerous than being completely lost, because when you're lost, at least you're searching. You're uncomfortable. You're moving. But when you're slightly comfortable, you stop moving entirely, and you don't notice. The worst part is that comfort doesn't always feel wrong. It often feels like peace, like stability, like rest. And yes, rest has value. But comfort that stretches into routine becomes complacency. It becomes the silent killer of urgency, of growth, of progress. You don't need to suffer to grow, but you do need to stretch. You need discomfort. You need pressure, not to break you, but to sharpen you. Pressure reveals where your limits are. Comfort hides them. That's why you must regularly disrupt your own rhythm. Introduce new challenges, set higher standards, redefine what progress means. The second your routines become easy, you must question whether they're still useful. Success has a way of seducing you into stalling. You look at what you've done and feel proud, and you should. But pride without pressure turns into protection. You begin guarding your past instead of building your future. If you want to keep growing, you have to keep moving beyond what you've already proven. You have to avoid the comfort of recycled effort. Doing what you've always done may keep you afloat, but it won't move you forward. You must resist the temptation to settle into the identity you've already built. Your past results are not permanent protection, they're temporary rewards, and they can become outdated fast if you stop developing. Staying uncomfortable doesn't mean chaos. It means intention. It means living with a level of pressure that keeps you awake. It means refusing to be lulled into passivity by your own progress. You need to ask harder questions. What are you avoiding? What are you tolerating that you would never have accepted before? What used to scare you that now feels too easy? Those questions reveal where comfort has crept in. The difficult part is that comfort is praised by society. People tell you to relax, to enjoy, to slow down, and there's a time for that. But not when you're still building, not when there's more inside you, not when your purpose hasn't been fully expressed. You can enjoy the process, but you cannot let enjoyment replace hunger, because hunger is what drives creativity. Hunger is what fuels resilience. Hunger keeps you moving when logic tells you to stop. Comfort erases that hunger, one quiet day at a time. You don't need a crisis to grow. You need clarity. You need to remember why you started. What made you push in the beginning? What scared you? What inspired you? And then you need to return to the kind of mindset that demands evolution. That may mean leaving environments that keep you small, that reward you for being average, that applaud your comfort instead of calling you higher, not out of arrogance, but because alignment matters. If you're surrounded by people who fear discomfort, you'll absorb that fear. You need pressure to stay sharp, the kind of pressure that forces new solutions, new strategies, new standards. You don't outgrow the need for pressure. You just learn how to use it better. Comfort tells you to protect what you have. Growth tells you to expand it. And expansion always involves risk. The risk of falling short, the risk of being misunderstood, the risk of starting over. But those risks are where the next level lives. Comfort will never take you there. If you want more, you have to want the discomfort that comes with it. You have to want the longer hours, the harder choices, the quieter sacrifices. You have to want growth more than convenience. Because at the highest level, growth isn't an accident. It's a decision. A deliberate move away from ease and toward challenge. A constant recalibration of what's possible. You are never finished refining. The moment you stop evolving is the moment your results stop progressing. So choose discomfort. Choose the next level. Choose to live just beyond what feels safe. Not because you hate comfort, but because you refuse to be trapped by it. The comfort of being accepted is one of the last barriers to break. It holds you in place by making everything feel okay. You're not in pain. You're not falling behind. People like you. They respect you. They appreciate you. But under that approval, growth begins to slow. You start choosing what's safe. You pick what will be received well instead of what will push the edge. And that's when greatness slips away. Quietly, politely, without resistance. Because being liked is easy. Being great is not. Approval feels good. It creates temporary peace. But peace without progress becomes a trap. You get used to praise. You build for reaction. You start measuring your value by the number of people clapping. That attention starts to shape your choices. You pull back your voice. You round off your edges. You give just enough to stay popular, not enough to stand out. You don't even notice it at first. It starts as harmless self-awareness. You want to be helpful. You don't want to offend. You soften your words. You avoid conflict. But over time, you're no longer telling the truth. You're performing. You're filtering everything through the question, will they like this? And that question is the first step away from excellence. Because excellence is polarizing. It draws a line. It separates. It demands you commit to a direction that not everyone will follow. It asks you to speak clearly, act decisively, and pursue mastery over popularity. And that makes people uncomfortable. Most don't want you to grow too fast. They like you where you are, accessible, agreeable, similar. But greatness requires you to break out of that box. It asks you to prioritize your purpose over their comfort. And when you do, some people will leave. That's the cost. And it's a price many aren't willing to pay. That's why being liked becomes addictive. It protects you from rejection. It keeps you from standing out too far. It keeps you soft, smooth, and easy to digest. But you were not made to be easy. You were made to be excellent. And excellence requires risk. The risk of being misunderstood. The risk of being called difficult. The risk of being labeled arrogant, obsessed, or too much. These are the names people give to those who step away from group approval. If you want to do something rare, you must let go of your need to be liked. Not because being disliked is noble, but because approval is not a reliable compass. It changes with trends. It shifts with moods. It turns on you when you grow too fast. When you start doing things that others haven't done, they may resist. Not always because they hate what you're doing, but because it reflects what they haven't done. Your intensity exposes their avoidance. Your progress challenges their comfort. So they criticize, not always directly. Sometimes it comes in small remarks, jokes about how serious you've become, comments about how you've changed, questions masked as concern, and all of it is meant to pull you back into something more palatable. But if you want greatness, you must resist that pull. You must let go of the need to be palatable, because the pursuit of something extraordinary rarely fits within the boundaries of social ease. This doesn't mean you should be rude or arrogant. It means you should be anchored, grounded in something so real that you don't shift to match every reaction. Because if you're always adjusting your path to stay accepted, you'll never follow the one that leads to greatness. The truth is, many people lose their potential not from failure, but from dilution. They watered themselves down for approval. They chose applause over clarity. They sacrificed power for peace. And in doing so, they stayed liked, but never became great. You must build your character so strong that you can survive disapproval, that you can keep your vision even when people don't understand it, that you can walk into a room and not need everyone's head to nod for you to feel stable. This is not easy. Approval is a drug. It lights up your brain. It makes you feel seen, but it fades quickly. And when it becomes your fuel, you're forced to chase it endlessly. Excellence is the withdrawal. It is the decision to stop seeking short-term validation in exchange for long-term impact. It feels like isolation. It feels like resistance. But it's the only way to access your highest capacity. You can't build something legendary if your choices are based on audience response. You have to be willing to keep showing up, even when the room is quiet, even when people question your methods, even when the crowd moves on. Because the deeper you go, the smaller the crowd becomes, but the greater the output. That's the trade. If you're trying to reach everyone, you will lose the precision needed to create something remarkable. But if you focus, if you let go of pleasing the crowd, you can build something that defines your life. And ironically, once you do, the applause comes back. People eventually circle around when the results are too strong to ignore. But by then, you don't need the approval, because you've already built without it. And that's the point. You must stop needing what you're trying to earn. Only then are you free to create it. You have to understand that being liked is conditional. It's often tied to expectations, habits, and roles that people have assigned to you. The moment you step out of that assignment, you break the agreement, and they may not like the new version of you. Let them adjust. You are not responsible for managing their reaction. You are responsible for pursuing what is real, what is necessary, what is yours. Let your purpose speak louder than your need to be approved. Let your growth guide you even when it distances you from the crowd. Let your truth sit in silence long enough to become undeniable. You don't have to be disliked, but you do have to be clear. Clear enough that you don't hide parts of yourself just to keep the peace. Clear enough that you're willing to be misunderstood on the path to being unshakable. Because being liked might keep you popular, but it will not make you powerful. That comes from choosing excellence every time, even when it costs you applause, even when it leaves you walking alone, even when it's hard to explain. You are not here to fit in. You are here to become the fullest version of who you were meant to be, and that version may not be accepted by everyone. That's the price of greatness and the freedom of letting go. Letting go of the need to be liked is one of the hardest shifts. It forces you to lead without approval, to move without applause, and to keep going even when nobody understands your choices. But there's another shift, just as important, one that carries you when every external reason to continue is gone. It's the decision to keep showing up regardless of outcomes, validation, or ease. This is where people begin to confuse greatness with luck. They see the result, not the effort. They notice the breakthrough, not the years before it. But the truth is simple. Winners aren't lucky. They're relentless. People love to romanticize success. They tell stories of talent, timing, and overnight momentum. But those stories leave out what matters most. The days no one saw, the weeks when nothing worked, the years of building with no spotlight. Every major win you've seen came after a long period of being ignored, underestimated, or unnoticed. What changed wasn't the person's worth. It was the world finally catching up to what had already been built. Relentlessness isn't just about hard work. It's about consistency under pressure. It's doing the work again and again, even after it stops being exciting. It's getting up after failure, again and again, without needing a reason beyond the goal itself. It's repeating your process when no one responds, and adjusting when it still doesn't work. Winners don't stop when things get slow. They don't slow down when their effort isn't immediately rewarded. They learn, adapt, refine, but they never stop moving. That movement becomes momentum, and over time, momentum becomes mastery. Persistence is unglamorous. It lacks excitement. There are no medals for showing up quietly. There are no headlines for discipline. But that is where real success is built, in the dull hours, in the decisions that no one celebrates, in the early mornings when quitting would feel easier than pushing. Most people aren't defeated by failure. They're defeated by repetition. The repetition of trying and seeing nothing, of pushing and feeling like it doesn't matter, of being disciplined without seeing results. That's where people give up. Not because they can't do the work, but because they think the work isn't working. Relentless people understand something others miss. Results come on their own timeline. You don't control when, you only control whether. Whether you keep going, whether you keep believing, whether you show up today like it's day one. Because relentlessness is not about emotion, it's about commitment. You can be exhausted and still be relentless. You can be doubtful and still take action. You can have no motivation and still follow through. That kind of consistency is misunderstood. People call it obsessive. They call it intense. But the truth is, it's focused. It's what happens when you're more connected to your outcome than your discomfort. You stop needing short-term relief. You start playing a longer game. And in that game, everything is earned. There is no shortcut, no lucky break, just a slow build that one day becomes undeniable. But that moment only arrives for the ones who stayed long enough to reach it, the ones who didn't need recognition to keep going, the ones who didn't collapse after failure, the ones who learned from losses instead of using them as reasons to stop. That's not talent. That's not luck. That's resilience. And resilience repeated becomes relentlessness. If you want to win at anything that matters, you must let go of the idea that things should happen quickly, that progress will be obvious, that breakthroughs are guaranteed. They're not. But showing up is. It's the one piece you control, and that means showing up without signs, without signals, without applause, showing up because you said you would, because you know what happens if you stop, because you're building something bigger than your current mood. Most of the time, there won't be a clear marker that you're on the right path. You'll feel like nothing is moving. You'll question your decisions. You'll wonder if your time would be better spent elsewhere. But if the vision is still real, if the goal still matters, then you already have your answer. Keep going. Relentlessness is not about feeling inspired. It's about honoring the work when inspiration is gone. This mindset changes everything. It removes the pressure to always feel good. It breaks the illusion that motivation is required. It replaces emotion with execution. You stop managing how you feel and start measuring what you've done. And the more you do that, the more your standard rises. The gap between your good days and bad days gets smaller. You stop collapsing under stress. You build a system strong enough to keep moving, even when the wind turns against you. People will say you got lucky. That's how they explain what they can't replicate. They see the surface, not the structure. But deep down, you'll know. You'll know it came from thousands of unseen hours, from choosing persistence over performance, from staying grounded when others drifted. That's why relentlessness must become your foundation, because every goal worth chasing will demand more time than you expect. It will test your patience. It will make you question your pace. It will stretch you without warning. If your foundation is made of desire, you'll burn out. If it's built on approval, you'll freeze when it fades. But if it's rooted in discipline, built through repetition and held up by commitment, you'll outlast every excuse. And that's the real win. Not just reaching the goal, but becoming someone who no longer needs the world to believe in them to keep moving forward. That kind of strength builds confidence you can trust. Not a temporary confidence that comes from progress, but a durable one that grows from persistence. You stop needing to see results to know you're growing. You start trusting the process instead of rushing it. And when results do come, they don't change you. They just reflect what you already became in silence. That's why winners don't stop when things get quiet. That's why they aren't distracted by setbacks. They know that every single day they stay in the game, they're creating compound results, not just in outcomes, but in character. They're becoming more focused, more adaptable, more resilient. And when the moment finally comes that people call them successful, it won't feel surprising. It'll feel earned, because they've been winning long before anyone noticed. So forget lucky, build relentless, and don't stop. Not when it gets hard, not when it gets boring, not when no one notices. Because if you keep showing up, day after day, version after version, rep after rep, there's no outcome you can't reach. Not through luck, through consistency, through commitment, through the quiet, steady decision to never stop. Staying relentless without applause is a skill. Doing the work, over and over, without recognition, builds something stronger than motivation. It builds identity. But there's another layer few are ready for. It's not just doing the work without praise. It's building something meaningful when no one believes in it. When people don't understand what you're doing, when they doubt your direction, when they quietly expect you to quit. You must build anyway. Most people wait. They wait until they feel seen. They wait for the green light of approval. They wait for someone to confirm that they're on the right path. But the truth is, those lights rarely appear early. Support from others usually arrives late, after the risk has been taken, after the groundwork has been laid, after the visible progress becomes undeniable. If you build only when others approve, you will never build anything original. You'll shape your ideas to fit what's accepted. You'll limit your vision to what others can already understand. And you'll trap your potential inside the boundaries of other people's comfort. Belief from others is often conditional. It depends on what they see, what they've experienced, and what they're used to. Most people don't believe in what they've never seen. They don't know how to support something new until it becomes successful. That's not because they don't care. It's because their understanding is shaped by evidence. But if you're trying to do something different, something personal, something bold, something that hasn't been proven yet, there won't be evidence. Not at first. Not until you create it. That's why you can't wait for permission to start. You must be the first one to believe, not in the outcome, but in the necessity of the process. You must believe that your time matters, even if no one's watching. That your effort has value, even if no one agrees yet. That what you're building is worth it, because you said it is. This kind of internal belief is quiet. It doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up every day in decisions, in movement, in persistence. It's not about convincing others. It's about refusing to need their agreement. You will be doubted. That's part of the path. People will offer advice that's not aligned. They'll tell you to wait, to pivot, to choose something safer. Not because they want to harm you, but because your commitment challenges them. It reflects what they've avoided in their own lives, and they project their fear onto your ambition. You cannot internalize that, because the moment you let doubt from others shape your actions, you begin to shrink. You start filtering your steps, you lose momentum, and you stop trusting yourself. Building without belief from others is hard. It's lonely. It feels like you're moving through fog. But that fog is where most people stop, and where those who succeed keep going. The ones who make it out are the ones who learned how to carry their own conviction when no one else would. That's what makes your foundation unbreakable, because once you've built something without support, no one can take it from you. You didn't borrow belief. You created your own. That becomes permanent. And when the belief finally arrives, when people start noticing, when they finally say, "I always knew," you'll know the truth. They didn't. They believed when it was easy. You believed when it was hard. That's what makes your progress different. Most people only see the finished product. They don't see the sacrifices, the discipline, the days when you wanted to quit, the moments you questioned everything but still kept going. They see momentum. They don't see the years it took to create it. If you wait for belief to come before you build, you'll be stuck at the starting line forever. You'll talk about your vision but never act on it. You'll plan more than you execute. You'll hesitate. And that hesitation will steal your potential. The truth is, your first version won't be perfect. It won't be impressive. People might mock it. They might ignore it. But the point isn't to impress. It's to begin. The first version isn't for them. It's for you. It's proof that you moved, that you took control of your direction. Belief follows evidence. That means you must create the first piece of evidence alone. You don't need to convince everyone. You need to take action so clearly, so consistently, that the results become undeniable. Then belief arrives. Then people start adjusting their perspective. But never expect them to see the vision before you do the work. That's your responsibility. So stop seeking agreement. Stop explaining your plan in hopes of gaining support. Stop hoping that your confidence will be borrowed from someone else's reaction. It won't, and it shouldn't. You're not here to be validated. You're here to create. And creation, by nature, starts in silence. It starts before applause, before praise, before traction. That's where most people stop, because it feels unfair. Why work hard when no one cares yet? Why build when no one is cheering? Because it matters. Because what you build in silence becomes the proof the world needs. And without it, they'll never understand. But once you create it, everything changes. Suddenly, people ask how you did it. Suddenly, they want to help. They want to be part of it. They see your vision, because now they see the result. That's the pattern. And you must learn to accept it, not resent it. Use it. Let their disbelief push you. Let their silence sharpen your focus. Let their doubt remind you that you are not doing this for them. You're doing it because you cannot live any other way. Because the idea, the mission, the goal, it chose you. And your job is to honor that, no matter how long it takes for others to recognize it. Every hour you build without applause strengthens your self-trust. Every win you create in private makes the public ones more stable. Every small step you take in isolation prepares you for the momentum to come, because it will come. But only if you build when it's hardest, when it's quiet, when it feels like no one sees you. That's when the real work happens. That's when the foundations are poured. That's when your future becomes real. So keep going, not because they believe, but because you do. Believing in yourself when no one else does is the beginning. That quiet confidence becomes your foundation. But once you start building, once you start creating with consistency and vision, another truth becomes impossible to ignore. No one owes you attention. No matter how pure your intentions are, no matter how much effort you put in, the world does not hand out platforms for trying. You must earn them through value. Many people confuse potential with permission. They think that having something to say means they deserve an audience. But platforms aren't awarded for ideas. They're earned through execution, through proof, through value so clear that people can't look away. You can't demand to be heard just because you're passionate. Everyone is passionate about something. What separates those who speak from those who are listened to is simple. Results. Not feelings, not hope, but consistent, undeniable output. You're not owed attention. You're not owed followers, subscribers, clients, respect, or influence. The world is overwhelmed with voices. Everyone is talking. Everyone is trying to be seen. The only ones who rise are the ones who produce something people need, want, or can't ignore. That means the first step is not visibility. It's usefulness. Not likes, but leverage. You create value that solves a problem, fills a gap, or pushes people forward. And you keep doing that until your presence can no longer be denied. You earn your platform through discipline, by showing up when others fade, by doing the work when it's boring, by improving when no one's watching. And over time, that work compounds into trust. Not just from your audience, but from yourself. You begin to speak differently when you've earned your voice. You don't need to yell. You don't have to force engagement. Your value makes the case for you. You don't chase attention. You build something that attention finds. And if it hasn't found you yet, it's not because the world is unfair. It's because you haven't built enough yet. That's not an insult. That's a call to action. If you want to be seen, then create something that deserves to be seen. If you want to be respected, then offer something that earns respect. If you want your work to spread, then make it too good to ignore. This doesn't mean being perfect. It means being relentless. Every day you show up and build is a deposit into your platform, not a platform handed to you, but one you lay brick by brick, quietly, patiently, relentlessly. A platform is not a microphone. It's a mirror. It reflects the strength of what you've built behind the scenes. It doesn't amplify your hopes. It echoes your results. That means you must stop obsessing over growth, reach, or visibility if you haven't yet built something solid. Focus on the work, the product, the message, the skill, the craft. Because if that part is weak, no amount of visibility will help. Being seen too early can ruin you. Visibility without value creates pressure without foundation. The spotlight can expose cracks. If your message isn't grounded, your growth becomes fragile. That's why you must be ready before you ask to be noticed. When you've put in the work, when your message is built on truth, when your product is excellent, you won't need to beg for attention. People will come to you, slowly at first, then all at once. That's the part most people miss. They want the outcome without the input. They want the platform without the patience. But speed doesn't replace strength. Fast growth without preparation collapses under pressure. So build the thing first, the business, the message, the art, the skill, then refine it, then earn the right to speak. And this applies to every area of life. If you want a voice in a room, bring solutions. If you want influence in a space, deliver results. If you want to lead, serve first. Leadership, recognition, trust. None of these are given freely. They are rented daily through performance. The price is consistency. The contract is long-term. And the results must speak before you do. You are not entitled to a stage just because you want one. You must bring something people value enough to stop what they're doing and pay attention. That's the exchange. That's the only deal that lasts. Stop trying to be discovered. Start building something that makes discovery a formality. The internet makes it look easy. Social media tells you everyone is famous. But attention is not the same as trust. Noise is not the same as authority. Going viral is not the same as building something that matters. Your goal should not be reach. It should be resonance. Can you create something that moves people, that shifts their thinking, that solves a problem so effectively they remember your name? That kind of impact earns its platform. Everything else is temporary. You don't need millions of people to start. You need 10 people who are changed by your work, then 20, then 50. And from there, growth becomes organic, not because you begged for it, but because you earned it. If your voice hasn't reached the level you want, ask better questions. What am I building? Who is it helping? Is it excellent? Is it consistent? Would I follow myself if I were a stranger? Those questions bring clarity. They put you back in control. They remind you that platforms are not given. They are grown from the ground up. And once you earn it, once you build something real, you won't feel the need to chase approval. You'll speak with calm. You'll lead with proof. You'll move with weight. So don't focus on the noise. Focus on the bricks. Lay them, align them, stack them with care, and let your work earn the right to be heard. That's the path. Quiet now, loud later, always earned, never owed. Earning a platform through value puts the responsibility exactly where it belongs, on your effort, your consistency, and your ability to solve real problems. It's not about who gives you permission. It's about what you've built that commands attention. But when that attention doesn't come, when the results take longer than expected, frustration often begins to build. Not always loudly, sometimes quietly. It shows up as doubt, bitterness, and subtle anger toward the world. But beneath all that noise is one clear message. Resentment is a symptom of inaction. Resentment doesn't appear when you're moving. It appears when you're stuck. It feeds on comparison, on unmet expectations, and on stories we tell ourselves to justify why things aren't happening fast enough. Instead of asking better questions or adjusting strategy, many people start blaming. They blame the algorithm, the economy, the audience, the market, the timing, and eventually themselves. But at its core, resentment doesn't mean the world is unfair. It means the work isn't being done at the level it needs to be. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is not always closed by talent. It's closed by deliberate, repeated action. When that action stalls, frustration grows, and the longer you stay inactive, the more likely you are to shift the blame outward. It's easier to say no one's listening than to accept that you haven't said something worth hearing yet. It's easier to point to other people's opportunities than to face the truth that your current habits don't match your ambition. The world doesn't ignore excellence. It's not always immediate, but over time, consistent value becomes impossible to overlook. If no one is noticing your work, it doesn't mean you're worthless. It means you haven't yet done enough to be undeniable. That realization stings, but it also gives you back your power, because now the path forward is clear. The problem with resentment is that it keeps you focused on the wrong thing. It locks your attention on external factors and distracts you from what you can actually control. You start thinking like a victim instead of a builder. You spend more time explaining why it hasn't worked than doing the work required to change that reality. If you're bitter at the lack of recognition, ask yourself what, specifically, you've created that's worth recognizing. How many hours have you spent improving your skill? How many real problems have you solved for other people? How much of your effort has been strategic instead of scattered? These questions can be uncomfortable, but they cut through illusion. They stop you from pretending that effort always equals impact. They force you to acknowledge that some days the work isn't enough, not because it's unfair, but because it's incomplete. Action doesn't just mean movement. It means targeted movement. It means you're not only doing the work, but also refining your process, challenging your own blind spots, and actively seeking growth. Complaining is easy. Adapting is hard. But only one changes your position. The more you work, the less time you have to resent. Because real work takes your focus. It pulls your mind toward progress and away from entitlement. You don't have time to feel bitter when you're building. You don't feel ignored when you're improving. You're too busy moving. Resentment begins to dissolve the moment you accept full ownership of your path. That doesn't mean blaming yourself. It means empowering yourself. It means seeing every result as a reflection of effort and direction. And if something isn't working, you pivot instead of protest. This isn't about hustle culture or burning yourself out. It's about recognizing when your expectations have outpaced your execution. When you've demanded outcomes without doing the work that earns them. When you've looked outward for answers to problems that require internal clarity. You can't complain your way into growth. You can't guilt the world into caring. You can't make progress through passive frustration. You have to do something about it. And that starts with movement. Deliberate, uncomfortable, often invisible movement. Build something better than the emotion you're feeling. That's the only way out. Let the frustration fuel better habits. Let the bitterness remind you that it's time to level up, not lash out. Let the silence sharpen your focus instead of souring your mindset. No one owes you support just because you've struggled. Struggle is part of it. Everyone faces resistance. Everyone faces rejection. Everyone questions themselves at some point. What separates those who rise is their ability to respond to that pressure with action, not resentment. If you're watching others succeed and wondering why it's not happening for you, look closely at what they're doing when no one's watching. Most success is built in moments that are never documented. Most wins are the result of daily effort that felt invisible for years. If you've only been working publicly, you're missing the point. The real test is what you do in silence. Not what you post, not what you say, but what you build when no one is clapping. If you're focused on applause, you'll become resentful the moment it disappears. But if you're focused on mastery, on solving problems, on bringing real value, the applause becomes irrelevant. And when recognition does come, it won't matter the same way. You won't need it to feel valid. You'll already know the weight of what you've built. You'll understand that every compliment is just a reflection of effort that's been compounded over time. That's the mindset shift, from deserving to delivering, from entitlement to execution, from blame to building. If resentment is showing up in your thoughts, trace it to its source. What have you stopped doing? What have you avoided improving? What have you delayed, excused, or ignored? Resentment is not your enemy. It's a signal, a warning light that something within you is not being honored. Use it. Let it point you back to the work. Let it remind you that action cures most emotional noise, because once you start building again, seriously, consistently, relentlessly, the resentment begins to lose its grip. You stop needing the world to respond, because your own momentum becomes enough. You stop looking sideways and start looking forward, and that shift gives you back your freedom. Blame keeps you trapped. Responsibility sets you free. The sooner you move, the faster that bitterness fades. You replace complaints with results. You replace emotion with action. You replace judgment with clarity. And clarity leads to progress. So, if you're tired of feeling stuck, don't wait to feel better. Move, start, build. That's how the story changes, not through reaction, but through responsibility. Not through noise, but through movement. Not through resentment, but through relentless execution. When resentment fades through action and ownership replaces blame, something shifts. You stop reacting and start responding. You begin to move forward, not because the world changed, but because you did. But then the real pressure begins. Progress brings problems. Movement brings resistance. And as you push forward with intention, obstacles appear, slowly at first, then all at once. This is the moment most people misread. They take it as a sign to stop, to pause, to retreat. But the truth is far more exact. Adversity is the filter that decides who is serious. Difficulty isn't always a warning. Often, it's a question. How bad do you want it? Will you keep moving when the path isn't clear? Can you hold your pace when the ground shifts beneath your feet? These are not punishments. They are checkpoints, built-in tests that separate those who say they want something from those who actually do. Adversity doesn't care about intentions. It reveals habits. You can plan, dream, prepare, and train. But when pressure hits, your default behavior takes over. If your habits are built on convenience, you will collapse. If they are built on consistency, you will hold. This is where commitment is proven. Not in comfort, but in crisis. When resources run thin, when time runs out, when support disappears and nothing is working, that's when the truth surfaces. Most people fold, not because they lack talent, but because they never prepared for resistance. They expected progress to feel fair. But growth has no interest in fairness. It only answers effort. There is no such thing as a smooth climb. Every path worth walking comes with friction. That friction is not your enemy. It is your measurement. If you can only operate when things are easy, your results will stay shallow. The deeper your ambition, the more resistance you will face. And that resistance exists for a reason. It teaches you to adjust. It makes you creative. It breaks the part of you that expected everything to go your way. It sharpens your discipline. It strips away your ego. Adversity does not just test you, it prepares you. Every setback is a classroom. If you avoid it, you delay your own evolution. But if you face it, if you stay with it, something happens. You develop endurance, not just physically, but mentally. You stop reacting emotionally to every delay. You stop assuming difficulty means you're off course. Instead, you begin to trust the struggle. You recognize that adversity is not trying to destroy you. It's trying to refine you. It's showing you where you're still weak, where your plan needs work, where your mindset still cracks under weight. This awareness is uncomfortable, but it is necessary, because when you push through resistance and keep showing up, you build confidence that no compliment could ever give you. You stop needing reassurance. You stop looking for signs. Your actions become the proof. The people who win are not always the most skilled. They are the ones who stay in the game longest, the ones who endure the friction and come out sharper, the ones who fall but don't exit, who bend but don't break. They earn their results not through luck, but through stamina. They understand that setbacks are not full stops. They are signals to adjust, to recalibrate, to level up. Because if you cannot perform in adversity, you will not be trusted with bigger stages. More responsibility doesn't come with less pressure, it comes with more. And unless you've proven that you can operate under strain, you won't sustain that next level. Growth demands discomfort. It doesn't ask if you're ready. It shows up without warning and watches your reaction. If you complain, you restart the lesson. If you adjust, you graduate. The commitment to keep going, especially when it makes no sense, is rare. But that's what makes it valuable. Anyone can move when the road is smooth. Few keep going when it's blocked. And that is why adversity filters. It exposes the difference between interest and investment, between trying and committing, between liking the idea and living the process. If you only show up when things go your way, you will not last. But if you learn to expect resistance and plan for it and work through it without losing your grip, you will separate yourself, not just in performance, but in durability. Durability is not about never being hurt. It's about continuing in spite of it. It's about holding your direction when everything around you begs for retreat. And when others fall back, you hold your ground. Not because you're invincible, but because you're anchored. Anchored in purpose, anchored in vision, anchored in a commitment that wasn't made for comfort. This commitment is not built through inspiration, it is built through repetition. Every day you choose to work through resistance is a deposit into a deeper identity, one that does not quit, one that does not lower the standard to match the pressure. This identity can't be given to you, it must be forged, and forging only happens under heat, under stress. In the moments when everything inside you says stop and you keep moving anyway, that's when it counts most. Not when it's convenient, when it's costly. Adversity sharpens you or it softens you. You choose how it shapes you. That choice is made every day, in your responses, in your actions, in your mindset. You cannot avoid resistance. You can only train for it. And every challenge you face is an opportunity to become unshakable, not just in your skill, but in your focus, in your ability to hold your line, stay in the process, and keep pressing forward without waiting for it to get easier. If it never gets easier, can you still continue? That is the test. And that test repeats itself at every level. Success does not eliminate adversity. It invites more. But now you know how to handle it. You've faced storms before. You've stayed standing. And each time you do, you earn more than a result. You earn trust in yourself. That trust carries more weight than any shortcut. It becomes the foundation for everything that follows. It tells you clearly that no matter what shows up, you are capable of handling it. Not because life is smooth, but because you are steady. This is the reward of adversity, not ease, but strength, not relief, but readiness. So when the pressure builds, don't run. Don't wish it away. Don't resent it. Face it. Welcome it. Let it show you who you are. Because if you're still standing, still building, still becoming, then you've passed the test. And if not, that test will be waiting until you're ready. If adversity reveals who's serious, then consistency proves who's unstoppable. It's not enough to survive the hard days. You have to keep showing up on the days when no one's watching, when nothing is urgent, and when no one is counting on you. That's where the separation happens. Not in public, not under lights, but behind closed doors, when it's just you, your standards, and your willingness to go again. Most people look for the moment to shine. They want to be seen, praised, celebrated. But the real advantage is built in silence. It comes from stacking effort without needing recognition. It comes from building endurance by doing the same task better every time, especially when no one will notice the difference but you. Consistency looks boring. It doesn't trend. It doesn't go viral. But it works. Because while others chase momentum, you're building structure. While others wait for motivation, you're refining systems. While others perform when eyes are on them, you're performing when the room is empty. And over time, the difference becomes impossible to ignore. You don't outshine people by doing more once in a while. You outperform them by doing the right thing more often, more precisely, and more reliably. That's how separation is built, quietly, over time. In the hours that don't feel dramatic, charisma fades, excitement fades, but habits stay. And habits, repeated long enough, shape outcomes far more effectively than any burst of inspiration ever could. Everyone talks about doing the work. Few people actually do it every day. Even fewer do it when there's no payoff in sight. That's the filter. That's where winners are shaped. Not by doing more than others in public, but by refusing to do less when the spotlight is gone. Outworking everyone doesn't mean burning yourself out. It means setting a standard so high that skipping becomes unacceptable, not because someone is holding you accountable, but because you refuse to let yourself fall behind. That self-regulated effort is what builds momentum that compounds. You don't need to make noise. You need to make progress. And progress is not built on grand gestures. It's built on daily choices. Showing up early, staying a little longer, fixing what's broken, practicing what's weak, saying no to distractions that others justify. People will call it obsessive. They'll say you need balance. But balance, when misunderstood, becomes stagnation. You are not meant to move like everyone else if you're trying to reach something uncommon. Your rhythm must reflect your goals. And if those goals require you to outpace everyone else, then your schedule has to look different. Your habits have to look different. Your discipline has to be higher. This doesn't mean being reckless. It means being intentional. You focus your time where it matters most. You eliminate what slows you down. You don't wait to feel ready. You move with urgency, not anxiety, because you know what's at stake. And when others pause, you keep building. When they rest in results, you raise your standard. When they coast on talent, you lean on repetition. This is how consistency creates distance, quietly, until it's undeniable. There's nothing glamorous about doing the same thing well for months or years. There's nothing exciting about refining your weaknesses until they become invisible. But that's where transformation happens. Not in breakthroughs, but in repetition that no longer needs recognition to continue. That's why consistency outperforms talent. Talent without structure is unpredictable, but discipline without applause creates durability, and durability always wins in the long run. You don't need to announce how hard you work. You don't need to post every improvement. Let people sleep on your progress. Let them forget your name. The work will speak for you when the time is right. You're not working to be noticed. You're working to be undeniable. That shift changes everything. It takes your attention off the audience and puts it on the assignment. It turns performance into process, and it frees you from the highs and lows of external validation. There's power in knowing that you are building something that no one sees yet. There's clarity in knowing that, while others get distracted, your direction is locked in. Consistency is not about perfection. It's about momentum, even on bad days, even through setbacks. You don't lose ground because your pace is steady. That steady pace adds up. It becomes a wall others can't climb, not because you moved faster, but because you never stopped. That's what it means to outwork everyone. It's not about the hours. It's about what you do inside them. It's not about noise. It's about depth. It's not about who's watching. It's about what gets done. And when the world starts paying attention, when the spotlight finally arrives, you'll be ready. Not because you trained for the stage, but because you've already been performing without one. The consistency that no one saw will become the skill that everyone respects. And the systems you built in silence will become the foundation that supports every new level. So stop measuring your success by applause. Start measuring it by execution. Did you follow through? Did you keep your promise to yourself? Did you maintain your standard even when no one asked? Those are the metrics that matter. Consistency will never feel exciting in the moment. But months from now, when others are scrambling to catch up, you'll be calm. Not because you're smarter, but because you stayed ready. That's the real advantage. Quiet repetition, steady improvement, relentless action that doesn't need permission. And that advantage belongs to the one who works when no one's watching, the one who keeps showing up, not because it's easy, but because it's required. So keep your head down, do the work, outwork them, not to be praised, but to be prepared. Because the day will come when all the hidden hours matter. And when it does, you won't need to prove anything. You'll already be ahead. When quiet consistency builds strength behind the scenes, it lays a foundation no spotlight can replace. There's nothing glamorous about showing up every day, repeating your craft, fixing what others never notice. But that's the discipline that earns real leverage. Still, in a world driven by appearances, the temptation to skip the hard part is everywhere. People want to be seen before they've built. They chase exposure without execution, and that's where the message gets lost, because visibility without victory isn't power, it's vanity. Attention is cheap. Earning it isn't hard anymore. Anyone can post, go viral, gain followers, say something loud. But real impact isn't about how many people look at you. It's about what they see when they do. If your work can't hold their trust, If your skills can't back up the noise, that attention is fleeting. It disappears the moment the spotlight shifts to someone else. Chasing visibility too early is like shining a light on an unfinished product. It invites criticism before you're even ready. It puts pressure on performance before competence has been developed. And when people notice inconsistency, they don't forget. That memory becomes your reputation. And rebuilding trust is harder than building skill. It's easy to confuse attention with validation. But being noticed doesn't mean you're ready. It doesn't mean you're good. It just means people are watching. And that visibility creates expectations. If your work isn't strong enough to support those expectations, the exposure hurts more than it helps. The best work is developed in silence for a reason. Because excellence takes time. It requires mistakes, rework, and uncomfortable honesty. If you rush the process just to be seen, you sacrifice refinement for reaction. And the trade kills long-term potential. Victory is built on substance, on real effort that produces results. You can't fake mastery. You can't trick repetition. No algorithm can replace hard-earned skill. And the people who truly win are the ones who focus more on becoming effective than becoming popular. They don't post every movement. They don't talk about every idea. They protect their process until it's strong enough to stand on its own. When they do step into the light, their results speak for them. Their impact lasts longer than the trend cycle. Their work matters even after the attention fades. If you need people to look at you to feel valuable, you've already lost control of your path. You'll start making decisions for optics, not outcomes. You'll compromise precision for performance. And eventually, you'll become known more for noise than for results. Visibility has a cost. It demands consistency. It exposes your weaknesses. It amplifies your flaws. That's why it must be earned, not granted. And earning it means putting in more work than anyone sees. It means rejecting shortcuts that offer exposure without improvement. It's not that being seen is wrong. It's that being seen too early makes growth harder. It builds pressure before resilience. And in that pressure, many break. Not because they weren't capable, but because they weren't ready. Focus on building something people need, something useful, something that works when no one is watching. If it's good enough, people will come. Maybe not right away, maybe not loudly, but they will come. And when they do, they'll stay, not because you asked for attention, but because your work earned it. There's a reason the best in any field don't seek attention. They draw it, slowly, steadily, because their results leave no other option. The work becomes magnetic, and that kind of attraction is based on depth, not volume. The more you build in silence, the more prepared you are when the spotlight finds you. You don't panic, you don't perform, you just continue. Because the work that brought attention doesn't change under pressure. You're not surprised to be noticed. You're just continuing what you've been doing all along. That's how you avoid the trap of vanity. You build from value. You focus on becoming undeniable. And when your time comes, there's nothing left to prove, because everything speaks for itself. If you're still unseen, that's not a problem. It's a gift. Use it. Get better. Sharpen your edge. Learn to love obscurity while you build your strength. That silence is the space where greatness grows. Because when your skills are real, the world has no choice but to notice, and when they do, your victory will hold. Not because you were visible, but because you were ready. The pull toward visibility is real. It feels like momentum. It looks like progress. But until you've built something strong enough to sustain attention, All that visibility does is speed up exposure to your weaknesses. People start expecting answers. They assume your presence equals preparation, and when it doesn't, the same attention you chased turns into judgment. This is why the ones who last don't rush. They're not hiding, they're working. They're building the foundation that others will stand on for a moment and fall through. They're crafting substance before they ever seek recognition. That delay creates strength, because once the eyes arrive, their systems are already tested, their voice is already practiced, their product already delivers. No platform can save you from being unprepared. The world is saturated with attention, but starving for excellence. And the only thing that keeps you relevant after people notice you is what you've built beneath the surface. Not your personality, not your branding, your consistency, your competence, your clarity. When you skip the development phase, you put your future at risk. It feels like acceleration, but it's just exposure. And exposure without depth creates pressure you're not ready for. You begin performing instead of improving. You chase relevance instead of results. You rely on perception instead of proof. Visibility doesn't make you stronger. It magnifies who you already are. That's why it's not a milestone, it's a mirror. It reflects your preparation. And if you haven't done the work, the mirror will break you. Not because you weren't worthy, but because you were early. Winning means nothing if you can't keep it. And keeping it requires structure, not spotlight. It requires being so good at what you do that even if no one noticed, you'd keep doing it the same way. That discipline is rare, but it's the only path that doesn't rely on trends or approval. Competence is the long game. You build it through repetition, not reaction. You stay committed when the world isn't watching, so that when it does, you don't have to change your pace. You don't have to impress anyone. You just keep doing what works. And that kind of rhythm is where greatness grows, quietly, without needing to be dressed up or broadcasted. You must resist the urge to be seen before you're ready, not because you're hiding, but because you respect what you're building. You know it deserves time, precision, thought, and you're willing to give it that before asking for attention in return. It's not about hiding your work forever. It's about knowing the difference between readiness and restlessness, between needing validation and being prepared to deliver. If you're in the build phase, honor that phase, maximize it. Don't rush through it for metrics that won't hold your weight when things get real. Every moment spent building before being seen is leverage later. You'll walk into visibility with calm, not performance anxiety, not fear of being exposed, just steady movement, because you've already proven everything that matters to yourself. You won't need the crowd to clap. You won't need the numbers to motivate you. Your confidence won't come from reach. It will come from reality, what you've done when no one was watching. You become the person people want to follow, not because you asked, but because you earned it. Not through your image, through your impact. So if you find yourself craving visibility, pause. Ask better questions. Is your work ready to be tested? Can it hold under pressure? Can it deliver when it matters? If not, return to the process. Not with shame, with purpose. Because every round of improvement makes your future more stable. The audience will come. But when they do, make sure what you're offering is worth their time. Not flashy, not trending, real. That's how you earn attention that lasts. Not through tactics, but through truth. Not through presence, but through proof. And not through vanity, but through value. Let others chase noise. You chase depth. Let others perform. You prepare. Because when it's time to be seen, You won't just be visible, you'll be respected. Not for how you looked, but for what you built. And no one can take that away. So here it is, the truth most people won't say out loud. Your potential means nothing without proof. Your effort doesn't guarantee applause. Struggle is met with silence. Failure is judged until redemption, and belief from others only comes after you've built something real. You are replaceable until you become undeniable. Discipline outlasts motivation. Winning reshapes how they see you, but only if you earn it first. You can be right and still lose. Obsession isn't optional. Isolation isn't punishment. It's preparation. The world will not wait. It will forget the underdog who stayed down too long. Public praise lags behind real work. Comfort dulls urgency. Being liked won't make you great. And luck? No. Winners are relentless. They build when no one claps. They build when no one believes. They build with no audience because they know the platform isn't given. It's earned. You don't rise by demanding recognition. You rise by outworking everyone in silence, because in the end, visibility without victory is noise, and noise fades. Results don't. Now it's your turn. Drop a comment below and write these words. I don't need applause to stay committed. Let that be your declaration. Quiet, bold, focused. The world may not care yet, but you're not here for attention. You're here to win. And if this hit you where it counts, subscribe to the channel. This is not a place for easy answers. It's for people who build when it's hard, think clearly when it's quiet, and choose growth when it's uncomfortable. Stay disciplined, stay sharp, and we'll see you at the top, where the silence ends. Right now, you're trapped. Trapped in overthinking. Trapped in chasing things that never make you happy. Trapped in reacting to life instead of controlling it. And the worst part? You think this is normal. Every day you wake up feeling like something is missing. You scroll, you distract yourself, you chase approval, you avoid discomfort. But deep down, you know you're not living up to your potential. You feel it. That quiet frustration, that nagging voice in the back of your head whispering, "This isn't it." And if you ignore it, if you keep pretending it's fine, one day you'll wake up and realize decades have passed, and you never became the person you were meant to be. But today, that changes. Because the truth is, most people will never master their mind. They'll stay stuck, controlled by their emotions, manipulated by others, wasting time on things that don't matter. But a few, a rare few, will break free. They will learn the ancient wisdom of the Stoics and transform their lives forever. Are you one of them? If you're still here, if something inside you refuses to settle for an average life, then keep watching, because once you master these Stoic lessons, nothing will ever shake you again. Let's begin. There's a reason most people never become truly great. Not because they lack intelligence, not because they don't have opportunities, not even because they're lazy. They fail because they crave recognition too soon. They want results now. They want applause before they've done anything remarkable. And that need, that hunger for validation, destroys their growth. The people who truly change, who rise above the noise and build something unshakable, do it in silence. They don't chase attention. They don't beg for approval. They grow slowly, steadily, invisibly, until one day the world is forced to take notice. This is the Stoic way, and if you master it, you will become unstoppable. The problem is, we live in a world that rewards instant gratification. Everyone wants to prove their progress, posting every gym session, announcing every minor achievement. measuring success by how many people notice instead of how much they've actually changed. But real strength, real wisdom, real mastery, it happens where no one can see. It happens in the quiet, in the discipline no one praises, in the sacrifices no one thanks you for. If you can learn to embrace that, to improve without needing recognition, you will surpass everyone who seeks attention instead of transformation. And one day, when people finally notice how much you've changed, they'll ask, "When did this happen?" And you'll smile, because you'll know the truth. People underestimate the power of imperceptible growth because it doesn't feel like progress. When you work in silence, when no one claps for you, when you don't see immediate rewards, your mind whispers, "Why am I even doing this?" This is where most people quit. They expect growth to be dramatic. They want the before and after transformation. They want people to gasp at their progress. But growth that lasts, that becomes permanent, is never loud. It doesn't come in bursts of motivation. It doesn't happen in flashy, overnight success stories. It happens in the small, consistent actions that seem meaningless in the moment, but redefine your entire future. A tree doesn't look like it's growing when you stare at it. A mountain doesn't show signs of change when the wind erodes it grain by grain. But over time, the difference is undeniable. The problem is, people don't have the patience to wait. They expect results immediately. They start something new, a habit, a skill, a discipline, and when they don't see obvious improvement in a few weeks, they assume it's not working. They move on to something else, and then another thing, and another. But those who truly master anything understand the power of compounding effort. They don't measure their growth in days or even months. They think in years. They understand that excellence is not built in breakthroughs, but in the boring, unglamorous work that no one sees. This is why the Stoics didn't seek recognition for their wisdom. They weren't trying to impress anyone. They weren't chasing status or approval. They focused entirely on mastery, on getting better in ways that were real, not just visible. If you want to transform, you must do the same. The hardest part of silent growth is the lack of external validation. When you're working in secret, when no one acknowledges your effort, your mind starts to rebel. You start thinking, what's the point? If no one sees it, does it even matter? This is why most people quit early. They rely on external motivation, on applause, on feedback, on seeing quick progress. And when that disappears, so does their drive. But the moment you stop needing validation, you become untouchable. When your motivation comes from within, nothing can take it from you. You don't slow down because no one is watching. You don't lose momentum because you aren't being praised. You become dangerous because while others get discouraged when their work isn't noticed, you keep going. While they need constant reminders that they're improving, you trust the process. And over time, while they are stuck in cycles of starting and stopping, you are quietly, relentlessly becoming great. This is the Stoic mindset. Do the work. Ignore the noise. Trust the process. Most people will never master this. They will stay addicted to recognition. They will post every small achievement online to get quick validation. They will spend more energy proving they are improving than actually improving. And years from now, when they wonder why their life hasn't changed, they won't realize that they were trapped, enslaved by their need for attention. If you want to be different, you must detach from the need to be seen. Work as if no one will ever notice. Improve as if no one will ever praise you. Become the kind of person who doesn't need applause to keep going. Because when you do, you gain something far more powerful, the ability to grow without limits. One of the biggest reasons people fail at silent growth is their addiction to comparison. They constantly check where they stand against others. They see someone who started after them making more progress, and they feel discouraged. They wonder why they aren't improving as fast. They lose focus on their own journey. But here's the truth. Comparison is a poison that destroys real growth. Because the moment you focus on someone else's path, you lose control over your own. The Stoics understood this deeply. Your only competition is yourself. It doesn't matter if someone else is progressing faster. It doesn't matter if they're getting recognition while you're being ignored. The only thing that matters is whether you are better today than you were yesterday. You must train yourself to see growth differently. Stop looking for obvious signs of progress. Stop expecting instant results. Start valuing the small, invisible changes, the ones no one else notices, but that make you stronger, sharper, wiser. Because over time, those are the changes that matter most. Growth that is visible is often growth that fades. Think about it. The people who chase recognition tend to burn out. They make a big announcement about changing their life, then quit after a few months. They seek approval for every minor improvement, then lose motivation when the applause stops. But the people who transform quietly, they become unstoppable. They don't waste energy proving themselves. They don't need anyone to acknowledge their work. And because they are free from distraction, they move faster. They go deeper. They last longer. This is why the greatest warriors, the greatest thinkers, the greatest minds in history, they all mastered the art of imperceptible growth. They trained when no one was watching. They learned when no one was listening. They built their strength in solitude. And when the world finally saw what they had become, it was already too late to stop them. This is the path few will take. But if you have the discipline, if you have the patience, if you can learn to love the process without needing recognition, you will become one of the rarest and most powerful kinds of people in the world. And one day, when people look at you in awe and ask, "How did you do it?" you will know the answer. You did it in silence. Most people wait for disaster to strike before they learn how to handle it. They don't prepare, they don't train, and they don't build resilience until they're already drowning in chaos. And by then, it's too late. They panic, they break, they crumble under the weight of pressure they were never ready for. But those who truly understand life, who refuse to be weak, who refuse to be victims, they build their strength before they need it. They don't wait for hardship to arrive, they prepare for it. They train for the battle before it begins. They develop an unshakable mind while things are still calm. So when the storm comes, they don't just survive, they stand unbroken. This is the difference between those who collapse and those who endure. Most people have no idea how fragile they are. They think they are strong until life proves them wrong. They think they can handle pain, failure, betrayal, loss, until it actually happens, and they realize their mind was never built to withstand it. They are forced to learn strength in the middle of suffering, and for many, that lesson comes too late. They end up stuck in cycles of regret, unable to move forward because they never trained themselves to carry the weight of hardship. This is why preemptive resilience is so rare, because it requires work when there is no immediate threat. It demands effort before there is visible need. And most people will not put in effort for something they don't see coming. But those who do, they become unshakable. There is an ancient truth that people have forgotten. The best time to prepare for war is during peace. You don't sharpen your sword in the middle of battle. You don't build armor after the attack has started. You don't develop resilience while drowning in pain. You develop it long before, so that when life hits, you don't have to scramble for strength. You already have it. The Stoics knew this well. They didn't wait for misfortune to teach them discipline. They practiced hardship while life was easy. They embraced discomfort voluntarily, not because they had to, but because they knew that suffering is inevitable, and the only question is whether you are ready for it when it comes. Most people assume they will rise to the occasion when disaster strikes. They tell themselves they will figure it out when the time comes. But that is a lie. You do not rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your training. When pain arrives, when loss hits, when betrayal wounds you, your default reaction will not be the person you wish you were. It will be the person you have trained yourself to be, and if you have not trained, you will not survive it. The strongest minds in history were built in moments of stillness, not in crisis. The warrior does not wait for the battlefield to learn how to fight. The philosopher does not wait for hardship to learn patience. The master of any craft does not wait for the test to start studying. Yet most people live their lives without preparation, assuming they will figure it out when the moment arrives. They think that suffering itself will make them strong. But suffering alone does not create strength. Preparation does. Training for hardship before it arrives means embracing discomfort before you are forced to. It means practicing loss before you lose, facing rejection before you are rejected, building endurance before you are tested. It means making peace with failure before it happens, learning to function in solitude before loneliness strikes, training your emotions before they are shattered. This is what the Stoics did, and it is why they were unshaken by life's worst moments. Most people believe suffering is something to avoid. They run from it, resist it, and act as if it is something unfair. They assume that life is supposed to be easy, and when it is not, they react with anger and frustration. But those who have prepared for hardship do not see suffering as an enemy. They see it as a teacher. They do not fight against pain. They allow it to forge them into something stronger. They do not waste time feeling sorry for themselves. They use every moment of struggle as a test of their training. The great mistake of the weak is believing that resilience is something you summon in the moment. But resilience is not a reaction. It is a habit. It is something you build every single day through the choices you make. You build it in the moments no one is watching. You build it in the discipline you maintain when no one cares. You build it when you deny yourself comfort, when you push yourself to do what is difficult, when you embrace discomfort by choice instead of waiting for life to force it upon you. True resilience is not about surviving hardship. It is about thriving in it. It is about being the kind of person who does not just endure suffering, but who grows stronger because of it. The weak endure pain and break. The strong endure pain and adapt. The untrained face suffering and collapse under its weight. The trained face suffering and become something even greater than before. Most people do not realize how much their mind controls their life. They think they are just responding to the world, but in reality, they are slaves to their emotions, their fears, and their past. They are controlled by their circumstances instead of being in control of themselves. The strongest minds are not the ones who never feel pain. They are the ones who have trained their minds to be bigger than their pain. They have conditioned themselves to withstand anything. And that kind of strength does not come from wishful thinking. It comes from relentless, intentional preparation. The person who is trained for hardship does not panic when crisis strikes. They do not crumble under pressure because pressure is something they have already faced. They do not let loss destroy them because they have already made peace with loss before it happened. They do not let fear control them because they have already faced fear when nothing was at stake. This is why the Stoics could endure suffering with such calm. They had already experienced it in their minds long before it happened in reality. There is a profound advantage to being prepared while others are weak. When the world crumbles, when people lose control, when chaos erupts, you remain composed. You are not reacting emotionally like the rest. You are not lost in confusion like the untrained. You stand firm because you are ready. This is not arrogance. It is simply the reality of preparation. The mind that has been through war before war begins is the mind that survives it best. Most people seek comfort at every opportunity. They avoid pain, they avoid difficulty, they avoid anything that challenges them, and in doing so, they become fragile. They make themselves weak. They do not realize that their pursuit of comfort is making them unfit for life's unavoidable struggles. Because when the real test comes, when they are truly challenged, when they are confronted with something they cannot escape, they have no strength to stand on. The ones who have trained do not make this mistake. They do not avoid hardship. They seek it. They look for ways to challenge themselves. They practice discomfort on purpose. They wake up early when they don't have to. They exercise when no one is forcing them. They choose discipline over ease, not because it is enjoyable, but because they know that one day life will demand that they be strong, and when that day comes, they will already be ready. This is the paradox of strength. Those who embrace difficulty before they have to are the ones who are least affected by it when it arrives. Those who train for war in times of peace are the ones who walk through chaos with clarity. The ones who avoid struggle, who seek comfort, who refuse to prepare. They are the ones who are broken by the very thing they tried to escape. Most people will never understand this because they do not want to. They want an easy life, a life where nothing challenges them, where they never have to struggle. But those who truly desire greatness do not ask for ease. They ask for preparation. They do not pray for an easy path. They train for the hard one. They do not hope for a future free of hardship. They become the kind of person who can handle anything. And that is the difference between those who are controlled by life and those who control their lives. It is the difference between the weak and the strong, between those who are broken by suffering and those who are forged by it. Most will never choose this path, but those who do, they are the ones who cannot be broken. Most people believe their problems come from the outside world. They blame circumstances, people and events for their suffering, frustration, and unhappiness. They believe if only their situation changed, if only they had more money, better relationships, fewer challenges, then they would finally be at peace. But this is the greatest lie ever told. The truth is, the world does not create your suffering. Your perception does. Nothing has meaning until your mind gives it one. Two people can go through the exact same experience, yet one breaks under the pressure while the other thrives. The difference is not in what happened, but in how it was interpreted. This is not just philosophy. It is the foundation of your reality. Everything you experience, every emotion you feel, every decision you make, it all comes from the meaning you assign to events, not the events themselves. Your perception is the architect of your life, shaping what you see, what you believe, and ultimately what you become. Most people never grasp this truth. They think they are victims of reality, trapped in circumstances beyond their control. They do not see that they are participating in their own suffering by the way they think. They do not realize that by shifting their perception, they can shift their entire existence. This is the radical power of Stoic quantum thinking, the understanding that your mind dictates your world, not the other way around. Those who fail to master their perception remain trapped. They live in cycles of stress, anger, and disappointment because they let external events dictate their inner state. They react without thinking, they assume the worst, and they allow fleeting emotions to shape their decisions. And because they never take control of their perception, their reality never changes. But those who understand this principle become untouchable. They learn to see events not as inherently good or bad, but as neutral forces shaped by interpretation. They train themselves to control the meaning they assign to experiences. And in doing so, they take control of their emotional world. They stop wasting energy fighting things outside their control, and instead reshape their response to them. Reality does not bend to those who complain about it. It bends to those who control the lens through which they see it. Most people misunderstand this concept because they assume it means ignoring reality. They think perception control is about lying to yourself, pretending everything is fine when it isn't. But Stoic quantum thinking is not about delusion. It is about choosing a perspective that empowers you instead of weakens you. It is about refusing to let external forces dictate your internal world. There is no such thing as a good or bad event, only a mind that labels it as such. A failure can be seen as a devastating setback or as valuable feedback. A rejection can be seen as a personal attack or as a redirection toward something better. A crisis can be seen as a catastrophe or as an opportunity for growth. The event does not change, only your interpretation of it does. This is why some people remain bitter after challenges, while others become stronger. It is why some collapse under stress, while others rise. The ones who rise are not luckier, smarter, or more gifted. They simply see differently. They have trained their minds to control their perception instead of letting perception control them. The ancient Stoics mastered this practice by disciplining their minds daily. They questioned their initial emotional reactions. They reframed adversity, and they refused to let circumstances dictate their inner state. They understood that a situation only has as much power as you give it, and that power is entirely within your control. Most people will never reach this level of mastery. They will continue to react without thinking, labeling every hardship as unfair, every discomfort as unbearable, every inconvenience as a personal attack. They will spend their lives consumed by emotions they could have controlled, imprisoned by beliefs they never questioned. But those who do master perception gain a level of control over life that most can't even fathom. They learn to see setbacks as stepping stones, criticism as free insight, discomfort as necessary training. They strip away the illusion that they are powerless and begin to mold reality to their will. This is why two people can experience the same hardship, yet walk away with completely different outcomes. One is shattered, the other is transformed. One sees themselves as cursed, the other sees themselves as tested. One falls apart, the other grows stronger. The event is the same. The only difference is the meaning each person gave it. Most people assume their emotions are automatic. They believe stress, anger, disappointment, and fear are natural reactions to certain situations. But the truth is, these emotions do not arise from events themselves. They arise from the interpretation of events. And because of this, they can be trained, controlled, and redirected. By mastering perception, you take back the power you have unknowingly given away. You no longer depend on things outside of you to determine how you feel. You no longer let people's words, failures, or rejections shake your foundation. You become immune to manipulation because you no longer react impulsively. You stop blaming life for your suffering and start shaping your world from the inside out. This is not just theory. It is the key to emotional resilience. The strongest people are not the ones who avoid hardship, but the ones who train their minds to respond powerfully to it. While others let emotions drive their decisions, they remain composed. While others see obstacles as barriers, they see them as tests of their discipline. While others panic in the face of uncertainty, they remain steady, knowing that their perception is what creates their experience. Most people let the past control them. They replay old failures, past regrets, and painful memories, allowing them to shape their present reality. They do not realize that they are reinforcing their suffering by constantly revisiting it. But those who master perception learn to reinterpret the past in ways that empower them. They extract lessons from pain instead of resentment. They see mistakes as data instead of identity. They shift their focus from what went wrong to what they can do next. This is the reason some people stay stuck while others evolve. The ones who stay stuck anchor themselves to a destructive narrative. They convince themselves that they are defined by their worst moments. They see themselves as victims, incapable of change. The ones who evolve refuse to be limited by past interpretation. They rewrite their internal story, focusing not on what happened, but on how they choose to see it. The mind is not a passive observer. It is an active creator. The thoughts you allow shape the world you experience. If you focus on problems, your world is filled with obstacles. If you focus on possibilities, your world is filled with opportunities. If you see hardship as a curse, you will feel powerless. If you see hardship as preparation, you will feel unstoppable. This is why people who complain remain miserable. Their perception is locked onto what is wrong, so their reality follows. This is why people who expect to fail never succeed. They have already decided how the world works, and the mind simply delivers whatever it is programmed to see. The shift happens when you start questioning everything you assume to be true. Instead of reacting, you pause. Instead of assuming the worst, you challenge it. Instead of reinforcing old narratives, you choose new ones. You stop seeing things as happening to you and start seeing them as happening for you. The world does not change. Circumstances do not change. Other people do not change. The only thing that changes is how you see them. Those who understand this become the architects of their own reality. They refuse to be puppets of emotion. They refuse to let external events dictate their internal state. They create stability from within, making them untouchable by the chaos around them. Most will never reach this level of clarity. They will remain trapped in their automatic responses, prisoners of their own unchecked perception. They will continue believing life is something that happens to them instead of something they shape. But those who do understand this truth, they gain something most people will never experience: the ability to walk through any storm with absolute control. Most people go through life believing that reality is something that happens to them, something external that they must react to. But those who understand perception control know that life does not hand you a fixed narrative. You write it yourself. The meaning you assign to events is what determines whether you feel broken or powerful, whether you see a situation as a setback or an opportunity. But even when you master this skill, even when you train yourself to shape your own reality, there is one thing that remains difficult to escape: the weight of unfinished conversations. Some wounds come from what was said, others come from what was never said. The conversation that ended too soon, the words you never got to say, the apology that never came, the explanation you waited for but never received. The human mind craves completion. It wants resolution, a final answer that will let it close the door and move on. But what happens when that closure never comes? What happens when you are forced to live with loose ends, unanswered questions, and the echoes of words left unspoken? This is where most people become stuck. They believe that until they get that last conversation, that final explanation, they cannot move forward. They tell themselves that their pain will only go away when they have full understanding, when they have a sense of resolution. But this belief is a trap, because the truth is, most closure never arrives. The person who hurt you may never admit what they did. The friend who disappeared may never explain why. The relationship that ended suddenly may never make sense. The betrayal, the misunderstandings, the emotional wounds, they may always remain open-ended. And if you tie your peace to receiving external closure, then peace will never come. This is the fundamental mistake most people make. They believe that closure is something you receive. But the reality is, closure is something you create. You do not need the other person to give you an ending. You do not need the final conversation. You do not need an apology, an explanation, or even acknowledgement. Because if you are waiting for another person to provide your emotional freedom, then you are still giving them control over your life. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not wait for the world to give them what they needed to move forward. They did not demand explanations, apologies, or perfect conclusions. They mastered the art of moving on without external resolution. And when you learn to do the same, you will never again be trapped by the weight of unfinished conversations. Most people think they need understanding to let go. They assume that if they could just hear the reason why, if they could just know what the other person was thinking, if they could just receive some kind of explanation, then they would finally be able to release the emotional burden. But this is an illusion. Understanding does not erase pain. Answers do not erase disappointment. Even if you were to receive the explanation you crave, it would not change the past. The past remains the same no matter how much clarity you gain. What happened, happened. No amount of knowing will undo it. The only thing that can change is how you choose to relate to it. The only real closure is the one you give yourself. This is why so many people struggle with letting go. They hold on, waiting for the missing piece that will allow them to move forward. But the truth is, there is no missing piece. The only thing missing is the acceptance that closure is not about understanding. It is about deciding that you no longer need to understand. It is about choosing to stop looking for what will never come and shifting your focus to what is still ahead. When you believe that you need a final conversation, you are handing power to someone else. You are saying, "My peace depends on your response." But the strongest people refuse to let their emotional well-being be dictated by others. They do not wait for apologies that may never come. They do not depend on explanations to heal. They do not need external permission to move forward. They decide to move forward. The most dangerous illusion in human relationships is the belief that resolution comes from both sides, that healing requires mutual understanding, that in order for the past to lose its grip, there must be closure from the person who was involved. But this is rarely how life works. People leave without explanation. Friendships dissolve with no real reason. Words are left unsaid. And most of the time, the people who owe you closure are not thinking about it the way you are. This is why the strongest people walk away without needing a final answer. They train themselves to let go, even when they still have questions. They do not allow their peace to be held hostage by another person's choices. They close the chapter on their own terms, and they never let an unfinished story stop them from living fully. Most people never reach this level of strength because they mistake resolution for peace. They assume that once they get the explanation, once they get the final words, once they have a sense of understanding, then they will finally feel free. But peace is not found in answers. It is found in acceptance. There will always be things you do not know. There will always be conversations that ended too soon. There will always be apologies that were never spoken. And waiting for those things will only keep you trapped in a cycle that will never end. The mind creates endless loops when it believes closure is still possible. It replays the conversation that never happened. It imagines different endings. It searches for meaning where none exists. But the past cannot be rewritten. And the moment you understand this, you stop waiting. You stop rehearsing. You stop expecting things to suddenly make sense. You stop looking for peace in something that will never come. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It does not mean pretending something did not affect you. It does not mean suppressing emotions. It means choosing not to be defined by what was left unfinished. It means deciding that you do not need every question answered to move forward. It means no longer carrying the emotional burden of what you cannot change. The strongest people in history were not those who received perfect resolutions. They were those who created their own closure. They accepted what was, without needing it to be anything different. They mastered the ability to move forward, even with unanswered questions. And in doing so, they became immune to the emotional traps that keep most people stuck. If you can learn this, you will never again be controlled by unfinished conversations. You will never again wait for another person to provide you with peace. You will never again feel trapped by a past that no longer exists. You will walk away without needing an ending. And once you develop that kind of power, nothing will ever hold you back again. The moment you stop waiting for the world to hand you anything and take full ownership of your life, frustration disappears. You no longer see yourself as a victim of circumstance, but as the architect of your future. This shift is rare because most people cling to the belief that life owes them something: fairness, rewards, recognition. But once you let go of that illusion, you gain something far more powerful: the freedom to create your own path. Most people struggle with this because they secretly want the world to compensate them for their hardships. They expect justice, reciprocity, or at the very least, acknowledgement. And when they don't receive it, they become bitter. They feel cheated, as if life has broken some invisible contract. They spend years trapped in resentment, waiting for fairness that will never come. But those who understand reality do not waste time demanding fairness. They do not expect rewards for their struggles. They do not wait for life to align with their expectations. They adapt. This is where radical self-reliance becomes your greatest weapon. When you stop expecting life to give you anything, you become free to take full control of what is in your hands. You stop waiting for perfect conditions. You stop resenting those who have more. You stop blaming external factors. Instead, you focus all of your energy on what you can build, what you can control, and how you can improve. And in doing so, you develop a power that most people will never experience: the ability to thrive without needing life to be fair. Most people carry invisible chains: the weight of expectation, the burden of entitlement, the resentment that builds when reality does not meet their demands. They go through life believing that because they have suffered, they deserve compensation. That because they work hard, they deserve success. That because they are kind, they deserve kindness in return. But these beliefs only set them up for disappointment. The world does not operate on personal fairness. It operates on cause and effect. If you put in effort, you increase your chances of success, but nothing guarantees it. If you treat people well, you increase the likelihood of good relationships, but no rule says you must receive kindness in return. This is a harsh truth that most people refuse to accept. They want life to work on a fair system, where struggle leads to reward and effort guarantees results. But life is indifferent to fairness. It doesn't adjust itself to match expectations. It doesn't operate on a point system where you accumulate good deeds and exchange them for happiness. And the sooner you accept this, the sooner you can move forward without bitterness, without resentment, and without waiting for justice that will never come. The strongest people in history did not become powerful by demanding fairness. They became powerful because they stopped waiting and started acting. They did not expect help, and when it came, it was a bonus. They did not expect people to understand them, and when they did, it was appreciated but unnecessary. They did not rely on external validation to keep going, because they knew that the only person who could determine their success was themselves. Most people waste years blaming their circumstances, comparing themselves to others, and resenting the fact that life is not evenly distributed. But the people who rise above this are the ones who refuse to let unfairness slow them down. They do not waste time feeling bitter over what they do not have. They do not obsess over what others were given. They take the hand they were dealt and play it better than anyone else. This level of thinking makes you untouchable. When you stop expecting fairness, disappointment disappears. When you stop believing that life owes you something, resentment fades. When you stop waiting for external rewards, you focus all your energy on what you can control. And that shift is what separates those who move forward from those who stay stuck in frustration. Most people fear this level of responsibility because it forces them to admit that their future is entirely in their hands. It is easier to blame society, bad luck, or external obstacles than to take full ownership of their life. But blame is another form of self-imprisonment. The moment you accept that no one is coming to save you, you gain the power to save yourself. This is why radical self-reliance is so rare. Most people are too attached to the idea that they need external support, validation, or approval to succeed. They believe they need the right conditions, the right people, the right opportunities. But those who are truly strong do not depend on external conditions. They create momentum no matter what. Most frustration comes from misplaced expectations. People assume that effort guarantees results. They assume that doing the right thing guarantees a reward. They assume that fairness is a fundamental law. But reality does not care about expectations. Reality responds only to action. The world does not adjust itself to meet personal beliefs. It continues moving, and those who adapt to it succeed, while those who resist it suffer. When you drop entitlement, you become dangerous. You no longer waste time expecting recognition. You no longer feel disappointed when things do not go your way. You no longer let unfairness slow you down. You simply keep going, no matter what. Most people assume that self-reliance means isolation, that rejecting entitlement means becoming cold, detached, or selfish. But this is not about cutting yourself off from others. It is about removing emotional dependency. It's about realizing that while support is valuable, you must never need it to move forward. It's about understanding that while life can be unfair, you are still responsible for your response to it. The moment you fully accept this, You stop being controlled by external circumstances. You stop waiting for permission, validation, or perfect conditions. You stop expecting people to treat you a certain way. You stop demanding fairness from a world that was never built to provide it. And in that moment, you become free. Most people will never reach this level of thinking because they are too emotionally attached to fairness. They want to believe that life should reward effort. They want to believe that justice will eventually balance the scales. They want to believe that their struggles will one day be compensated. But these beliefs only create disappointment. When you expect nothing, you are never disappointed. When you believe that no one owes you anything, you never feel robbed. When you stop expecting life to be fair, you stop wasting time wishing things were different and start focusing on what you can control. The strongest people are not those who receive the most. They are those who need the least. They do not wait for motivation to take action. They do not wait for recognition to feel validated. They do not wait for the right conditions to move forward. They create their own momentum, and because of that, they are never dependent on anything external. Most people avoid this mindset because it forces them to take full responsibility for their future. It forces them to let go of excuses. It forces them to stop blaming circumstances. It forces them to acknowledge that if they want something, they must create it themselves. But once you accept this, frustration disappears. You stop feeling that the world is against you. You stop seeing obstacles as unfair. You stop believing that you're owed anything. And instead, you focus on building yourself into someone so strong that none of it matters. This is the highest level of freedom. Not the freedom to receive, but the freedom to act without needing anything in return. The freedom to move forward without waiting for permission. The freedom to be unfazed by rejection, setbacks, or lack of recognition. The freedom to stop expecting, stop resenting, and start building. The world does not owe you fairness, success, love, or happiness. And that is the greatest gift you will ever receive, because once you understand that nothing is coming to save you, you finally gain the power to save yourself. The moment you stop expecting the world to give you anything, you become free. But there is another form of slavery most people don't even realize they are trapped in: the invisible chains of social conditioning. Most people believe they are making independent choices, living according to their own values, and shaping their lives based on personal decisions.